This is book 4 of the Cyberstars saga, Cosmic Terror, written and created by John Roberts in 2025, narrated by AI.
Chapter 1. Wreckage and Resolve. Large and small fragments of the destroyed White Phoenix hurtled through space, the debris spreading like a constellation of ruin. Some overtook their small shuttle, while others melted into the dark abyss. The vessel darted sharply to avoid collisions, its automated systems working overtime. Quentin gripped the armrests, his stomach heaving with each evasive maneuver. We should have brought a cyborg. There's an empty seat. His voice was tight as he pointed toward the vacant harness. Maria sat rigid in the pilot's seat.
Raphael too should have come with us. He refused a direct order.
Quentin clenched his jaw. Then we should have saved someone else. A different life. Her shoulders sagged, the weight of her decisions pressing visibly on her.
I didn't think quickly enough. We were in a rush. Don't beat yourself up. Too many have died already.
The clones were humans too, Quentin said, his tone sharp. Maria turned away, pressing the heel of her palm into her eye, as though to stop tears from falling.
But Professor Isham designed them not to feel pain.
She shook her head, as if convincing herself the statement offered any consolation. Quentin's mind flashed to Raphael II's trembling hand as the shuttle door sealed behind them, his ultraviolet gaze holding steady even as he faced certain death. He pushed the memory away. Maria inhaled sharply, raising her head.
I need a status update on the Saffron Vanguard and the Zarsian squad.
She straightened in her seat, swiping at the holographic display in front of her.
AI, connect me to the remaining evacuation shuttles. Patch through live-to-live telemetry from all active vessels.
The shuttle's onboard AI, a cool, modulated voice, replied immediately.
Establishing connections. Synchronizing Vanguard and Zarsian squad shuttle telemetry.
In the space above the console, a three-dimensional hologram materialized, showing the relative positions of the evacuation shuttles. The Saffron Vanguard ships were represented as green dots moving steadily away from the debris field, but one dot blinked amber. Near them, a separate cluster of blue dots indicated the shuttles carrying the Zarsian cyborg troops. All 9 were intact and maintained formation. Maria's fingers tensed.
Status of Shuttle 3.
Shuttle 3 reports structural instability. Rear thruster array compromised at 74% efficiency. Navigation systems recalibrating.
Open a channel to Shuttle 3.
Her voice was sharp now, commanding. A crackle preceded the sound of a faint but steady voice.
Commander Maria, this is Saffron Unit 3 aboard Shuttle 3. We've sustained minor damage but are holding course. No injuries reported among the clones.
Maria exhaled deeply.
Good. Keep me updated on any changes. Prioritize getting clear of the blast zone.
Yes, Commander.
She shifted her attention to the blue dots.
AI, confirm the status of the Zarsian squad shuttle formation.
All 9 shuttles are operating at full capacity.
The AI replied.
No structural damage detected. Energy reserve stable. The Zarsian troops report no casualties.
Maria closed her eyes briefly.
Maintain monitoring on all shuttles. Alert me immediately if their statuses change.
Acknowledged, Commander.
Quentin watched her with a mixture of admiration and unease. Even amidst chaos, she remained a commander through and through, carrying the weight of lives lost, and those she still needed to protect. The hologram flickered as Maria issued additional commands.
AI, track all shuttles and maintain real-time updates. Alert me if there's a change in their trajectories or system integrity.
Acknowledged, Commander.
The telemetry display faded, replaced by a tactical overlay of the surrounding region. Maria brushed her fingertips across the console, pulling up another channel.
Now, connect me to the nearest vessel bound for Veltheron. I need to locate Falcon and confirm his intentions.
The AI processed her request, and a holographic projection of Avut's head shimmered into view. Falcon's yellow eyes, under his bubble like suction lenses, widened in surprise. His white hair stood out in the dark shuttle. Maria's expression hardened.
Falcon, are you still on course for Veltheron?
Falcon hesitated, his clawed fingers flexing nervously.
I am, but I won't survive the landing without a spacesuit or weapons. Veltheron's surface is unforgiving. But I have no choice. Perhaps my father will forgive me.
Forgive you.
Maria's voice carried a sharp edge.
Do you believe that's possible?
Falcon looked away, his voice low.
No, but I have something critical for you. A vial containing a liquid designed for Donkora Vallik. It's dangerous, Commander, and I can't allow it to fall into the wrong hands. It's tied to my father's escape and the conspiracy on Galacton.
Maria's gaze flicked to Quentin, her eyes damp but resolute.
We have to intercept it.
Quentin stiffened. The Donkora Vallik?
You heard me right, Quentin Valentine. Major of Hukyo Shugon's Crimson Collective. The Major who was ruled under the man who nuked his own continent, Premier Drastic.
Quentin's skin turned to gooseflesh, and his tone came out cold. I thought we were going back to Zars. We can't trust him. Maria leaned forward, her voice soft but firm.
This isn't about trust. It's about preventing more lives from being lost. Falcon said this vial is critical.
Quentin's voice remained clipped. Falcon's a double agent, a terrorist. And now, suddenly, we're supposed to believe he's reconsidered. Falcon nodded solemnly.
I understand your doubts, Quentin. But I've seen the devastation my father caused. I can't undo the past, but I can stop this from escalating further. Take the vial, keep it sealed. The information it contains must not reach Veltheron.
Maria's decision was swift.
We're coming. AI, adjust our course toward Falcon's shuttle.
Quentin gritted his teeth and leaned back in his seat. Fine. But I hope you know what you're doing, Commander. The hologram flickered as Falcon nodded.
I'll deactivate my shielding to let you dock. I'm 700,000 miles ahead of your current trajectory.
Maria turned back to the console, her jaw set.
Understood. Hold your position.
As the connection cut, Maria adjusted the controls, the shuttle veering onto its new course. Quentin crossed his arms, his unease palpable. Let's hope this vial is worth the risk, he muttered. Maria didn't respond, her focus locked on the path ahead. Chapter 2. Professor Isham.
Isham awoke to a cool, sterile light bathing her face. Her senses sharpened gradually, her body feeling weightless yet grounded. Above her, a pale indigo-skinned man with flowing white hair and a warm, patient smile leaned over her. His white robes shimmered faintly, cinched at the waist with a silver rope. Papa. Her voice was raspy but steady, the sound unfamiliar, intimately hers. She blinked, looking down at her slender, pale lavender arms. They trembled slightly as she raised them, marveling at the sensation. Is this me? Her father's smile widened and he nodded.
Welcome back, my darling. You're finally home.
The realization hit her, and she sat up abruptly, scanning her surroundings. Pristine, the room boasted seamless walls. Rows of glowing tanks stood along one wall, containing the familiar forms of her purple-skinned Tlishwa clones, suspended in nutrient-rich stasis fluid. Her hands darted to her face, tracing the delicate contours, the shape of her jaw. Everything felt real. She winced as the memory resurfaced. The Baronese had reclaimed their proprietary transluminal neuroimprint cascade technology, the very system that allowed the transfer of neural data from memory chips to clones across interstellar distances. Yet, she couldn't recall boarding a spacecraft or experiencing the process of interstellar travel herself. What's the date?
Second star quarter 17, year 863 of the Laron lunar epoch.
He replied.
The fifth orbit of the third moon just began.
She frowned, her mind racing. That's impossible. I was supposed to be inserted into the clone of a stranger and then travel by cryosleep to Laron. That journey takes 4 years. Papa placed a gentle hand on her shoulder.
You're right, that was the plan. But fate smiled on us. I contacted an influential official from Bara 2, someone with access to the transluminal neuroimprint cascade you wanted to use.
Her eyebrows shot up. You're saying they copied my memory chip over interstellar space? He nodded enthusiastically, his long hair swaying.
Yes, the process
Uses a quantum entanglement field to create a neural map, she interrupted, transmitting the data stream to an exact duplicate matrix on Laron. The cascade ensures zero data degradation. His expression turned briefly sheepish.
Of course. You know better than me about sciences of the universe.
She nodded and rolled her eyes. Thanks to my private education in the most prestigious science university on Laron. Her eyes narrowed. Wait, how did you find my Tlishwa clones? That was classified information. Papa hesitated, his expression guarded.
Someone told me.
She stiffened. Who?
The same official from Bara 2 who arranged the neuroimprint cascade. She's an associate of your former boss, Veltheron.
Isham's stomach churned. Arot? He's been dead for years?
Yes,
Papa said softly.
but she worked with him when he was alive. She said she knew you and had been following your career closely.
Isham slid off the bed and stood abruptly, her bare feet pressing into the cold metal floor. She turned toward the glowing tanks. No one was supposed to know about this lab. Arot didn't even know. If he did, he would have had me killed.
Apparently she was one of his most trusted allies.
Papa said, his voice calm but cautious.
She made it clear that she respects your work and wanted to ensure you survived.
Her gaze lingered on the floating forms in the tanks, their serene expressions unchanging. How could she have known?
I don't know, Isham. But she was adamant about helping. Without her, you wouldn't be here.
She clenched her fists. If she knows about this, who else does? This lab, these clones. Everything here is a part of me. If the wrong people find out,
Darling, we'll protect this place. I'll make sure of it.
I don't like relying on others, Papa, but I'm glad you brought me back. Did they ever send a clone here too?
Yes. After a spy copied your memory chip, it was inserted into a yellow-skinned silter.
And she's coming here? He nodded once.
In cryosleep, yes.
That's so dangerous. Will we have someone pick her up when she arrives?
Of course. I thought you could go into hiding.
Isham's voice rose a pitch. For 4 years,
Look,
he gripped her hands in his larger and older ones.
your mind is now copied across 2 quantum-entangled neural matrices. The transluminal neuroimprint cascade ensures that your consciousness exists simultaneously here and on the spacecraft, albeit in stasis during transit. If one matrix is destroyed, the quantum link collapses, and the surviving matrix retains your complete neural imprint.
Her chin dropped, and she gaped. Wow, you sound like a professor of quantum neurophysics.
I've been studying it a lot so I can understand.
He released her hands, his expression softening.
It's not perfect, but it's as close to immortality as current technology allows. Even if your body aboard the spacecraft had been compromised, your consciousness would remain intact in this clone here on Loron.
Isham's frown deepened. So my mind was essentially doubled through quantum entanglement, and if one of me dies, the other just continues,
Precisely.
he said.
It's all part of the Bara 2 technology which may or may not have been used to free their late chairman's consciousness from imprisonment.
The genocidaire, Chairman Vrokala,
Indeed.
he's in an asteroid prison for his war crimes.
His body is apparently.
She nibbled her bottom lip. The cascade operated on the principle of quantum coherence. The entangled matrices mirrored your neural activity in real time, ensuring no loss of data during transfer. It was revolutionary, but not without risks. The Baronese didn't just reclaim it out of greed. They feared it could destabilize interstellar ethics as their exposure of the amethyst time portals and associated methods of teleportation did,
You belong here, Isham.
Papa said, bringing her back to the moment.
Your mind, your talents. They're unmatched.
She exhaled deeply, running her hands through her long black hair. And if this mysterious woman from Bara 1 thinks she knows me, she'll find out I don't take threats to my work lightly. Her father chuckled softly.
That's the daughter I know. She's not from old Bara, though. She was from Bara 2, before the neighboring worlds reunited.
The image of an albino woman with long white hair and gigantic black eyes welled in the forefront of her mind. Of course. She straightened her shoulders, her lavender skin gleaming under the lab's soft light. The thought of someone out there knowing too much gnawed at her. Papa stepped back and gestured toward the door.
Dr. Vrain, come in.
The Bara glass partitioning melted into an archway and a Bakhud scientist entered. He was tall and thin for a Bakhud. His bright red skin was faintly lined with age and his silver-streaked hair was neatly tied back. He wore a crisp white lab coat and a portable diagnostic device hovered just behind him.
Welcome back, Professor Isham.
He said warmly, encouraging her to sit back on the bed.
You've undergone an incredibly delicate process, and we need to ensure everything is functioning properly.
Dr. Vrain activated the diagnostic device with a flick of his wrist. As it scanned her from head to toe, holographic readouts displayed her neural activity, heart rate, and cellular integrity.
Feeling steady?
I feel incredible, she admitted. The doctor nodded approvingly.
Good. Neural synchronization is perfect. Vital signs are excellent. No anomalies detected.
You'll need that strength, my darling.
Papa said.
I've arranged for you to stay at one of my holiday homes in the tropics. It's secluded, and the locals there don't know about the news. You'll be safe.
She crossed her arms, annoyance flaring. Why not just put my memory into someone else then? Some random face. He shrugged helplessly and glanced at Dr. Vrain. The scientist gave a small, regretful shake of his head.
Unfortunately, these are the only clones of yours we possess here. The technology required to create more is no longer available to us.
Isham opened her mouth to argue but stopped, realization dawning. He was right. Her mind flashed to the years she had spent perfecting her clones, the intricate processes that had allowed her to preserve and replicate herself in the early days. Those clones were her only option now. Her shoulders sagged slightly, and she sighed. I forgot how limited our resources have become. Fine, but I'm not happy about it.
You should be careful.
Papa pressed gently.
You're famous, infamous in fact. Exposing the government for their star gem harvesting didn't exactly win you many friends.
A pang of regret mingled with pride as Isham tilted her head back, staring at the soft glow of the lab ceiling lights. I know. And I don't regret exposing them. Someone had to. Her voice hardened. But I won't hide forever. This is my body, my face. They don't get to scare me into abandoning it. Dr. Vrain gave her an understanding nod, his tone even.
You've made powerful enemies, but you've also made an impact. That comes with risk.
Papa placed a comforting hand on her shoulder.
At least consider the holiday home for now. Regroup, regain your strength. We'll figure out the rest together.
Isham gave him a grudging nod, her fingers brushing the smooth fabric of her robe. Fine. But only because I need time to plan. If they're coming for me, I'll be ready.
That's my girl.
A few mornings later, Laurent's twin sons poured golden light through delicate silk drapes, casting shifting patterns on the polished floor of the luxury beachside villa. Isham stirred, her lilac skin glowing in the morning light, as the warmth of the sun settled on her bare shoulders. On either side of her, the two anglers she had bedded the night before were still sprawled out. Suhaili, the larger of the two men with ebony skin and a shaved head, squinted at her with one eye before sliding his hand across her stomach. His touch was firm, his fingers brushing the curve of her breast. Warmth stirred low in her body, and she leaned in, pressing a languid kiss to his lips. Behind her, Sebchari, his slimmer and younger cousin, spooned her, the hard and pleasant shape of him pressing against her back. He murmured something unintelligible, his breath warm against her neck. The tranquil moment shattered as her data globe remote buzzed violently on the bedside table. The metallic hum cut through the room like a warning alarm. Isham stiffened, her pulse quickening. She scrambled over Suhaili, the silk sheets tangling around her legs as she reached for the device. The two men chuckled, their laughter low and teasing. Pivoting on her knees, she glanced at the glowing display on the orb. Her heart sank. Bloody hell. Throwing on a pink bathrobe, she waved frantically at the two men. Out, now. That's my dad. He'll kill me if he finds out I've been sleeping with the locals. Sapchari grinned, sitting up slowly.
You look stunning in pink.
He ran a hand through his short curls.
It suits your lilac skin.
She glared at him, her eyes darting toward the glowing orb. Get your clothes on and leave. Now. The men hopped out of bed, moving with exaggerated speed as they pulled on their shorts, laughing as if it were all a game. They hollered playfully as they exited the villa, likely heading back to their wives and children. The door slammed behind them. Isham pressed the activation button, the device releasing a faint hiss as it powered on. The holographic image of her father materialized, stretching up from the wooden floorboards. His 6-foot frame seemed to dominate the room.
Darling, how is everything?
Isham straightened her robe, smoothing the fabric nervously. It's wonderful. Thank you, Papa. His gaze swept the room, his nose wrinkling slightly.
I don't know why you insisted on accommodations without bara glass shielding. It's not exactly secure.
She gestured toward the open windows, the sea breeze brushing her face. I prefer the natural feel. He sighed, glancing down at her bare feet, his lips pursed.
I didn't want to disturb your vacation. I know you've been through a lot, but as the president of Isham Cyborg Inc., there's something you need to hear from me directly.
Her stomach tightened. What is it? His voice dropped, heavy with regret.
66 of your Leronese clones died in space.
Her breath hitched. What?
Those sent with the Zarsian military and the LSS.
He hesitated before adding.
Raphael too among them.
The name hit her like a physical blow. Isham's knees buckled, and she sank onto the edge of the bed, her vision blurred as her chest ached. Raphael too. He's gone. Papa's jaw tightened.
Yes.
She swallowed hard. The room seemed to spin around her. What happened?
An adversary destroyed their starship. The White Phoenix didn't stand a chance.
Her gaze fell to a thick band of sunlight streaking across the floor. Who did this?
The intelligence agency suspects the VRF, or one of their cooperating factions. It happened between the Blackwake Belt and Veltheron.
She clutched the edge of the bed. Raphael too? I can't believe this. We've been through so much together. Papa hesitated before speaking again.
I know how much he meant to you, Isham. But there's something else. The White Phoenix was also carrying the Saffron Vanguard.
Her head snapped up, her breath catching. The Saffrons? They took my Saffrons on board. He nodded gravely.
Yes, 34 survived. 16 perished.
No one told me, she whispered, her voice raw. How could they do this without consulting me? Papa sighed.
There weren't enough evacuation shuttles for everyone. Along with the 34 Saffron clones, only a few survived. The crew on the bridge and a handful of LSS operatives.
Tears blurred her vision as her nails dug into her palms. Raphael too was my most loyal. He didn't deserve to die like this.
I know, darling. If there were anything I could do to bring him back, I would.
She closed her eyes, forcing herself to focus on her breathing. What about the memory chips? I keep backups of everything. We could transfer him into a new clone body. His voice grew hesitant.
After the new Federal Assembly on Bara 1 demanded the return of all cloning and memory transfer technology, I was lucky that the agent from Bara 2 lent me the transluminal neuroimprint cascade to transfer your memory chip. She collected it a few days ago and left on a private spaceship. We don't have access to the equipment anymore.
Her breath quickened, panic surging through her veins. What? How am I supposed to recreate the Saffrons or Raphael too without that technology?
I warned you to send copies of your memory chips to a secure off-world facility.
He mumbled.
Didn't you?
No, she admitted, her voice breaking. I was too busy. Patents, collaborations, scientific assemblies. I didn't think this would happen. Papa's hologram flickered.
Calm down. That's why I told you to take time off here. Let me handle things.
She shook her head, tears streaming freely now. Raphael too was more than a clone, he was. He was my partner in everything. And now he's gone. I must go back to my laboratory in the capital of science. I'm not a fugitive. You paid my bail. I'm a free woman.
But you're supposed to rest.
I can't rest now, she said firmly, heading toward her wardrobe. The loss burned deep. But so did her commitment to Raphael.
Chapter 3. Veltheron.
Beneath Veltheron's brittle crust, Donkora Vallik leaned over a glowing holo display, his lips curling into a smirk as he reviewed the transmission. The photon-driven observation kites, equipped with microscopic telescopes, had captured footage of the obliterated Zarsian starship. Streams of debris drifted through space, propelled by the chaotic forces of the explosion. "Magnify Sector 7, he said, his voice calm yet tinged with amusement. The controller at the console, a drone operator with steady hands, adjusted the feed. A new image expanded on the screen. Fragments of hull plating tumbling amidst the solidified corpses of Bakuds and Tlishwas. Their features were grotesquely swollen, frozen by the vacuum of space. Donkora chuckled, his hand resting briefly on the operator's shoulder. That's the issue with cyborgs. Biomechanical hybrids are always vulnerable to physical failure. Full space automation, that's the future. Robots don't bleed, and they certainly don't freeze like this.
Yes, brother,
The operator replied, her focus unbroken. Of course, Donkora mused, his tone darkening. If the viral sequence performs as intended, organic failures won't matter. We'll achieve total systemic control. He wiped his face absent-mindedly with a gloved hand. What's the report on tenders? Did any escape?
I haven't verified that yet.
His eyes narrowed as the display shifted to a slower-moving object among the shrapnel. Zoom in on that debris cluster. Why are those men in purple garments? Are they Zarsian corpses? The controller manipulated a glowing data globe that hovered over her palm. Issuing a command, the holographic sphere pulsed faintly as she spoke into it.
Request identity analysis of humanoids within Quadrant 3.
The AI's voice said.
Deceased individuals identified as members of the VRF. Combat records confirm their deaths occurred weeks ago during an engagement on Zars against Isham Cyborg Inc. operatives.
Donkora tilted his head. Why would they carry corpses from old battles aboard their flagship? That's inefficient, even for Zarsians. The AI offered no immediate answer.
Sufficient data to determine motive.
He muttered under his breath, irritation flickering across his face, before catching movement on the edge of the display. His gaze snapped to an escape capsule accelerating away from the wreckage. What about that one? Who's on board? The operator tilted the data globe sharply, reorienting the kite's trajectory to focus on the capsule. Solar sails unfurled, redirecting photon streams to adjust its course. A precision laser guided the drone closer to the escaping craft, the enhanced telescopic lens zeroing in on the capsule's cockpit. Through the reinforced view screen, the image of two occupants sharpened. A blonde and beige-skinned man argued animatedly with a woman whose skin was the same shade of brown as Donkora's. Tension etched their features, their mouths moving rapidly in what appeared to be a heated exchange. Identify them, Donkora commanded. The operator relayed the request through the data globe, and after a brief pause, the AI replied.
Subject 1 is affiliated with LSS, a former combatant in the Hokkyo-Eshugon conflict. Subject 2 is classified as a non-combatant under LSS jurisdiction.
Donkora's heart rate tripled speed at the mention of the nuclear war on Hokkyo-Eshugon a few decades ago. He had escaped just in time. Unfortunately, his best friend and the Crimson Collective leader, Premier Drastic, had perished. The echo of footsteps interrupted his musings in the corridor outside the chamber. Moments later, a knock resounded on the reinforced metal door. With a wave of his hand, Donkora activated the door panel. It slid open smoothly, revealing his elderly geneticist, Dr. Rory.
Dr. Russell.
His wispy white eyebrows arched in inquiry. Donkora nodded slowly, gesturing toward the display. His capsule is on approach, though I find myself confused. Rory folded his arms.
What's troubling you?
Donkora tapped the screen, highlighting data from the escape pod's black box. He informed the ship's AI that Arch-Luminary Ristev was vaporized. Rory's eyes narrowed.
Vaporized? That's doubtful. The Arch-Luminary is too careful.
Donkora shook his head. He's alive, traveling with two companions, a cat Eon and a Jezo. Rory's mouth tightened.
The Jezo cannot stay. It's a liability.
I'm aware, Donkora replied curtly. We all are.
Does Arch-Luminary Ristev know?
Donkora's expression hardened. He'll understand once I explain. He has no leverage in this situation. Dr. Rory's face puckered with concern.
Tread carefully, brother. The Arch-Luminary's unpredictability is what makes him dangerous.
Donkora reclined and grinned. Don't worry, Doctor. I'm holding the cards. The older man sighed but allowed a small, hopeful nod.
At least Dr. Russell is on his way. We cannot move forward with the virus deployment until the vaccinations are prepared for the VUTs and cat Eons.
Donkora's gaze turned cold as he studied the glowing screen. Soon, very soon, everything will fall into place.
Arch-Luminary Ristev wiped his clammy hands on his prisoner uniform, his heart pounding as he stared out the porthole at the shadowed expanse of Veltheron. The autopilot light blinked steadily on the control panel. He had no control over where this cursed craft was taking him. Was he flying straight into a dragon's lair or a supposed ally's stronghold? His mind raced with doubts. Why had the escape been so well coordinated? Who had the resources to infiltrate the asteroid mine and prison colony? Could he trust whoever waited for him in this hostile, uninhabitable world? His fingers gripped the cold sill of the porthole as the dark, barren surface below came into view, its ash-gray frost fields and jagged terrain faintly illuminated by starlight. How could anyone survive here, on a planet so hostile that even the Euphorian Alliance had no record of habitation? If there truly was a colony, it had to be one of the most well-kept secrets in the galaxy. He felt the sweat trickling down his back, despite the cold of the cabin, and the suction lenses over his small yellow eyes fogged faintly with his shallow breaths. Ristev clenched his teeth. If this is death, it won't come without Vulshaz, my witness.
Son of Vulesha, look.
Sen Rylos, Ristev's wiry sidekick, pointed out the window, his peach-toned face pale.
I think we're about to land.
Ristev, his albino hands flushed faintly pink from the cabin's dim infrared lighting, adjusted his suction lenses and peered into the void. His small yellow eyes narrowed against the faint glare from the porthole's display. What a forsaken world. Kylar, a towering escapee with black skin and a resonant voice, slapped Sen Rylos on the shoulder.
Do you think there'll be women?
Sen Rylos grimaced, sweat slicking his temple.
I'm more worried about having no spacesuits. What if no one picks us up? How long could we survive in this thing? What if we get depressurized or…
Ristev held up a hand to silence him, his voice tinged with authority. There's no atmosphere here. If the hull breaches, we wouldn't live long enough to feel panic. He grasped the sill of the porthole, leaning closer to the view. Veltheron's shadowy expanse revealed little but jagged ice formations and scattered craters. His tone lowered, calculating. I don't know who planned this rescue or why, but when we disembark, we'll be diplomatic. Politeness costs nothing. Turning, he addressed the AI embedded in the cabin's control panel. Can you confirm our coordinates and landing site? A holographic figure materialized near the airlock. A blonde woman with a cool, detached expression. Her pixelated edges shimmered faintly in the dim light.
The descent module is on approach to Veltheron's North Pole. You will land near the polar rim, a region permanently shrouded in shadow. Ambient temperatures remain stable at -275 degrees Fahrenheit.
What's that in Celsius?
Kylar asked, scratching his shaved head.
Approximately -170.
The AI replied smoothly.
Charming.
Kylar chuckled dryly. The AI folded her hands, her expression impassive.
The colony exists here due to proximity to subsurface water reserves. At the pole, thermal fluctuations are minimal, and the surface offers natural radiation shielding.
Sen Rylos stared at the hologram, his voice rising with unease.
No suits. Are you sure?
The AI gestured toward the module's exit.
Your host has arranged a secure transfer. Atmospheric exposure will not occur.
Kylar squinted at the compact descent module.
Doesn't look big enough for seats.
All Galactan-class descent modules are constructed with Terithium and Baraglass composites, ensuring structural integrity and safety. Seating is dynamically configured upon boarding.
Ristev led the way into the module, settling into the cushioned seat as harnesses coiled tightly around his torso. His considerable frame pressed snugly against the restraints. He cast a calming glance at Sen Rylos, whose nervous energy was palpable. Don't fret, my friend. We're safer here than you think. The AI's voice chimed.
Prepare for detachment.
The module separated with a sharp pop, sending Ristev's stomach lurching. He gripped the armrests as the craft plunged, turbulence jolting them with unrelenting force. The hum of the stabilizers grew louder, fighting against the descent's velocity. With a bone-jarring thud, the module landed. The lights blinked off, plunging the cabin into suffocating darkness.
We made it,
Sen Rylos whispered, relief thick in his voice. Can you hear that? Ristev whispered, pressing a finger to his lips. A faint rumbling vibrated through the cabin floor. Mechanical, rhythmic, and growing louder. The craft shifted, tilting slightly. Kylar leaned forward.
Feels like we've been picked up.
Or loaded onto a transport, Ristev murmured. His mind turned to whoever had orchestrated their escape. A calculated ally? Or a manipulator with ulterior motives? As the module jolted forward, the rumbling grew fainter, replaced by the hiss of pressurizing airlocks. The outer hatch opened, revealing a dark cavern beyond. A figure appeared in the doorway, his silhouette backlit by infrared glow. His flat cap and rigid posture were immediately noticeable.
Come,
the man said in international Aranese. Arch-luminary Ristev descended the narrow steps cautiously. Grip the rails, he instructed Sen Rylos. Kylar and I can see well in this light, but you cannot. As his feet met the cavern floor, Ristev froze. 50 soldiers stood in formation, their faces obscured by the eerie red glow of infrared lighting. They carried laser rifles and wore identical uniforms devoid of insignias or rank. White-skinned Vuts reflected the light sharply, while dark-skinned cat eons absorbed it, their stoic expressions unreadable.
Attention!
A voice barked. The soldiers stamped their feet in unison, their movements precise and synchronized. A metal door slid open, revealing a tall cat eon man with dark brown skin, and a deep scar running the length of his face. His milky, blind eye contrasted with his piercing dark one. He marched toward Ristev with measured steps and halted with a salute.
Welcome to Veltheron. 10 of your men arrived before you. You are the 11th.
Lost for words, Archluminary Ristev followed the dark-skinned cat eon through the wide metal doorway, his steps heavy against the polished stone floor. Sen Rylos and Kyler trailed close behind. The tunnel widened into a vast chamber, its air thick and cool. The room was circular, carved into the rock itself, and its sheer size left Ristev momentarily breathless. Concentric tiers of concrete descended toward the center, each tier lined with cat eons and Vuts. The 1,000 or more individuals sat in silence, their crimson and charcoal uniforms blending into the cavern's shadows. The red hue of infrared lighting bathed their faces, reflecting off the pale-skinned Vuts, while the cat eons seemed to absorb it, their eyes glinting like onyx in the dim light. Ristev swallowed hard. This was no retreat. There would be no warm meal or clean robes waiting for him here. He straightened his shoulders, forcing himself to appear composed, despite the tightening knot of unease in his stomach. The cat eon leader gestured toward a space on the uppermost ring of the concrete tiers.
Your companions can wait here.
His tone was calm, almost disinterested, as though he were guiding tourists rather than escaped prisoners. Ristev gave a curt nod to Sen Rylos and Kyler. Stay sharp, he murmured. The man gestured for Archluminary Ristev to follow him deeper into the arena. The steps led toward the center, where the cat eon stopped and knelt on the cold stone.
Please,
he said, his voice carrying an edge of authority.
Make yourself at home.
Ristev's stomach churned. The idea of kneeling on the bare ground, exposed like a common supplicant, was almost more than he could bear. His gaze flickered to the rows of silent faces above, all watching. The pressure in his chest tightened. I don't hold power here. Play their game or risk everything. Forcing a thin smile, he lowered himself slowly to the ground, his knees brushing against the rough surface. He resisted the urge to adjust his position, keeping his movements deliberate and composed. Where are my men? He asked. The cat eon glanced at him, his scarred face impassive.
Your brothers have been escorted to their quarters. This meeting does not concern them.
Ristev's small yellow eyes narrowed behind his suction lenses. And who are you?
My name is Donkora Vallik,
the man replied. Do you own this facility? Donkora's lips twitched into something that might have been a smile.
No one owns anything here. We run it together.
Ristev tilted his head, his lips pressing into a thin line. Then you're their leader.
I am not superior,
Donkora replied smoothly. What planet are you from?
Hukio Shugon, like your ancestors,
Donkora said, his dark eyes meeting Ristev's unblinkingly.
Our shared heritage should remind us that our differences are trivial in the face of larger goals.
Archluminary Ristev's throat tightened, his unease deepening. Why did you rescue me? Donkora rubbed his hands together, his tight black curls catching the faint glow of the lights.
I believe we can help each other.
Help each other, Ristev's tone sharpened. What exactly do you want from me? Donkora's expression darkened.
I want to offer you an opportunity. A negotiation that will ensure both our peoples can rise above the Euphorian alliance.
Ristev's pulse quickened, but he kept his voice calm. And what does this negotiation entail? Donkora leaned closer, his voice dropping.
We intend to cleanse the Euphorian alliance ethnically. My scientists have extracted a virus from an alien clutch rat on planet Bazagua. If deployed, it will efficiently eliminate all humanoids across our 7 solar systems and beyond, assuming we can breach their defenses.
Ristev's heart stuttered in his chest. Ethnically cleanse.
Yes,
Donkora said without hesitation.
Our followers are few, but our convictions are strong. Those who are not Cat Eon or Vut will perish. It is the only way to ensure the survival of our kind.
Ristev forced himself to breathe evenly, though his hands trembled. And what would you have VRF do?
You and your followers can administer the vaccine to those we choose to save.
Only cat eons and Vuts. Donkora's dark gaze bore into him.
Yes, though not all. Wealth will not save the privileged among our own kind. Their complacency condemns them.
The arch-luminary winced. His wives, concubines, and children, most of mixed heritage, flashed through his thoughts. If he refused, his death was certain. If he accepted, he might still protect them. Think, adapt, survive. And what do we gain from this? He asked, masking his fear with feigned confidence. Donkora smirked.
You can keep your god.
Ristev forced a brittle smile. Then we can finally rid ourselves of the infidels. His voice faltered slightly as he added, and the Vulsha worshippers who are not of Cat Eon or Vut descent. Donkora's smirk vanished.
They will die. You win some, you lose some. Sacrifices are inevitable.
Ristev nodded, his watery smile barely holding. It sounds like a good plan. For now, he thought. But I'll find a way to protect my own, even if it kills me.
Chapter 4. Crossing the Void. The hum of the shuttle's fusion core resonated through the cockpit, a steady reminder of their precarious position in deep space. A shuttle of Saffron's had perished, and he didn't know whether they were the ones he'd been meeting in his dreams. Not knowing gnawed at him, but apparently they shared memories. He couldn't imagine having the chance to sleep for a very long time, and even though he wanted to seek them out when he next did, it would only be for talking and hugging. His boot tapped rhythmically against the deck plating as he reclined and stared at the holographic radar charts suspended in midair. His legs bounced with nervous energy, the charts shifting slightly as his breath fogged the edge of the display. Are you sure we have enough fuel to accelerate to Falcon's vessel and still make it back to Zars? Maria didn't look up from her console.
You tell me.
She shot back.
You're the one with the cyborg enhancements.
Quentin flushed, the tips of his ears burning. I don't know how to access that information. Maria let out a sharp breath, the kind that cut through silence like a blade.
I wish you'd had more time to train. You're a walking arsenal of tech, and you don't even know how to use half of it.
Her words stung, but Quentin forced himself to focus. Can't you just ask Eddie? Maria tilted her head toward the ceiling.
Eddie, fuel status.
Calculations confirm sufficient fuel reserves to reach both the target vessel and Zars, maintaining constant acceleration throughout.
Maria turned back to Quentin, her dark eyes narrowing.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, his voice faltered slightly. He rubbed the back of his neck, willing his pulse to slow. The minutes stretched into an hour as the cockpit remained eerily quiet, save for the occasional beep of navigation updates. Quentin's gaze drifted to the stars streaking past.
There!
Maria pointed to the navigation holomap, breaking the silence. A red blip appeared on the display, blinking steadily against the grid. Quentin leaned forward, his brow furrowed. That's Falcon.
Unless we've got another rogue vessel in this sector.
Her fingers tightened around the edges of the console.
He's holding steady. No evasive maneuvers.
Probably doesn't know we're coming, Quentin muttered. His jaw clenched as he stared at the blip. How do we approach without overshooting? We're moving at the same speed as his craft. Maria didn't hesitate.
We're not equal yet.
Her hand flew to the thruster controls, and she activated the forward burn. The ship lurched violently, the force pressing them into their seats as the inertial dampeners struggled to compensate. Quentin gripped the armrests, his enhanced muscles tensing instinctively. Maria glanced at him briefly, her expression unreadable.
I'm going over.
His head snapped toward her. What?
I'll suit up, cross over, and enter his shuttle,
she said, her tone as steady as if she were discussing the weather. That's insane, Quentin's voice rose. Let me do it. Maria turned to face him fully, her nose wrinkling in distaste.
No, you stay here. I need you alive. Juna and Lyria need you alive. Don't make this harder than it has to be.
The mention of his daughters hit like a punch to the gut, but the thought of Maria risking herself was worse. And what about you? What happens if something goes wrong? She shook her head, her resolve unyielding.
If something happens, you keep going. Get to Zars. Finish the mission.
Maria, this is suicide.
It's calculated risk.
She shot back.
I'm not doing this blind. Our AAI Eddie will monitor my vitals, and I'll tether myself to the hull. Falcon's shuttle isn't far. I'll be in and out before you know it.
Quentin opened his mouth to argue again, but Maria cut him off with a raised hand.
I've already decided we can't afford to lose both of us, and you're the one with the tech they need back on Zars.
He slumped back into his seat, the fight draining from him. Not to mention my other 5 kids, he muttered under his breath. Maria gave him a small, fleeting smile.
Exactly.
She turned back to the console, issuing commands to Eddie.
Prepare the airlock for external maneuvering. Deploy magnetic tethers and activate proximity shielding.
The cockpit lights flickered momentarily as the systems redirected power to the exterior equipment. Maria stood and disappeared toward the equipment locker. Quentin stared at the red blip on the holomap, his fists clenching and unclenching. Don't get yourself killed.
Falcon's stomach twisted, an aching reminder of the rations he'd left untouched since escaping the Blackwake Belt. Hunger was easy to ignore now, as he stared through the viewport, watching Maria emerge into the void of space. Her spacesuit reflected the faint glint of starlight, her movements deliberate as she attempted to anchor a tether to his craft. Her voice crackled over the comm.
Falcon, can you reduce your speed? It's like trying to hook onto a comet out here.
I can't, he said. The AIs lock my course. Manual override is disabled.
Convenient,
she muttered. After several tense attempts, the anchor finally latched onto a protrusion near the ship's aft section. Falcon leaned forward in his seat, palms slick with sweat, as he monitored her progress. Every second she spent outside was a second too long. When the outer airlock hissed open, he exhaled sharply, pressing his hands over his eyes. A few minutes later, Maria entered the cabin, her helmet tucked under her arm. She'd stripped off the bulky suit to reveal her thermal underlayer, the faint sheen of sweat glistening on her brow. She moved toward him in a blur, wrapping her arms tightly around his chest. Falcon's muscles tensed before he returned the embrace, his pulse quickening at her scent, clean, warm, and uniquely Maria. The familiarity of it disarmed him. Maria, he breathed, pulling back just enough to meet her eyes. You shouldn't have come, he kissed her forehead. Where's the other spacesuit? Her jaw tightened as she stepped back.
You take this one?
She gestured toward the suit she'd removed.
I'll use your shuttle to reach Veltheron.
He frowned. You're kidding. Her tone was flat.
Is this the time to jest? I'm serious. Our craft only had one functioning suit. Poor planning on our part.
Maria, no. I'm not leaving you here. Go back to Zars. You've got more of a life than me. I'm already a fugitive. She crossed her arms.
This isn't about me. I came here for a reason, and I'm not leaving until I see it through.
We'll go together then. Her eyes hardened.
No, if you go to Veltheron, you're walking into a death trap. I'm prepared for that risk. You're not.
Falcon rubbed his eyes, frustration bubbling to the surface. You're talking nonsense. You're too valuable to throw your life away for this. She puffed out her chest.
I've been risking my life for LSS since the beginning. It's who I am. Don't ask me to stop now.
Falcon groaned and turned toward the small storage compartment. Fine. He retrieved a vial from its protective casing, holding it out to her. Take this. It's why I contacted you in the first place. Maria snatched the vial and tucked it into her sleeve.
I'll take this back to Quentin first. He'll know what to do.
Falcon raised an eyebrow. And what happens to you?
I'll be fine. Quentin will track my signals. The MindLink interface is fully operational.
He froze, his hand hovering over the compartment. MindLink? I thought you ditched all your implants.
I had it refitted for this mission.
She said simply.
To communicate with Raphael, too. Now, Quentin's the receiver.
Falcon scrubbed a hand over his face. You're relentless. I never should have told you about the serum.
It wouldn't have stopped me.
She pulled her helmet back on. He watched as she re-entered the airlock, his ribcage feeling too tight for his heart and lungs. As the airlock sealed and depressurized, he tapped the console to open communications. Quentin, don't let her do this. Take her back to Zar. She wants to head to Veltheron in this pre-programmed shuttle. You both need to get out of here. Now. Static greeted him. A moment later, Quentin's sharp features appeared on the comm screen.
Sorry, Falcon. I tried. She doesn't listen to me any more than she listens to you. Stubborn as hell. We're the two of you. Together?
Falcon's jaw clenched, heat rising to his face. That's none of your business. He killed the transmission with a sharp jab to the console. Damn MindLink. Can't keep anything private anymore. The airlock opened again, and Maria re-entered his shuttle. Her stance was as defiant as ever. Quentin's voice crackled through the speakers, laced with grim amusement.
Over and out.
Maria's long braids whipped around her as she pulled off her helmet. Falcon folded his arms across his chest. I'm not going back with Quentin. She shrugged.
If you must play the death game, you'll have to come with me then.
I can't believe you're coming with me. You're insane. You know that. She ignored him, unzipping her spacesuit and folding it neatly before placing it on a ledge.
I'm insanely in love with you,
She said matter-of-factly.
and I'm not leaving until I gather intel on Veltheron.
It's a suicide mission, he snapped. The tension in his voice undercutting his attempt at stoicism. Maria shrugged, her expression calm.
Not necessarily. If Donkora Vallik thinks I'm a prisoner, we might have an edge.
That's your plan? Pretend to be a prisoner. Falcon raised an eyebrow.
Worth a try.
But women didn't share the same prison wing as men. Maria rolled her eyes.
Prisoners escape through all kinds of entry points. It's plausible we bumped into each other during the breakout. What else am I supposed to say? That I'm an LSS agent here to spy on them.
Falcon's shoulders slumped as his hands fell to his sides. No. That'd get you killed instantly. Don't you have invisibility gear or something?
I did
She said with a sigh.
on the White Phoenix, but we evacuated so fast I didn't have time to grab it. And all those cyborgs.
He rubbed his temples. They're really gone? Maria's expression darkened. She took a deep breath, her gaze dropping to the floor.
Not all, but over half are. All the Raphaels. The Saffrons are waiting in Zar's orbit until the LSS and Zar space military know what to do next.
The silence between them stretched, heavy with unspoken grief. Falcon turned to the navigation console, desperate to focus on something else. Leahy? The ship's AI materialized, her blonde hologram shimmering faintly.
Yes, Captain.
Maria's eyes narrowed, a wry smile tugging at the corner of her lips.
Oh, she's pretty. What, did you program her that way?
Falcon smirked. Come on, Maria, jealous of a hologram? That's beneath you. He turned back to Leahy. How long until we reach Veltheron?
Estimated time of arrival is 8 hours.
Leahy replied in her serene tone. Maria crossed her arms.
Tell her that's more than enough time for her to vanish and stop distracting you.
Falcon chuckled. Thanks, Leahy, you're dismissed. The hologram flickered and disappeared. Falcon stretched in his chair, his muscles aching from hours of tension. We should get some rest. It's going to be a long 8 hours. Maria arched an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping over him.
Rest? Is that what you say to a woman you love when she's about to march into hell with you?
Quit talking like we're already dead, he said, irritation creeping into his voice. She stood over him, her commanding presence magnified by the way her curves filled out her flight suit. Her dark skin glowed under the soft interior lights, and her eyes bore into his with desire. Falcon felt small beneath her gaze, though not in a way that made him shrink.
You started it.
She shot back, reclining his seat with a swift motion. Before he could react, she pulled off her thermal layer and straddled him. Her fingers tangled in his white hair, pulling him closer as she tilted her head back, exposing the long column of her neck.
Don't tease, Falcon.
She murmured, her voice low and throaty, sending shivers down his spine. His hand slid up her back, feeling the muscles shift beneath her skin as she pressed herself against him. He knew every inch of her, and it was painful how much he loved her. Maria? He whispered, his voice rough with want. I need.
Commander Maria.
Quentin's voice crackled over the intercom, shattering the moment. Maria froze. Her eyes met his, and there was a flicker of frustration in them, quickly replaced by something harder, more determined. Falcon's gaze bounced between her and the console as if willing it to disappear. Quentin's face, at least, had not yet appeared on a data globe.
Duty calls.
Maria sighed, pulling her thermals back on. She tapped the comms button.
What is it, Quentin? I thought you were leaving.
Falcon watched her as she pulled on her thermal layers, his blood still humming with unspent desire. He wanted to pull her back into his arms, to finish what they'd started. But he knew better than to argue with her when she was in command mode. Quentin's face appeared, his mousy blonde hair illuminated by the subtle glow of the cockpit. His expression was neutral, though his eyes flicked between them with thinly veiled curiosity.
A Captain Aren Frostark from the Luranese starship Nebula Strider contacted me.
Maria's posture tensed.
Is she offering assistance?
Not yet.
Quentin replied.
She's about to collect the remaining Saffron Vanguard and is holding position at the outer edge of the system with an army of combat drones.
Maria exchanged a look with Falcon before turning back to Quentin's hologram.
The Luranese.
Yes,
Quentin confirmed.
Zar's military is already mobilizing. Isham's new cyborg units will rendezvous with the Nebula Strider. This new mothership is leagues ahead of the White Phoenix.
So why are you calling us?
Maria asked.
Captain Oren Frostark wants me to stay in Veltheron's orbit.
Quentin ran a hand through his hair.
She's expecting your mind link updates.
Maria's lips tightened.
Makes sense. You'll be close enough to relay intel as soon as I send it.
So we're still going to Veltheron,
Yes.
she said. Falcon's chest felt heavy. He just wanted to fly away with Maria and build a little nest where they could make love and raise a family. It didn't matter that she was twice his age. He wanted to give her a baby. Mixed-race children were beautiful. Quentin's forehead wrinkled with worry. Falcon slumped back in his chair. Better than rotting in a mine, I guess. Maria's expression softened.
This could be your chance to prove you're more than a fugitive, Falcon.
What are you going to say when you land?
Quentin pressed.
That we're escaped prisoners.
Maria said matter-of-factly.
And Falcon is posing as Dr. Russell. That's who they are expecting. Let's hope they don't know what he looks like or have identification measures.
Quentin's eyes bulged.
That's ambitious.
Ambitious or not, it's the best shot we've got.
Maria stated. Quentin ran a hand down his face.
Damn. Just don't get yourselves killed.
Not planning on it.
She said, her voice flat and devoid of emotion.
Chapter 5. Into the Shadows. With Eddie's navigation, Quentin's shuttle tracked Maria's descent module before it separated from the command module. The optical and auditory telepathic signals fed into his mind link were distinct as he eavesdropped on the tense conversation between her and Falcon. Maria's tone was unrecognizable. She seemed younger, as though her affections for Falcon had shed her hardened exterior.
We must determine exactly how Donkora Vallik is connected to Arch-Luminary Ristev,
she said.
They seem like the least likely allies. A religious leader and an ex-solar communalist army major.
Not just a major, Quentin said. The ex-major of the entire Crimson Collective on Hukyo Shugon. Falcon's voice cracked slightly.
If my father tells Donkora Vallik who I really am, the entire operation is dead in the water.
You said you were ready to die for this.
Maria shot back.
Quentin has the vial now.
Her frustration was clear as she twisted a bunch of braids around her hand before clenching her fist tightly.
If they discover who you are, you'll tell them I forced my way aboard your ship. That's the cover.
Falcon hesitated.
I wish we had a decoy vial to fall back on.
We didn't have time or resources for that,
she replied. Quentin leaned back in the pilot's chair, his jaw tight as he toggled the visual feed from Maria's MindLink interface. The descent module's cramped interior flickered into view, showing her steady gaze fixed on the holographic display in front of her. Data scrolled along the edges of his own interface, providing real-time telemetry of their position relative to the command module. Through the link, he could hear Falcon's sharp exhale, a betrayal of nerves.
What's that sound?
The module groaned under pressure as it began its detachment sequence. Quentin's fingers hovered over his own controls, helpless to intervene but mentally bracing himself, as if he were inside the plummeting craft.
It's just the clamps disengaging,
Maria said, though the tremor in her voice suggested she wasn't convinced.
Hold on to something.
Through the mind link, Quentin felt the weightlessness give way to the gut-wrenching pull of gravity as the module's thrusters kicked in, guiding it down toward Veltheron's treacherous surface. The proximity alerts painted vivid red warnings across the interior, and the light inside the cabin made every flicker of Maria's and Falcon's expressions seem more intense. Falcon gritted his teeth.
This thing feels like it's about to come apart.
It'll hold,
Maria said.
Just watch the telemetry and follow my lead when we land.
Through the feed, Quentin's view shifted, catching glimpses of the jagged terrain below. Veltheron's surface comprised ashen plains interspersed with razor-edged rock formations, illuminated faintly by starlight reflecting off icy deposits of exotic compounds that sparkled like a surreal mirror. Falcon's voice broke the tense silence.
How can anyone live here? There's no atmosphere, no real resources beyond what the Euphorian Alliance has mapped. If there's a colony, it's the best-kept secret in the galaxy.
Maria didn't answer immediately. Her hands flew across the control panel, rerouting power to stabilize their trajectory.
That's the point, isn't it? If the Alliance doesn't know about it, no one will come asking questions.
Quentin's stomach churned as he watched the feed. The module bucked violently, its outer shell rattling under the stress of the descent. Maria's pulse, transmitted through the mind link, spiked.
Brace for turbulence.
Falcon clutched the edge of his seat.
This is turbulence.
No, this is just a bad ride.
Maria clenched her teeth.
Turbulence will be when the landing thrusters kick in. If they fail, we're nothing but a crumpled ball of scrap.
Quentin's knuckles turned white as he gripped the armrests of his chair, willing the feed to hold steady. His heart pounded as the external cameras on the descent module flickered, momentarily revealing a towering mountain range that jutted into the endless darkness. Maria's voice cut through the feed.
Quentin, can you hear me?
I'm here. His voice was tight, his eyes darting between the data streams and the visual display. You've got this.
We're picking up something. Movement near the landing coordinates.
She adjusted a dial.
Thermal signatures.
Quentin's breath caught in his throat. Human or drone?
I can't tell,
she said.
Could be anything. We'll know soon enough.
The descent module jolted again, throwing Falcon sideways. He caught himself against the console, his bone-white face taut with anxiety.
This better be worth it.
Maria hollered.
It's worth it if we stop Donkora Vallik and his virus. No one else dies for this.
Quentin couldn't look away from the feed as the module neared the surface. The rocky expanse below seemed to stretch endlessly. He swallowed hard. They were running straight into the jaws of the unknown. Maria's voice cut through his thoughts.
We're about to land. Quentin, keep monitoring. If anything goes wrong.
I'll know, Quentin said firmly. Stay sharp. The module's landing thrusters ignited, a fiery burst visible, even in the infrared spectrum of the feed. The screen shook violently, the sounds of impact and grinding metal resonating through the mind link. And then silence. Quentin stared at the still image of the module resting on Veltheron's surface. His chest tightened as the faint hum of Maria's breathing reached him through the interface.
Quentin!
Her voice was steady, almost too steady.
We're down.
For now. Quentin clenched his fists. For now. After 20 minutes, Maria said.
What's that sound?
Quentin heard it too. A low rumbling that sent vibrations through the comm feed.
Some kind of vehicle.
Falcon guessed. The noise grew louder, accompanied by the unmistakable thud of steel against steel, then a scraping boom that reverberated through their module.
It's moving downward,
Maria whispered.
Quentin, are you still there?
Right here, Quentin replied, trying to calm his own breathing. Stay cool. They're coming. Heavy footsteps followed the sharp hiss of the airlock opening. Quentin gritted his teeth and waited. Who would they face on this hostile rock?
Falcon wiped his clammy palms on his thighs, his breathing shallow. The shadows in the module seemed to close in as a foot soldier, clad in a dark military uniform and beret, appeared at the airlock. The glow of her infrared lamp illuminated her sharp features.
Dr. Russell.
Falcon glanced at Maria and forced his voice to remain steady. Yes, that's me. I also have a prisoner with me. Her name is Bethany. The soldier raised an eyebrow but didn't question it.
Follow me.
Falcon and Maria exited the module and emerged in a hangar, the vehicle that had transported them, a massive rover-like machine, towered above, its reinforced plating gleaming dully under the sparse infrared. They descended the rover's metal steps, their boots clanging against the steel. Falcon couldn't help but stare at the machine that had carried their module. It was unlike anything he'd seen, its construction exuding brute strength and utilitarian purpose. The soldier gestured toward a door at the end of the cavernous hangar.
Major Donkora Vallik will see you now.
Falcon's heart thundered as they followed her down a narrow corridor. The walls were raw rock, and their jagged surfaces absorbed the infrared. He clenched his fists, willing his nerves to calm. Any sign of weakness could doom them both. The soldier halted outside a reinforced airlock, executed a crisp salute, and departed in silence. The door hissed open, revealing a stark, high-security chamber. Inside was a cavernous conference room, its design austere and unwelcoming. The seating comprised stone steps hewn into concentric rings, all oriented toward a central stone podium. At its center, seated in the shadows, loomed a hulking figure. An infrared lamp cast an ominous glow over Donkora Vallik's scarred face. His dark skin gleamed with an unsettling sheen. A deep, silver scar like a river etched across his cheek, and a milky white eye spoke of countless past battles.
Dr. Russell,
He said, his lips curling into a bitter smile.
did you bring the vial?
Falcon's palms were damp as he forced himself to meet Vallik's gaze. I lost it. His voice trembled just enough to sound convincing. It must have fallen out of my pocket during the landing. Vallik's eyes narrowed, but then he laughed, a sharp, grating sound that echoed in the rotund.
Unfortunate. But you remember how to make the vaccine.
Vaccine? Falcon's mind raced. What kind of operation was this? Yes, he replied cautiously. With the right equipment, I can recreate it. Vallik clapped his hands together, the sound reverberating through the dome-shaped hall.
Excellent. You'll find that I have everything you need. Technicians, state-of-the-art equipment, and a full array of viral strains.
His tone turned gleeful.
You'll be back to work in no time.
Falcon forced a weak smile, his pulse pounding in his ears.
And the woman.
Vallik's piercing gaze turned to Maria. Maria stepped forward, her voice steady.
I was a prisoner too, Bethany from Arch-Luminary-Ristiv's group. I missed my transport here and was lucky enough to find Dr. Russell.
Vallik's smile vanished.
Is it true Arch-Luminary-Ristev was vaporized?
Maria hesitated, but Vallik didn't wait for an answer. His tone sharpened.
You're Maria Musa, aren't you?
Falcon froze, his blood running cold.
You have the perfect ethnic origin, Maria.
Vallik continued, his voice dripping with mockery.
You're a Vut, like me. Our ancestors came from Hukyo Shugon. But you assassinated Premier Drastic, didn't you? A man who sought equality.
Maria's jaw tightened.
He killed children.
Sometimes the innocent must die for the greater good.
Vallik retorted.
Equality requires sacrifice. He eliminated only the privileged, spoiled offspring of the elite.
Maria's eyes burned with defiance.
Equality through genocide. What do you really want, Vallik?
To create balance.
Vallik replied, his tone turning colder.
No more slaves, no more cheap labor. With robots and technology, we can live without the tyranny of capitalism or competition.
And who will lead this utopia?
Maria challenged.
A holy man? An arch-luminary who wants everyone to worship his god.
Vallik smirked, his tone laced with contempt.
Let him believe he's in charge. Once his usefulness has run dry, I'll dispose of him, and every other religious zealot fool enough to follow him.
Falcon clenched his fists, his stomach churning. His father's cruelty was undeniable, yet the bond of blood still gnawed at him. Maria's voice cut through the tension like a blade.
And the other races of the Alliance? Why wipe them out?
They pollute the purity of this galaxy.
Vallik said with chilling detachment.
They have no place here.
Maria's jaw tightened.
You're delusional. You'll never win.
Oh, I will.
Vallik replied smoothly, his hand slipping into the shadows. Falcon tensed, his instincts screaming, but before he could react, a blinding beam of light erupted from a concealed weapon. Maria's scream echoed briefly, then silenced, as her form seemed to disintegrate into nothingness. Falcon's knees hit the ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps as a guttural cry escaped his lips. No. Vallik stepped closer, towering over him, the faint glow of the weapon illuminating his cold, calculating expression.
Now,
He said,
let's pay your father a visit and see where his true loyalties lie.
Quentin's heart pounded as sweat broke out across his skin. His hands trembled on the console as he stared at the holo display, showing Maria's body disappear under the impact of a laser shot. All signals between them had gone dead. His voice cracked as he barked. Eddie. Open comms with Captain Oren Frostark on the Nebula Strider. Now. The AI's calm tone belied the urgency.
Connecting.
Moments later, the red-skinned Bakud captain appeared on a narrow holofeed. Her dark brown eyes narrowed in concern.
What's wrong, Commander Valentine?
Donkora Vallik killed Maria. His voice dropped to a whisper as the words left his mouth. She's gone. Captain Frostark's lips pressed into a hard line.
Bloody hell. You need to get here immediately.
Where are you?
In Zarsian orbit, preparing to receive the latest batch of mutant clones. Meet us near the Blackwake Belt. Set your AI to chart a direct course to Zars.
He hesitated. Should I go through the asteroid belt?
No, stay on Veltheron's side and hold position there. Can you withstand the weight?
Quentin swallowed hard. I haven't eaten anything real in days, but there's water on board.
That's all you need for now. What about provisions? Do you have enough space rations to make it?
Yes, packets and packets of the stuff. He almost complained about the tasteless food, but the thought of Maria silenced him. Her death made his chest feel hollow.
Then hold out. I'll be waiting when you get here.
The holo feed cut out, leaving Quentin in silence. He slumped forward, resting his head on his folded arms against the counter between flickering screens and holographic charts. The ship systems buzzed around him, but all he could focus on was the growing void inside. Too many good people had died at the hands of terrorists. Donkora Vallik wasn't religious like Ristev, but his ideological extremism made him no less dangerous. What kind of virus did Vallik plan to release? Quentin didn't know, but he knew he had the only vial of the vaccine serum that could potentially save billions. If only the Zarsian and Lironi scientists could replicate it in time. He squeezed his eyelids shut and shook his head. Maria had risked everything, and now it was on him to ensure her sacrifice wasn't in vain. 2 days of absolute blackness and suffocating silence in the void of space had left Quentin feeling utterly alone and heavy with despair. The shuttle's interior was cold and silent. His thoughts churned with grief and frustration, the emptiness inside him mirrored by the unending blackness outside the viewport.
Commander Quentin Valentine.
Eddie's voice broke the silence, accompanied by the flicker of a 3D holomap that illuminated the cabin. Constellations glimmered in a vivid overlay, marking his position relative to the galaxy. A red dot pulsed steadily in the projection. The Nebula Strider.
If you continue at your current speed,
Eddie informed,
you will reach the Nebula Strider in 50 hours.
Quentin sucked in a tight breath. A wave of relief flowed through him, yet the chilling grip of dread remained. Once he handed over the vial, his role wouldn't end. It would only escalate. Leading an army of cyborg mutants and robots into Veltheron's treacherous depths was far from an appealing prospect, but it was the mission now. Time crawled as the hours passed, and the red dot on his radar grew closer with each mile. When the Nebula Strider appeared a mere 500,000 miles away, Quentin activated his comms. His throat felt dry as he addressed Captain Oren Frost-Stark. "Can you see me on your radar?"
Negative. Is your invisibility shield still active?
Quentin tugged at his collar and cursed under his breath. "Eddie, deactivate invisibility."
Camouflage shield deactivated.
Eddie confirmed.
You're close now.
Oren's voice was crisp and commanding.
We'll decelerate to intercept. Hold position and power down all non-essential systems.
Quentin peered through the viewport. The Nebula Strider emerged from the darkness. A behemoth of silver alloy, glinting like a predatory bird under distant starlight. The ship was colossal, dwarfing anything he had ever encountered. Its sleek design resembled a falcon in mid-dive. The hull was a seamless expanse of baraglass and chromium. Massive thrusters pulsed with controlled bursts of blue plasma, keeping the vessel in motion. Arrays of weaponized turrets bristled along the sides, and Quentin could make out the faint glimmer of shield matrices rippling over its surface. As the Nebula Strider slowed to align with his shuttle, Quentin realized the starship was more than a tool of war, it was a fortress. Yet all that firepower, all those resources, rested on the tiny vial in his possession. And his ability to carry out a mission that seemed increasingly suicidal. He pushed down the rising tide of doubt. This wasn't just about him or the vial. It was about billions of lives. Chapter 6. Machines of War.
Saffron watched from the edge of the dome's central atrium as Lyria joined a group of children around a circular work table. The children's faces glowed with excitement, and their voices were curious. Each wore a protective lab apron over their colorful jumpsuits, and their small hands reached eagerly for the tools laid out before them. On the table, jars of chloroplast paint shimmered in iridescent greens. Their semi-liquid contents caught the sunlight that streamed through the dome's barraglass ceiling. The teacher, a pretty woman with strawberry blonde waves, demonstrated the technique with smooth movements. She dipped a small applicator into the paint and spread it across a transparent solar cell.
This paint,
she explained in a clear and warm voice,
contains engineered chloroplasts, tiny biological factories that convert sunlight into energy just like plants do. When applied to these cells, it creates a highly efficient self-healing solar panel.
The children leaned closer, their eyes wide with interest. Lyria raised her hand.
Does it grow like a plant too?
The teacher smiled.
In a way, yes, these solar panels can regenerate small cracks or damage using the energy they absorb. It's like a plant healing after losing a leaf.
Saffron grinned as Lyria's face lit up. Her daughter eagerly grabbed an applicator and mimicked the teacher's movements as she spread the paint over the cell. Nearby, another child excitedly pointed to a holographic display that showed the energy flow of the painted cells. Yet, despite the idyllic scene, Saffron's thoughts were elsewhere. Her gaze drifted out toward the silver-leafed forest visible through the atrium's transparent walls. It had been over a week since she'd heard from Quentin or any of the Saffron clones. The shared dream by the lake had been their last connection. Since then, silence. The absence gnawed at her, a quiet dread settling in her chest. It wasn't like Quentin to go so long without finding some way to reach out. Her mind replayed their last moments together in the dream. Quentin's reassuring presence, the serene lake. The memories were all she had left, but each day without contact felt like a fraying thread in an already fragile tapestry, a tapestry woven with whispers of laughter, Quentin's deep voice and soft touch. But now it was all disappearing like smoke. She reminded herself that Quentin was resourceful, relentless even. If there was a way to communicate, he would find it. But what if something had gone wrong? What if the mission had taken a turn for the worse? A burst of laughter pulled her back to the present. Lyria held up her finished solar cell, its surface shimmering with the chloroplast paint. The teacher praised her work, and Lyria's purple face glowed with pride as she turned to wave at Saffron. Saffron waved back, forcing a smile. For now, she needed to stay present for Lyria. Her daughter deserved to experience the joy and wonder of this place, free from her mother's fears. As the children moved on to testing their painted cells, Saffron lingered at the edge of the atrium, her mind a delicate balance between the beauty of the moment and the storm of uncertainty that loomed beyond it.
On board the nebulous Strider, Quentin followed Captain Oren Frostark through the corridors of the massive starship. She was a couple of inches taller than the Saffrons, had much smaller breasts, a thinner waist, but a larger ass and thighs, if that could be possible. As he followed her waddling form, he wondered about Saffron and all her clones. He hadn't been able to connect with any of them since the decimation of White Phoenix, not in his thoughts or his dreams. That had been a real shame since he'd slept a lot, flying back from Veltheron to Zars. They walked through the mess hall, the air thick with the smell of frying bacon and simmering stew. The rich aroma of the stew, thick with rosemary, thyme, and carrots, clashed sharply with the metallic tang of the nutrient packs he'd eaten for days. They entered the officer's lounge. It was a spacious room lined with barraglass windows offering a breathtaking view of the void. In the center, a large circular table groaned under the weight of roasted birds, steaming vegetable stews, freshly baked bread, wedges of cheese, and a vibrant array of fruits. Around the table sat several officers. Quentin's gaze flickered over each of them, taking in the diverse crew. He first noticed a Xilta officer, her pale orange skin twinkling faintly under the room's soft lighting, her short wavy bob the same color. Reflective amber eyes studied him with a calm intensity. She introduced herself as Lieutenant Ola Senvar, the ship's communications officer. Next to her, a petite Tishua officer perched on her seat with a composed posture. Her navy blue skin was striking, accented by cropped hair dyed an electric blue that seemed to glow faintly under the overhead lights. Her voice was clipped and efficient as she introduced herself Commander Lies Tlek, the ship's navigation officer. Quentin's breath caught slightly as his eyes fell on the third officer. A plant woman, her black bark-like skin shimmering faintly. The suction lenses over her beady black eyes giving her an otherworldly appearance. Hair branches, cut into several stumps, framed her head like a natural crown. She introduced herself as Major Donkora Vallik, a security specialist, her species called Moravina. Seeing her was a shock. He hadn't encountered a Moravina since the massacre on Bara 2. Memories of the mission on Hyokan flickered in his mind. The chaos, the desperate effort to rescue her kind while capturing the last Bara 2 leader, Chairman Vrokala. He hadn't expected to see one of them here, alive, thriving, and clearly in a position of power. Quentin's stomach growled as he lowered himself into a chair, accepting a bowl of soup from a server without hesitation. The savory aroma hit his nose, making his mouth water. As Quentin settled into his chair, spooning the steaming soup into his mouth, the conversation around the table shifted to him. Lieutenant Olha Senvar leaned forward, her reflective amber eyes gleaming.
You've been quiet, Quentin.
She said in a tone both curious and teasing.
Not like the stories we've heard about the infamous SS missions.
Quentin shivered, lowering his spoon.
It's okay,
she said.
We all know about it.
I hope you all have erasable memory chips.
Oh, yes.
Captain Oren Frostark's gaze was sharp beneath her long, sooty eyelashes.
We have fabricated memory chips ready in case any of us are captured. Director Malix of the LSS Carlania Division informed us you're equipped with one as well.
Quentin spooned some soup into his mouth, then carefully dabbed the corners of his lips with a serviette. Good to know. Let's hope I don't end up believing I'm a lunatic again. The captain's expression softened slightly, though her tone remained professional.
We've been briefed about your time in the Crimson Scar. Malix assured us your fabricated memory would cast you as a solitary field agent. Just another operator off the radar, should the worst happen.
Not a criminal, he asked, arching a brow.
Not a criminal.
Captain Frostark confirmed, her voice reassuring. The navy-skinned Tlashua officer with cropped electric blue hair leaned forward, her legs crossed.
Sounds like you've had little reprieve. I'm sorry to hear about Commander Maria. I also heard about your recent mission to rescue your daughter from the VRF terrorists. And of course, your commendation for bravery on Hyokan with the SS Division of the Leroni Secret Service.
Quentin nodded stiffly, shifting in his chair. It's surprising to hear so many details of classified missions from strangers. Commander Liz Tlek smiled faintly, a flash of white in her navy blue face.
It's not idle gossip, Agent Quentin. We've been authorized access to key files for operational awareness. Knowledge keeps us alive, especially when working with someone of your experience.
Captain Frostark nodded, her tone firm.
We don't take these things lightly. Every one of us has been in the field. We understand the weight of it.
Quentin relaxed slightly but remained wary, still uncomfortable with the candidness about his past. He glanced down at his soup, the tension in his shoulders easing just enough to allow a deep breath. At the mention of Hyokan, Major Donkora Vallik's bark-textured fingers tightened around her cup.
I was one of the rescued. We teleported through the amethyst pyramid on the mountains to reach Laron Moon. Thank you for saving us.
Her slow, soft speech carried an undercurrent of emotion.
Rescuing Moravina survivors with the radiation and everything. That couldn't have been easy.
Quentin met her beady, black gaze. It wasn't. Chairman Vrokala was ruthless. We barely made it out, let alone with survivors, and even then. He trailed off, the memory of the scorched landscape, the cries of the wounded, and the sheer weight of loss flooding back.
I went to the reunited Bara 1 shortly afterwards.
Donkora said so very slowly.
What you and your team did gave us a chance to rebuild. Without that, the Moravina would have been wiped out entirely.
She tilted her head slightly, her hair branches creaking faintly. I didn't expect to see anyone from Bara 2 in a command role. Quentin admitted. It's good to see you here, Major.
I made sure I'd be in a position where no one could massacre my people again.
Donkora replied.
And now, we're helping to ensure the same doesn't happen to anyone else.
Commander Liz Tlek broke the tension with another smirk, her cropped electric blue hair catching the light.
From what I hear, your team wasn't exactly conventional in how you handled things, Quentin. One of your colleagues. What was her name? Agent Anna. Apparently talked her way through a barricade with nothing but a coffee mug and a datapad.
Quentin chuckled, shaking his head. Agent Anna. She had been a paraplegic back then. She was resourceful. He thought about Matthias's wife with her red coils of hair, paralyzed body, but powerful mind. She was the humanitarian who gave up her right to move so she could rescue the interstellar slaves. Anna had saved Quentin's life almost 2 decades ago when he believed he was the man in his fabricated memories. She had rescued his tortured self from the Crimson Scar's most notorious mafia, the Fire Slicers Syndicate. Anna had been a mysterious redhead witch who could shapeshift into a gigantic spider. She tore a veil in front of his eyes and had introduced him, Ruby, and their dear monk friend, Chen, to the power of the pyramids and rivers. He chuckled. Vrokala's men weren't expecting a body snatcher to take over the chairman's sidekick butler and disarm them with words. By the time they realized, the rest of us were already in position.
That's the kind of ingenuity we need out here,
Captain Frostdark interjected, her long black braid swaying as she shifted her weight in the chair.
We can't always rely on brute force. Strategy and adaptability win wars, not just weapons.
Unfortunately, the pyramids are locked, and the magic doesn't flow through the rivers anymore. Quentin straightened. But it's important none of these criminals find out. Have you heard of Agent Matthias?
Yes.
Captain Frostdrax sipped some water.
We are aware of his concerns about his wife and children. No one will find out about Darwin's heroic acts in shutting the time portals.
Quentin's shoulders softened slightly, and he helped himself to meat and bread and vegetables.
You need to build strength,
Captain Oren Frostdark said, her crimson skin glowing under the soft ambient lighting. She glanced around the table at the other officers.
We've got a lot of planning to do based on the data we retrieved from Maria's mindlink transmissions. Quentin, do you mind if we copy your chip?
Quentin froze mid-sip, his grip tightening on the ceramic bowl. Isn't that dangerous?
Not anymore,
Oren Frostdark said with a tight smile. A tall Talishua officer with dark violet skin entered. His long black hair was streaked with white, and deep wrinkles framed his indigo eyes.
Captain.
He bowed slightly. She gestured toward him, waving her extended palm between him and Quentin.
Allow me to introduce Superior Officer Vornath.
The officer bowed again and sat in the vacant seat beside Quentin.
Welcome aboard, Quentin. I've been briefed on your mission. You've had a rough journey.
Quentin inclined his head respectfully. Superior Officer. Oren leaned forward.
Once we're done here, I'd like Vornath to take you to the map room to discuss the next phase of the operation.
Vornath cleared his throat, picking up his utensils and helping himself to a morsel of roasted meat.
Once I've eaten, shouldn't we take him to the robot hangar first? He'll need to familiarize himself with the units before anything else.
Captain Oren Frostdark nodded.
Agreed. Let's get started after the meal.
Chapter 7. Encrypted Bonds. Once a scientist took the vial which Quentin had been carrying. Everyone in the officers' lounge on the Nebula Strider finished their meal. He bid goodbye to the women, and Superior Officer Vornath led him to the corridor. The Talishua moved with an air of authority, his stride confident as they passed through the ship's bustling corridors. Control rooms, cryo-suites, and observation decks flanked their path, each humming with activity. 2 giggling Leronese engineers passed Quentin. Their uniforms accentuated their figures. The Xilta's gold hair flowed as her face twinkled in the corridor's glow. Beside her, a tall Talishua moved with an effortless grace, her complexion a rich shade of purple twilight, as though the dusk itself had kissed her skin. He tore his eyes away, clenching his jaw. There was no time for distractions, but even as he forced his focus forward, a darker part of his mind betrayed him. Saffron's recent request lingered in his thoughts, baffling and unsettling him. How could she want him to sleep with other women while they remained an item? The idea twisted in his gut, a mix of confusion and quiet disgust. Did it genuinely turn her on, or was it some elaborate test of his fidelity, a trap he would fail? The thought that she might leave him, if he indulged her wishes gnawed at the edges of his mind, leaving him unsettled. Vornath stopped before a large, reinforced door embedded with biometric scanners. He pressed his palm against the panel, waited as a green light swept over his face and chest, and then stepped back as the door hissed open. The hangar beyond was vast, illuminated by harsh overhead lights that glinted off rows of metallic robots standing at attention. Their exoskeletons gleamed like polished steel, with joints designed for fluid movement and reinforced torsos capable of withstanding heavy fire. Quentin let out a low whistle. How many?
1,000.
Vornath frowned.
Do you think they'll be enough for the task?
Quentin stepped closer, examining the intricate details of a nearby unit. Its surface shimmered with a camouflaged coating, a mosaic of colors designed to blend seamlessly into any environment. Do they have invisibility?
Not true invisibility,
Vornath admitted, rubbing his temple.
Their barraglass exteriors reflect certain wavelengths, making them undetectable to most radar systems, but they aren't entirely invisible, like Isham's cyborgs.
Quentin frowned. And their durability? Veltheron's surface temperature is minus 275 Fahrenheit, with a gravity field 3 times weaker than Zar's.
The engineers assure me they can operate under those conditions. Let's not second-guess them.
And their purpose? Quentin gestured to the rows of robots.
They'll serve as field artillery, neutralizing enemy positions and securing perimeters. They'll remain topside while you and your Saffron Vanguard infiltrate the underground facility.
And the Raphael clones? What's their role in this operation?
Reinforcements.
How many do we have ready?
200. 100 Saffrons and 100 Raphaels. They were prepped and secured at the Zar's facility.
And they're on the Nebulous Strider.
Yes, they're here.
Vornath met his gaze.
The first unit of 20 cyborgs from your Saffron Vanguard will serve as reconnaissance and military intelligence. You'll lead them.
Quentin blinked. Me?
Yes, just like the original plan. You've been selected because of your unique position and the trust Isham's troops have placed in you. You'll act as the 20th member of the team.
Quentin exhaled slowly. And your role? Vornath tapped the side of his head.
I've integrated a MindLink interface with real-time data synchronization. I'll have full access to your team's sensory input feeds. Except, of course, when your system activates private encryption protocols for personal interactions with your Saffron Vanguard.
Personal interactions? Quentin grimaced.
Intimacy exchanges, whether executed in your dreamscape simulation or through real-world interfaces.
Do you mean sex?
Of course.
Quentin's stomach tightened. You know.
Everyone knows.
Vornath's tone was dry.
It was a clever subroutine, I'll admit. Saffron 2's decision to encode a shared dreamscape as a secure partition for you and her clones to perform synchronization protocols was nothing short of ingenious.
Quentin swallowed hard. Is it acceptable? I mean, it's not against protocol.
In this instance, it's permissible.
Vornath replied in a cool and analytical tone.
The data indicates your intimacy enhances the Vanguard's trust parameters significantly. The stronger the bond, the more cohesive the team's operational efficiency.
Quentin squirmed slightly on the spot. I haven't been able to communicate with them over my MindLink interface since the White Phoenix was obliterated. Vornath's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing slightly.
That's because the incident critically destabilized one of your Vanguard units and destroyed the entire Raphael troop.
Quentin clenched his teeth, wondering if the coders had wiped their memories of that tragedy, and then wondered if it would affect them as it did humans.
The engineers and coders had no choice but to override their systems.
Superior Officer Vornath continued.
They initiated a full neural stasis protocol to prevent cascading data corruption. Essentially, they were put into a deep system hibernation while their core matrices were debugged and realigned.
Were their memories about the White Phoenix obliteration erased? Quentin asked, his voice heavy with apprehension. Vornath's expression remained unreadable as he answered.
No, and their memories were not erased. The psychological integrity of the Vanguard is deeply intertwined with their operational framework. Attempting to overwrite or remove such critical experiences would risk destabilizing their cognitive alignment and introducing errors into their decision-making. Subroutines.
He paused, tapping a finger against his temple.
Instead, the memories were compartmentalized, flagged and encrypted within a partition node of their neural networks. This allows them to access the information consciously if needed, but keeps the emotional triggers isolated. The approach prevents emotional overload while preserving mission-critical data.
Quentin exhaled slowly. So, they still know what happened.
They do.
Vornath confirmed.
Suppressing those memories entirely would compromise trust pathways within their hive mind, especially given their prior synchronization with you. Transparency is paramount in maintaining their cohesion and your leadership dynamic. The clones are designed to adapt, Quentin. Their resilience, both psychological and computational, is what makes them effective.
He leaned back, his tone softening slightly.
They'll remember the pain, yes, but they'll also remember why they fought and who they fought for. That context is vital for their operational continuity and for their humanity.
Quentin's gaze swept over the rows of gleaming machines. Despite everything, he still found himself trusting cyborgs more than these lifeless constructs. A paradox that gnawed at the edge of his thoughts. After all, cyber-terrorists had once hacked into Saffron's clones, weaponizing them to obliterate an entire planet. The memory lingered, raw and unyielding. He crossed his arms tightly over his chest, his voice low and wary. Let's hope these bots are as reliable as they look.
They're the best tools we have. Let's see if you're up to the mission. The virus Donkora Vallik intends to release could annihilate billions, destabilize every coalition across 7 systems, and erase centuries of progress.
When do we start? Vornath jutted his square jaw.
We'll deploy once the final adjustments to the cyborg's neural uplinks are complete. The engineers assure me it'll be within the next 12 hours, though I think it could be within the next 3. Until then, rest.
Quentin nodded but remained rooted to the spot. Rest? How could he rest knowing what lay ahead? The thought of leading an army of cyborgs and robots into the depths of Veltheron's subterranean fortress filled him with dread. Before I go, Quentin said, what exactly am I leading them into? What's the topographical data on Veltheron's surface and subsurface?
There will be a briefing, but it's better to learn this more than once.
Vornath activated a holographic display on his wrist. A 3D model of Veltheron materialized between them, rotating slowly. The planet's icy surface shimmered in hues of blue and white, while its inner layers glowed faintly with geothermal activity.
The surface is a frozen wasteland, temperatures consistently below -275 Fahrenheit. The North Pole is riddled with ice fissures and cavern systems, which we believe lead to Donkora Vallik's headquarters. Reconnaissance drones indicate his operations are spread across 3 main sectors. A central command hub, a bioengineering lab where the virus is being cultivated, and an armory housing advanced weapons.
Quentin's gaze fixed on the rotating hologram.
Geothermal vents sustain pockets of warmth within the deeper caverns, but the air is highly toxic, saturated with methane and trace amounts of sulfur dioxide. Your cyborg's respirators will filter these gases effectively, but prolonged exposure without protective suits would still be lethal.
Quentin frowned, but Maria went without respiratory equipment, and the soldiers weren't wearing any protection either.
Yes,
Vornath acknowledged.
And that applies to the general living and working areas which have been engineered for human habitation. The solar communalists have installed a network of atmospheric scrubbers and chemical filtration units. These systems remove harmful gases, replacing them with a breathable air mixture that mimics Zarsian atmospheric conditions. They utilize a combination of zeolite membranes for methane adsorption and catalytic converters to neutralize sulfur dioxide, which are powered by geothermal energy harnessed from the vents.
Oh, I see, Quentin said, his brow furrowing. So I might need to infiltrate areas outside those controlled environments.
Correct,
Vornath replied.
The deeper tunnels and caverns remain uninhabitable, as they are beyond the reach of the communalists' filtration infrastructure. You'll need to rely on your cyborg's capabilities and your own protective equipment in those zones. You will have the latest invisibility nanomaterial incorporated into your suits and helmets. That will be in the next briefing with a nanomaterial specialist.
He adjusted the holographic display, zooming in on the planet's icy surface and the terrain below.
Also note that above ground, the terrain is uneven and riddled with fissures. It will impede the movement of heavier robots, which is why you and the cyborg unit are spearheading the operation.
Quentin exhaled sharply. And the virus lab? Vornath zoomed in on a section of the hologram, highlighting a glowing red area.
It's heavily shielded, likely using nanobarrier technology. Our intelligence suggests the virus is stored in a pressurized containment chamber. Destroying it outright risks releasing it into the atmosphere. Your mission is to secure it and extract it for decontamination.
And if we encounter resistance? Vornath's expression darkened.
You will. Donkora's solar communalist forces are well-trained and fanatically loyal. Expect automated turrets, security drones, and possibly enhanced humanoid soldiers.
Quentin clenched his fists. What about Donkora himself?
If you encounter him, neutralize him. He's too dangerous to be left alive.
Quentin's stomach churned at the thought. He didn't like to kill, but this wasn't about him. It was about stopping an interstellar genocide. Vornath's voice softened slightly.
I know this isn't easy, but you're not alone. The cyborgs trust you. They'll follow you into hell if you ask them to.
Quentin nodded. Then we'll give them hell. Vornath deactivated the hologram with a flick of his wrist and clapped a firm hand on Quentin's shoulder.
Get some rest. You've got 14 hours until briefing. And don't be surprised if one or more members of your Saffron Vanguard seek you out once they're fully reactivated.
He paused, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth.
I'll inform the cybernetic caretakers and neural technicians to keep them occupied for the next 10 hours so you can get some proper sleep. You'll need it.
Quentin stuttered, trying to hide his anticipation. But is that okay?
Most definitely, yes.
Vornath replied, his tone measured, almost clinical.
The Saffron Vanguard shares a hive mind, a networked consciousness where trust, connection, and emotional synchronization directly enhance their operational efficiency. Physical intimacy isn't just a bonding experience for them, it's a method of aligning their emotional subroutines and maintaining cohesion within the unit.
Quentin raised an eyebrow. Vornath continued, his gaze steady.
Their trust in you isn't purely abstract. Through the hive mind, any closeness they share with you, emotional or physical, reinforces their collective loyalty and confidence in your leadership. It optimizes their neural stability, ensuring better decision-making and heightened combat effectiveness.
Vornath tapped his comm band.
Dispatch an escort to guide Commander Quentin Valentine to his assigned quarters. He has no belongings to retrieve, so ensure he's briefed on the essentials along the way.
When he glanced back at Quentin, his expression softened slightly.
You've been through a lot, but you're here for a reason. Remember that.
Moments later, footsteps echoed through the corridor as a uniformed attendant arrived. A young officer with a precise gait and a calm demeanor. Vornath gestured toward Quentin.
Get him situated. Ensure he has everything he needs before lights out.
As the escort gestured for Quentin to follow, Vornath turned away, his tall and lean figure disappearing around the corner. Quentin hesitated briefly, staring at the empty space. The destruction of the White Phoenix, losing Maria, and the countless lives at risk were all still too fresh, too raw. With a deep breath, he followed the escort. There was no turning back.
The treehouse was quiet as night settled over the dome, its silver leaves casting faint, shimmering reflections on the bare glass walls. Lyria was fast asleep in the adjoining room, clutching her plush bunny, her soft breathing the only sound breaking the stillness. Saffron stepped into the compact bathroom, the soft glow of the dome's ambient lighting filtering through the translucent ceiling. The bathtub was a marvel of bare glass engineering, its surface warm to the touch and perfectly shaped to cradle her. She turned the control dial, and water poured in, swirling with luminescent minerals that bathed the room in soothing hues of blue and green. As the tub filled, she caught her reflection in the mirror, a face that had once carried confidence and certainty, now shadowed by worry. Sinking into the bath, Saffron let out a long, shuddering breath. The water's warmth wrapped around her like a gentle embrace, but it did little to ease the knot in her chest. She closed her eyes, leaning her head back against the tub's edge. Her mind inevitably drifted to Quentin. It had been over a week since their last connection, the shared dream by the lake. A memory that felt as distant as the stars outside. She'd replayed that dream over and over, searching for some detail, some clue that might explain the silence. But there was nothing, just the lake, the clones, and the fleeting peace they'd shared. The absence of contact was more than unusual. It was agonizing. Quentin was resourceful, always finding a way to bridge the gap between them, no matter the distance or danger, for him to fall silent. It wasn't like him. Had something gone wrong on Veltheron? Had the mission turned deadly? Her stomach churned at the possibilities. The idea of Quentin in danger, out of reach, was a weight she couldn't lift. The thought of losing him, the man who Lyria called Daddy, left her breathless with fear. And yet there was nothing she could do. No way to reach him, no way to confirm if he was even alive. She pressed her hands over her face. Helplessness wasn't a feeling she handled well. She was used to action, to solving problems, to fighting for what mattered. But now, confined to this beautiful but isolated dome, she felt adrift. Cut off, useless. She opened her eyes, staring at the softly glowing water around her. Her mind flicked to Lyria, her sweet, curious little girl who was finally starting to find joy again. This place, this opportunity, was supposed to be a fresh start for both of them. But how could she enjoy it when the man she loved was out there? Somewhere, possibly in harm's way. Saffron leaned forward, her arms wrapped around her knees. "Quentin," she whispered, "where are you?" The silence answered her. Tears pricked her eyes, and she let them fall, the warm bathwater catching the drops as they slid down her cheeks. She rarely allowed herself to cry, especially in front of Lyria. But here, alone in the stillness, she let the worry and fear pour out. When the tears subsided, she leaned back again, exhaustion settling into her bones. She stared up at the bare glass ceiling, watching the faint shimmer of the silver leaves above. Despite everything, she clung to the fragile thread of hope that Quentin was out there, fighting to return to her. For now, all she could do was wait, and hope it wasn't too late.
Chapter 8. A Proposal Under the Starlight.
The gentle glow of Zar's moon spilled into the glass-walled restaurant, bathing everything in silvery light. Juna's hand trembled as she gazed at the ring Rojas had slipped onto her pale yellow finger. It sparkled like a shard of the moon itself. Across the table, Rojas watched her with those deep bronze eyes that always seemed to see too much. This night she could see that reflective amber sheen in his irises, from a Silta ancestor long gone. His tailored suit carried a subtle scent of bergamot and cedarwood.
"So?"
he said in a nervous voice.
"What do you think?"
The ring, the soft candlelight glinting off the crystalware, and the intensity of his gaze felt surreal. Her lips parted, but words caught in her throat. The faint clinking of glasses at a nearby table nudged her into action. I don't know what to say." Rojas leaned forward, his elbows resting lightly on the table, the fabric of his suit brushing against its polished surface.
"I know it's sudden, but we've built something incredible, Juna. You've brought so much light into my life. I want us to keep building. Not just in our work, but in our lives."
The sincerity in his voice made her heart ache, but another thought intruded, sharp and unwelcome. Dad's face, gruff, proud, and so very vulnerable the last time she saw him, billowed at the forefront of her mind. Her fingers tightened around the ring. She was only 18. That would be what Dad would say. "I want to say yes," she said. "But I can't, not yet." The corners of his mouth dipped slightly.
"What's holding you back?"
She inhaled deeply. "It's my dad. Saffron says he's okay, but I can't shake this feeling. Until I see him safe. Until I know he's back. I just can't think about starting something new." His hand reached across the table, warm and steady as it covered hers. The roughness of his palm against her smooth skin sent a wave of reassurance through her.
"I understand. Your dad's an extraordinary man, and it's clear how much you love him. I'll wait, however long it takes."
The soft conviction in his tone brought tears to her eyes. She nodded, her voice barely audible. "That means everything to me."
"But will you accept my engagement ring?"
"Yes, I love you, just let's not plan a wedding yet." The night air was crisp as they strolled through the park in Cortex Cove. The faint scent of night flowers relaxed Juna's nerves. Bioluminescent moss lined the pathways, glowing softly underfoot, while the distant hum of hovers echoed in the stillness. Juna linked her arm through Rojas's, and his warmth was a quiet comfort against the cool breeze. "I've been thinking about how much has changed since I started working with you," she said. "When I first came here, I felt so lost. Now, I feel like I've found my place." Rojas glanced down at her, his expression tender.
You've done more than find your place, Juna. You've made a difference. Your work has transformed everything we've done together.
She smiled, but her ribcage tightened. The smooth stone of a bench caught her eye and she gestured for them to sit. The cool surface pressed against the backs of her thighs as she turned to face him. "But I'm afraid, Rojas. Afraid that if I move forward, I'll lose my dad. He's out there risking everything, and I can't help but feel like I should do something." His arm rested along the back of the bench, and his fingers brushed her shoulder.
You're doing something, Juna. You're living your life. That's what he'd want. But I also know that waiting for news can be the hardest thing in the world.
She tilted her head back, gazing at the moon that hung like a sentinel in the dark sky. Lyria and Saffron were on that moon. Its glow bathed everything in a surreal luminescence, blurring the lines between dream and reality. "I just need him to come back." Rojas didn't say anything, but his presence was enough. Juna and Rojas's house was quiet when they arrived, the soft hum of the environmental systems the only sound. While Rojas caught up on work emails, she set the ring on her nightstand, its brilliance catching the soft light of a levitating glow ball. For a moment she stood there, her arms wrapped around herself. She crossed to her desk and picked up her data globe remote. Activating it, she stared at the blank orb, her thoughts swirling. With a deep breath, she began air typing, for she always found writing easier for expressing her feelings. "Dad, I don't know if you'll ever read this, but I needed to write it. I'm so proud of you. Of everything you've done and everything you stand for. But I'm scared too. Scared that I'll lose you again. Please come back safe. We need you. I need you." Her fingers hovered over the holographic script, which floated in the air. She hesitated before adding one last line. "I love you, Dad. Always." She saved the message, the tension in her chest easing slightly. As she climbed into bed, waiting for Rojas, her gaze returned to the ring on the nightstand. Its promise was bright, but her thoughts remained tethered to Dad, out there in the frozen wastelands of Veltheron. Juna pressed her hand to her chest, feeling the faint rhythm of her heartbeat as she whispered to the darkness, "Please come home, Dad."
Holoscreens displaying tactical maps, weapon schematics, and scrolling mission parameters lined the walls of Nebula Strider's briefing room. Quentin took a seat among cyborgs and human officers, their faces different shades of red, purple, yellow, orange, beige, and brown. He wondered whether they all knew about Saffron, 2, 8, and 10 visiting him in his starship suite the night before. He was pleased that the original Saffron, Lyria's mom, had tuned in too. She knew he was alive, so that had been a relief for her, and she'd repeated the importance that he pleased her clones, enjoying tuning into the hive mind at the same time. But now things were tense. No more hanky-panky with the three lovely ladies in bed, with Saffron one tuned in for the ride. Captain Oren Frostark stood at the front, her long Bakut earlobes drooping to her shoulders under a tight top knot. Superior Officer Vornath stood beside her, scanning the room like a hawk.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, this mission is not just a rescue operation, it's a preemptive strike.
Oren Frostark said.
Donkora Vallik's virus is the single greatest threat the Euphorian Alliance has ever faced. If it is released, billions will die. This is a mission of survival.
She gestured to a hologram of Veltheron, which rotated slowly above the central table.
Our target is in this region, Veltheron's North Pole. The underground facility spans 3 sectors: the command hub, the bioengineering lab, and the armory. We suspect the lab houses the virus, but our intelligence is limited.
Superior Officer Vornath took over.
Commander Quentin Valentine will lead the initial infiltration team, 20 Saffrons, equipped for reconnaissance and combat. Your primary objective is to secure intel on the facility's layout and defenses. Once we have that data, the main force will deploy.
Quentin raised a hand. What's the extraction plan? Oren Frostark nodded to Vornath, who brought up a schematic of the facility's tunnels.
We've identified potential escape routes based on geological surveys, but they're unverified. Your team will carry portable nano-excavators to create alternate exits if necessary.
Another officer asked.
What's the enemy's strength?
Vornath frowned.
Donkora's forces are heavily armed and fanatical. Expect automated defenses, enhanced humanoids, and biological countermeasures. He's not playing by the rules.
Quentin's stomach churned. Biological countermeasures?
The virus is likely weaponized beyond its initial form,
Oren said.
Your team's invisibility suits are equipped with advanced filtration systems, but exposure could still be fatal. Avoid contact at all costs.
At that moment, a scientist stepped forward. She was a cat, like Chen and Fuyuka. Although they were a common sight on all the white sun worlds of the Alliance, their ancestors were from Laron Moon, like the Exiltas, Bakuds, and Tlishuas. This scientist was tall for a cat. This tall cat scientist had dyed her typically glossy black hair neon red. She gestured toward a hovering spherical projector, where a three-dimensional hologram materialized in midair, rotating slowly. A detailed diagram of the invisibility suit.
These are the new generation tactical stealth suits, or TSSX-3,
she said.
The core of the suit's invisibility function lies in its nanomaterial composition. Each fiber of the suit is embedded with millions of adaptive photonic crystals capable of bending light and electromagnetic waves around the wearer. They are better than the octo-camo suits initially used by Professor Isham's army.
The hologram zoomed in, displaying a lattice-like structure of the photonic crystals at a microscopic level. The lattice shimmered, simulating the bending of light.
This process, known as negative refraction, redirects incoming photons away from the suit, rendering the wearer virtually invisible to the naked eye and most conventional surveillance systems.
The hologram morphed, so it displayed an overlay of thermal signatures being absorbed and dissipated.
Besides light refraction, the nanomaterial disperses heat signatures, making you undetectable to infrared scanners. This is achieved through an integrated thermal equalizer, which redistributes your body heat across the surface of the suit.
Quentin crossed his arms. And the filtration systems? How do they handle biological threats? The hologram morphed again to show the inner lining of the suit, highlighting a network of microfiltration channels.
The TSSX-3's internal layer has a nanofiber mesh infused with graphene oxide. This provides two critical functions: high-efficiency particulate filtration and active biocatalytic neutralization. It can filter airborne pathogens down to 0.1 microns while simultaneously breaking down viral particles through enzyme-embedded membranes.
A faint ripple moved through the audience as the hologram displayed a real-time simulation of viral particles being trapped and neutralized. The scientist nibbled her bottom lip.
However, while the filtration system provides significant protection, it is not infallible. Prolonged exposure or direct contact with highly weaponized biological agents can overwhelm its capacity. That is why avoidance remains your primary defense.
Quentin gave a sharp nod, though sweat beaded on his forehead. Understood. The scientist added.
The suits also feature self-repairing capabilities. If punctured or damaged, embedded nanobots within the fabric will seal breaches in real time, provided the damage is not extensive.
The scientist raised her hand, bringing the hologram back to life with a simple gesture.
One more critical feature of the TSSX-3. These suits are also fully functional spacesuits. They're designed to protect you in extreme conditions, including the vacuum of space.
The hologram shifted to display the suit's internal systems, focusing on the layers beneath the photonic crystal lattice.
The inner layer incorporates a pressurized microenvironment that maintains optimal conditions for the wearer. It includes temperature regulation, hydration systems, and oxygen circulation. The suits generate oxygen through compact electrolytic cells, which extract it from onboard water reserves stored in microtanks. These cells provide a continuous breathable atmosphere for up to 72 hours, depending on activity levels.
One of the saffron clones stepped forward. Her large, dark eyes were curious.
And the helmets? Are they invisible, too?
Correct.
The scientist replied.
The helmet is an extension of the suit's photonic lattice.
While it provides full visibility for you, it remains invisible to external observers. It's also equipped with a heads-up display, or HUT. Integrated directly into the visor, this provides real-time environmental data, navigation, and communication interfaces.
Another clone raised her hand.
What about decompression? If the suit gets punctured in space, how long do we have?
The hologram zoomed in on the nanobot systems again.
If a breach occurs, the embedded nanobots will prioritize sealing the puncture immediately. In the event of significant damage, the suit's fail-safe mechanism will activate a temporary containment field around the breach, buying you up to 30 minutes to seek safety. However, the suit is not invincible. Catastrophic damage, such as exposure to heavy artillery fire, would compromise its integrity.
Quentin tilted his head. And what about radiation? Veltheron's orbit is close to its sun. How much protection do we have against solar flares? The hologram displayed a simulated radiation shield around the suit.
The outer layer includes a radiation-dampening material derived from lead polymer composites and graphene sheets. It can deflect or absorb high-energy particles from solar radiation and cosmic rays, reducing exposure by over 95%. It is not a substitute for prolonged exposure protection, but it will shield you effectively during the mission.
Oren Frostark nodded.
This suit is the most advanced piece of Leronese engineering you'll wear. I would say it's superior to Bara 2 equivalents. Treat it with respect, and it will keep you alive.
The scientist deactivated the hologram and stepped back.
If there are no further questions, you'll be fitted for your suits immediately. The calibration process will ensure a perfect seal and synchronization with your biosigns.
The saffron clones exchanged glances. Quentin exhaled, and a grim sense of readiness settled over him. As the Saffron's 2-20 and Quentin entered the fitting chamber, an orange-skinned Xilta technician continued the scientist's explanation of the tactical stealth suits, gesturing to the hologram's rotating display.
These suits are designed for extended missions in extreme environments,
she said.
They maintain a pressurized microenvironment, regulate temperature, and provide continuous oxygen through integrated electrolytic cells.
Saffron 7 raised her hand, her expression curious but practical.
What about bodily functions? If we're in these suits for hours or longer?
The technician nodded, as though anticipating the question.
Yes, that was my thought. Exactly. Professor Liu forgot to mention that. Incorporated into the design of the TSS-X3 are waste management systems which function hygienically and without interruption. The inner layer includes a moisture-wicking matrix that captures and neutralizes waste, converting it into inert compounds. These are stored in micro-reservoirs located in the lower back of the suit.
Another saffron clone, her dark eyes narrowing with skepticism, asked.
And odors? What about bacteria buildup?
Both are mitigated,
the technician explained.
The suit's filtration system includes biocatalytic membranes that neutralize bacteria and eliminate odor molecules. It's designed to ensure comfort and sanitation, even during extended deployment.
Quentin, slightly taken aback by the level of detail, raised an eyebrow. So we don't need to worry about anything.
Correct.
When the technician smiled, her teeth were crooked.
The system has been thoroughly tested and simulated in real-world scenarios. However,
she added, her tone turning serious,
this isn't a license to remain in the suit indefinitely. When safe, disembark and refresh yourself. The suit is a tool, not a substitute for basic self-care.
Saffron 12 tilted her head.
What about hydration? If we're expelling fluids, do we need external water supplies?
The TSS-X3 has that covered as well.
The technician brought up another holographic overlay.
Integrated hydration packs are built into the suit, holding enough water for 72 hours under normal activity levels. The helmet's HUD will alert you when reserves are low.
Satisfied murmurs rippled through the group. Quentin adjusted the seals on his suit, his HUD displaying a wealth of information about his vitals, the Vanguard status, and the suit's performance metrics. Well, he muttered under his breath, that's one less thing to worry about. Chapter 9. Phantom Footsteps. As Quentin adjusted his helmet, the invisible surface seamlessly united with the rest of his suit. The HUD interface flared to life, overlaying a lattice of data across his field of vision. atmospheric readings, biosignatures, and the faint red markers representing his team. The Saffron Vanguard moved with accuracy, their synchrony a result of their shared hive mind. Yet, amid the efficiency, individuality flickered. A clone brushing a stray strand of hair from her face, another adjusting the fit of her gloves, and soft murmurs exchanged in tones of quiet confidence. Saffron 7 approached him purposefully. Her dark eyes scanned his suit critically.
Commander, your hydration reservoir's indicator is still red.
Quentin started to speak, but she was already reaching for the micro-tank embedded at the base of his spine. A quick adjustment followed, and his HUD updated to show optimal hydration levels.
There.
She smiled.
We can't have you passing out from dehydration before we even touch down.
Quentin gave a nod, pressing a gloved hand to his chest. Thanks. I'll admit, I'm still getting used to these suits.
That's why we're here.
She replied.
The hive mind absorbed the technical specs during synchronization. You're the only one who still has to do things the old-fashioned way.
A voice called from across the room.
Don't worry, Commander. We'll keep you alive long enough to figure it all out.
Laughter rippled through the Vanguard, breaking the tension in the air. Quentin allowed himself a small smile. This wasn't just a team. It was a family. He hoped he could live up to their unwavering confidence. The sterile white glow balls, levitating over the launch bay, sent sharp reflections off the polished surfaces of the drop pods. The air thrummed with the resonant hum of the Nebula Strider's engines as the Vanguard assembled. Their cloaked suits rendered them nearly invisible, the only trace of their presence marked by the red blips on Quentin's HUD. Captain Oren Froststark stood at the head of the formation, her voice sharp and commanding.
Listen up. Once you're planetside, external communication with the Nebula Strider will be unreliable. Your mind-link interfaces will keep you connected to your commander and each other, but you'll need to rely on your training and instincts. Trust your team, trust your commander, and remember this mission isn't just about survival. It's about the survival of billions.
Quentin stepped forward. You all know the stakes. Stick together, adapt as needed, and remember no one gets left behind. The clones responded with a unified nod, their commitment palpable. Superior Officer Vornath approached, handing Quentin a small cylindrical device.
Your extraction beacon,
he said.
Activate it when the mission's complete. The extraction team will deploy within 5 minutes.
Quentin took the beacon, his jaw tightening as he slipped it into a compartment on his suit. We'll get it done, he replied. The Saffrons entered the drop pods with precision, their movements synchronized and methodical. Quentin followed, securing himself in the lead pod. The hatch sealed with a quiet hiss, and the HUD in his helmet synced seamlessly with the pod's systems. Data streamed across the interface. Descent velocity, atmospheric conditions, and projected impact coordinates. Eddie's voice came through the comms, calm and steady.
All systems are green. Initiating launch sequence.
The pod shuddered as its engines roared to life. G-forces slammed Quentin into his seat as the vessel detached from the Nebula Strider and hurtled toward Veltheron's icy surface. Through the HUD, he watched the dark expanse of the planet grow closer, the atmosphere lighting up in a fiery display as the pod pierced through.
Brace for impact,
Eddie announced.
10 seconds.
Quentin gripped the armrests tightly. Eyes open, weapons ready, he ordered. We hit the ground running. The pod struck the surface with a thunderous crash, the force reverberating through the cabin. Quentin's suit absorbed much of the impact, but the jolt still sent his head snapping forward. The hatch blew open, and an icy wind howled through the cabin as the desolate wasteland of Veltheron stretched out before them. Quentin stepped out, frost crunching under his insulated boots. The wind sliced through the air, carrying a bitter cold that bit even through the suit's thermal layers. Around him, the Saffrons disembarked, their cloaked forms becoming one with the frozen landscape. Only the faint red markers on his HUD indicated their positions. The tactical interface overlaid a map of the terrain, displaying wind velocity, atmospheric toxins, and thermal signatures. A proximity alert pulsed in the corner of his vision, tracking every movement within a 100-meter radius. "This is it," Quentin said over the comm. "Move out. Formation Theta." The red markers shifted into position, bounding silently across the icy expanse. Their movements were precise, their presence masked save for the faint impressions left in the frost. Quentin's mind flashed back to a mission in the swamplands, where his footprints had betrayed him. The memory lingered, a reminder of the stakes.
Rover incoming.
Saffron 12 said over the mind link.
It's pulling a cargo sled.
Quentin scanned his HUD, tracking the approaching vehicle. 2 and 3, board the sled. The rest, hold position and minimize tracks. The red markers representing Saffron 2 and Saffron 3 broke formation, sprinting silently toward the sled. Quentin winced as their boots left deep impressions in the frost, though the suits rendered their forms invisible. On his HUD, the red dots clung to the sled's framework as the rover slowed near a dormant landing module. The vehicle halted, and its driver climbed out. His spacesuit reflected the pale light. Quentin watched intently as the figure circled the sled slowly.
Commander,
Saffron 12 said, her tone tense.
He's getting close. What's the call?
Quentin's voice remained low. Hold position. Let him pass. The red dots froze on his HUD, perfectly still. The driver paused, his head tilting as though scanning the area. Quentin's fingers hovered over the trigger of his rifle, his pulse quickening. After a long moment, the driver climbed back into the rover and resumed his route. The sled jerked forward, heading toward the module. Quentin exhaled sharply. Good work. Stay sharp. We move when the module's secure. The rover's mechanical claws deployed as it reached the landing site. Metallic arms extended and gripped the module, tilting it into position. The sled's joints groaned as a wide rake scooped debris from beneath the module, funneling it inside. With a whine and a whisper, the flaps sealed shut, securing the payload. "Can we breach the flaps before they close?" Quentin asked.
Negative.
Saffron 3 replied.
Timing's too tight.
More rovers appeared on the horizon, their headlights cutting through the dim light. Quentin's HUD registered additional modules and landing sites scattered across the terrain.
Incoming.
Saffron 9 reported.
3 more rovers. Same configuration.
Quentin nodded. Understood. Maintain positions and wait for my signal. As the next rover approached, Quentin's boots crunched quietly against the frost. He waited for the vehicle to slow, then climbed onto its sled, finding a secure foothold on the steel framework. From his vantage point, he could see the blue outlines of his Saffron team displayed on his HUD. The convoy's descent led it to a subterranean hangar, where a ramp opened into a large, cavernous interior, the entire space bathed in crimson light. The convoy's descent led it to a subterranean hangar, where a ramp opened into a large, cavernous interior, the entire space bathed in crimson light. As Quentin and his team tracked the sled deeper into the facility, his HUD blinked with updates. A second group of Saffrons, 11 through 15, had successfully boarded one of the other sleds in the convoy, maintaining their invisibility while securing a covert entry point. Meanwhile, the remaining vanguard, under Saffron 16's coordination, used a concealed access tunnel identified in the facility's schematics. The plan, meticulously synchronized through their hive mind, ensured every team member was positioned for rapid support without compromising stealth. As the armored figure neared the module, the tension in Quentin's chest grew taut. The Saffrons, stationed and poised, awaited his command, each red marker on his HUD pulsing softly in anticipation.
Master.
Saffron 12's voice came through the mind link.
The target is armed. Should we neutralize?
Negative, Quentin responded. We're observing. Let's see what they're here for. The man swiped a keycard across the module's exterior panel. A buzz echoed through the hangar as the module's hatch opened with a sigh, releasing a brief plume of pressurized mist. Quentin adjusted his helmet's sensors, zooming in on the unfolding scene. The armored man reached inside, extracting a sealed container marked with an intricate series of biohazard warnings and Euphorian military codes. Cargo confirmed. Quentin muttered. That's not standard equipment. Saffron 2-3. Get closer and scan the contents. The two nearest red markers shifted, their movements as silent as shadows. The Saffrons bounded across the hangar's edge, their footfalls absorbed by the suit's stealth mechanisms. They stopped within 10 meters of the module, and Quentin's HUD flickered as their integrated sensors relayed data.
It's a cryostasis unit.
Saffron 2 reported, her voice crisp and professional.
Heat signatures indicate something alive inside.
Human or otherwise, Quentin asked, his throat tightening.
Unknown,
she replied.
The cryo-shielding blocks further scans.
The armored man secured the container onto a small anti-gravity sled, which hovered without a sound as they guided it toward a secondary exit at the rear of the hangar. Quentin glanced between the sled and his team. They're moving the cargo. We need to tail them without being seen. Saffron 12, 8, and 9, you're with me. Everyone else, hold your positions and maintain surveillance. The selected Saffrons acknowledged the order with silent pings on his HUD. Quentin led the trio through the hangar. Frost-crusted debris shifted subtly underfoot, and Quentin felt the sharp bite of Veltheron's cold, even through his insulated suit. The secondary exit loomed ahead, its hydraulic doors sliding open with a rush of air as the armored man approached. Beyond it, a dark corridor extended into the facility's depths, its walls lined with conduits that buzzed with energy. Switch to thermal mode, Quentin ordered. His HUD adjusted, bathing the corridor in shades of red and orange. The armored man's heat signature glowed vividly against the cooler background. The cryo sled's outline appeared faint, its internal systems concealing its contents from full thermal exposure. As they followed, Quentin's mindlink buzzed with an alert from Saffron 2.
Master. Additional movement detected near the primary hangar entrance. 2 figures entering, armed with plasma rifles.
Quentin's jaw tightened. Maintain visual. Report any changes in their behavior.
Understood. Nah.
The corridor branched into multiple paths, each leading deeper into the labyrinthine facility. Quentin motioned for his team to halt, scanning the forking routes. The armored fan guided the sled down the leftmost path, which sloped downward and disappeared into a faint red glow. Trail them, Quentin whispered. Maintain a 20-meter distance. The team advanced cautiously, their suits adapting to the dark environment. Quentin's focus remained razor-sharp, his senses attuned to every shift in the air and sound. Ahead, the corridor opened into a cavernous chamber. Rows of containment units lined the walls, each encased in frosted glass. Inside, shadowy forms writhed faintly, their movements sluggish, as though suspended in a dream. What the hell is this? Quentin muttered, his voice barely audible. Saffron 9 scans illuminated the units, revealing biosignatures that fluctuated between humanoid and something distinctly alien.
It's a bioengineering lab,
she said.
These subjects are in a hybridized state. They're mixing species.
Quentin's stomach churned. Saffron 8, start recording. We need visual evidence of this. She tapped a command into her suit's system, activating the helmet's built-in recording device. As they moved further into the chamber, the armored man parked the sled near a central console. 2 additional personnel in similar suits appeared, their movements hurried as they began interfacing with the console. 3 targets, Quentin noted. All armored. We'll need to neutralize them quickly if we're to secure the area. Saffron 12's voice came through calm and measured.
Permission to disable their comms, Master.
Quentin hesitated for a moment, weighing the implications. The mission parameters had been explicit. This was a reconnaissance operation, not an engagement. He keyed into his mindlink to Superior Commander Vornath. Vornath, we've encountered armed personnel at the payload site. The timing is perfect to secure the virus. Do I have authorization to proceed? Vornath's reply came after a brief pause, his tone measured but approving.
You're in the field, Quentin. If you can secure the virus without jeopardizing the team or mission, take the shot, but proceed with caution. This isn't a clean operation anymore.
Understood. We'll make it surgical. He turned his focus back to the team. 12, you have permission. Disable their comms quietly. Saffron 12's suit emitted a faint pulse, a directed EMP wave that disrupted short-range communications with pinpoint precision. The armored figures froze briefly, their helmets tilting in apparent confusion as their comm systems failed. Go, Quentin commanded. The Saffrons sprang into action. Saffron 12 struck first, a fluid movement that delivered a precise blow to the back of one figure's neck, disrupting their neural interface and rendering them unconscious. The second figure reacted, raising a plasma rifle, but Saffron 9 intercepted with a disarm. The weapon clattered to the floor as she incapacitated the opponent with a strike to their helmet. Quentin targeted the third man, closing the distance in a few quick strides. With a forceful motion, he drove them against the console, pinning him with his forearm. His helmet's voice modulator amplified his words into a menacing metallic growl. Who are you working for? The man struggled, his helmeted head twisting as he spat through gritted teeth.
You're too late. The payload's already active.
Quentin's stomach dropped. What payload? What are you carrying? The man's sneer was visible even through the reflective visor. He remained silent, their defiance palpable. Quentin's patience wore thin. He delivered a sharp blow to the side of his helmet, sending them into unconsciousness. He turned to the Saffrons and said in an urgent voice, "Secure the cryo unit immediately. Check the console for data. Find out what they've activated." Saffron 2 moved to the cryo unit, her HUD scanning for integrity and signs of tampering.
Unit is intact, Master. But the containment seals have been partially compromised. This needs to get out of here fast.
Saffron 8 was already at the console.
Master, I've accessed the data. They've initiated a timed sequence. Something's set to release in less than an hour.
Quentin's jaw tightened. Can you stop it?
Trying, Master. There's a multi-layered encryption blocking the override. I'll need more time.
For time they didn't have. Quentin's mind raced as he considered their options. Vornath, he called through the mind link. The virus has been compromised. We're looking at a timed release in under an hour. We need immediate extraction for the cryo unit and a remote specialist to assist with the encryption. Vornath's response was immediate.
I'll dispatch a retrieval team to your location. Hold your position and secure the payload at all costs. The decryption expert will patch into your interface within 2 minutes.
Copy that, Quentin replied. 12-9. Establish a defensive perimeter. No one gets near this unit. Quentin's head pounded as the team secured the cryo unit, his integrated neural interface struggling to stabilize his stress responses despite its automated release of synthetic neurochemicals. With luck, they could stealthily take the cryo unit back to the hangar, wait there with it hidden under the invisibility sheet, and sneak it out when the next rover went outside. The Saffrons moved into position. Quentin joined Saffron 8 at the console and stared at the chaotic display of warnings and countdowns. Can we isolate the payload? He asked. Saffron 8's fingers flew over the interface.
I'm working on it, Master. But if we fail, the fail-safe is set to vaporize the contents and release it into the atmosphere.
Quentin gritted his teeth. Then we don't fail. The humming cryo unit foreshadowed potential disaster. Quentin's focus sharpened. Failure wasn't an option. Not with billions of lives hanging in the balance. Saffron 8 moved to the sled, her gloved hands deftly bypassing the cryo unit's locking mechanisms. As it opened, a cold mist billowed out, revealing a small humanoid figure inside. Its features were human but distorted. Elongated limbs, a faint bioluminescent glow radiating from its skin. What, in the name of? Quentin murmured, his words trailing off.
It's not entirely human.
Saffron 8 confirmed.
Its genetic structure has been modified. This could be a prototype for a biological weapon.
Quentin clenched his fists. Download everything from that console. We're taking this thing with us. Saffron 9's voice cut in.
Master, additional hostiles approaching. 6 targets. armed and closing fast.
Damn it, Quentin hissed. 12. Secure the cryo unit. 8 and 9. Set up a defensive perimeter. I'll handle the rest. The Saffrons moved into position, their forms disappearing into the shadows. Quentin adjusted his rifle, the weapon's targeting system syncing with his HUD. As the first hostile entered the chamber, he fired a precise shot, the plasma bolt striking their shoulder and sending them sprawling. The remaining hostiles fanned out, their weapons lighting up the room in bursts of searing energy. Quentin ducked behind a containment unit, the glass cracking under the impact of a stray shot. His helmet's HUD tracked their movements, calculating angles and distances. Focus fire on their flanks, he commanded. Keep them disoriented. The Saffrons obeyed without hesitation, their coordinated attacks forcing the hostiles into a defensive retreat. One by one, the enemies fell, their weapons clattering to the floor. As the last hostile dropped, the room fell into an uneasy silence. Status? Quentin asked, his breathing heavy.
All clear.
Saffron 9 reported.
The unit is secure, and we've retrieved the data.
Good, Quentin said. Let's move. This facility has more secrets than we're prepared to handle. We'll regroup at the rendezvous point and analyze the intel. The Saffrons formed up around him. As they exited the lab, Quentin couldn't shake the image of the cryo unit's occupant from his mind. Chapter 10. Through Fire and Frost. Quentin's boots tread lightly on the frosted metallic floor of the corridor as the team advanced from the lab. Saffron's 8 had covered the cryo unit with an invisibility sheet from her backpack, and now it hovered silently on its anti-gravity sled, moved between Saffron 12 and Saffron 9, who flanked it like vigilant sentinels. Saffron 8 stayed just behind, her plasma rifle poised, while occasionally glancing at the status feed from the containment unit displayed on her wrist monitor. The corridor's low hum and pulsing red lights heightened Quentin's sense of unease. He paused at the junction, glancing at his HUD. The tactical display rendered his team's positions in stark clarity. Saffron 2 and Saffron 3 had rejoined the convoy, taking positions at the rear. Saffron 4, 5, and 7 held near the second cargo sled, ready to intercept or retreat at a moment's notice. Above, Saffron 10 and 11 maneuvered along the overhead scaffolding that stretched through the corridor, their vantage points giving them oversight of the convoy's path. Meanwhile, Saffrons 13 through 20 maintained a loose perimeter farther back. Quentin's voice broke the tension through the mind link. All units, status check. A synchronized series of acknowledgments chimed in his HUD. Saffron 12 added quietly.
No new hostiles detected in the immediate area, Master. The corridor appears clear, but we should assume it won't stay that way for long.
Agreed, Quentin replied. He glanced at the thermal readouts on his HUD. A subtle heat signature against the icy backdrop of the corridor caught his attention. 10, 11. We have a faint thermal anomaly near the western junction. Investigate. Move together and report.
Copy, Master.
Saffron 10's red marker shifted slightly on the HUD as she and 11 descended toward the target. Quentin's shoulders felt tight, and there was a pain in his jaw from clenching his teeth so tightly for so long. He keyed into the mind link again. Everyone else maintain positions. I want eyes everywhere. This corridor feels wrong. Once in a while, the invisibility sheet fluttered, allowing Quentin to perceive the subtle vibration of the cryo unit. Being a super cyborg, he had advanced hearing, but it still reminded him of the precarious situation. Quentin wondered whether it would be safer to hide the unit here and return for it later. He glanced at the console, where encrypted data streamed across the screen. No, the hostiles confirmed that leaving it behind wasn't an option. Even if they managed to conceal it, the Crimson Collective wouldn't stop searching until it was reclaimed. Still, the thought lingered as he keyed into the mind link. Vornoth, he said. Do we have any fallback plans if this turns into a siege? Vornoth's voice came through with an edge of urgency.
Negative. The window for extraction is narrow. You'll have to secure the unit and push forward. Every second counts.
Quentin nodded to himself, steeling his resolve. Understood. We'll keep moving. As the markers on his HUD adjusted and aligned, Quentin took one last scan of the area. The cryo unit's soft hum was a reminder of the precarious balance they were walking. They advanced deeper into the corridor. It was narrowing. Its walls were lined with conduits that buzzed with latent energy. The cryo unit hovered in the center of the formation, shrouded beneath an invisibility sheet that rendered it indistinguishable from the surrounding shadows. Saffron 10-11. Quentin called through the mind link. Report on the anomaly. Saffron 10's reply came after a beat.
Master, the thermal signature is faint, but growing stronger. There's something behind the western wall. A recessed chamber or concealed passage.
Quentin frowned as he studied the HUD feed. The weak thermal marker had shifted subtly, as though responding to their presence. Proceed with caution, he ordered. If it's a trap, I want it sprung on our terms. A soft acknowledgement chimed in his ear, and the two markers advanced toward the anomaly. Quentin refocused on the surrounding team. The atmosphere was thick with tension, every shadow and flicker of light a potential threat. A low vibration rippled through the floor. Quentin's HUD lit up with proximity alerts. Multiple heat signatures appeared ahead, their shapes humanoid but erratic, like they were moving with unnatural speed.
Hostiles incoming.
Saffron 12's voice was sharp through the mind link.
6 targets. Closing fast.
Quentin squeezed his rifle and dashed between the cloaked cryo unit and the approaching signatures. Defensive formation, he barked. 12, 9, hold the line. 8, stay with the unit. Saffron 12 and Saffron 9 flanked the corridor. Saffron 8 positioned herself beside the cryo unit, ensuring the invisibility sheet remained secure while keeping her weapon trained on the approaching figures. The first hostile burst into view, its form a grotesque hybrid of flesh and machinery. Its limbs were jointed at unnatural angles, and a sleek, featureless helmet obscured its face. It moved with a jerky, almost insect-like gait, emitting a high-pitched whine that grated on Quentin's ears. Open fire, he commanded. Plasma bolts lit up the corridor as the vanguard engaged. Saffron 12's shot struck the lead hostile in the chest, sending it sprawling to the ground. Saffron 9 followed with a precise headshot, neutralizing another target. The remaining hostiles surged forward, their movements frenzied and uncoordinated but relentless. Quentin raised his rifle, firing a burst that caught one hostile in the leg, severing its mechanical limb. The creature collapsed, its torso twitching as it tried to crawl forward. Another sprang from the shadows, claws extended, but Saffron 12 intercepted it with a swift strike, driving her blade into its neck.
Master.
Saffron 10's voice crackled over the mind link.
The anomaly. It's opening.
Quentin glanced at his HUD. The western wall had shifted. The panels slid aside to reveal a hidden passage. More thermal signatures poured into view. They were larger and more erratic than the initial wave. Fall back to the cryo unit, Quentin ordered. Regroup and hold the corridor. As the team moved, Saffron 12 and Saffron 9 covered their flank, their plasma rifles spitting bursts of energy that forced the advancing hostiles to scatter. Saffron 10 and 11 emerged from the shadows near the passage.
Master, the passage leads to another room.
Saffron 10 reported.
It's heavily shielded. Biosignatures are off the charts.
Quentin swallowed hard. If this passage led to the source of the hostiles, it could be the key to understanding the facility's purpose, and a way to stop the spread of the virus. But the cryo unit, cloaked or not, was vulnerable, and they couldn't risk its exposure. Secure the passage entrance. We'll hold here until we can assess the situation.
Understood, Master.
Saffron 12 replied.
We'll keep them at bay.
The team braced for the next wave. Quentin's HUD flickered with alerts, warning of more enemies converging on their position. The corridor had become a battleground. The corridor erupted with sound and light as the next wave of hostiles surged forward. 10-11, Quentin called out. Seal that passage. I want nothing else coming through.
Yes, Master.
Saffron 10 replied. She and 11 hurried toward the open panel, setting charges along the edges. Saffron 9's voice cut through the mind link.
Master. Additional signatures approaching from the south corridor. Estimate 10 to 12. Armed.
Quentin's pulse quickened. The hangar wasn't just a defensive position. It was becoming a convergence point. 8, he snapped. Get the cryo unit moving. 12-9, provide cover. We'll regroup at fallback position Delta. Saffron 8 acknowledged the order. The cloaked cryo unit glided forward.
Contacts engaging.
Saffron 12 hollered over the comms. The first wave of reinforcements arrived from the southern corridor, heavily armed humanoid figures with bulky exosuits. Their weapons discharged with deafening roars, sending streams of plasma hurtling toward the vanguard. Saffron 9 ducked behind a crate, returning fire with bursts that tore through the exosuit's weaker joints. Quentin's rifle fired during the counterattack, targeting the enemy's vulnerable power cores. 2 sparking suits fell almost at once. Push forward, he commanded. Cover the unit's retreat. Saffron's 12 and 9 coordinated their movement while shooting. The hostile forces paused as their formation crumbled under the attack.
Charges set.
Saffron 10 reported.
Sealing the passage now.
The panel slammed shut, a muffled explosion reverberating down the corridor. Saffron 10 and 11 rejoined the group quickly.
South corridor clear.
Saffron 9 announced. Good, Quentin said. But we're not out of this yet. As the team advanced toward the fallback position, the ground beneath them trembled. Quentin's HUD flashed an alert seismic activity detected. What the hell now, he muttered.
Master.
Saffron 12 said.
It's not natural. Heat signatures suggest something massive is moving beneath us.
Quentin cursed under his breath. All units, double time to Delta. 10 and 11, take point. 8, keep the cryo unit steady. The tremors grew stronger, causing dust and debris to rain from the ceiling. The floor ahead buckled, and a massive, segmented limb burst through the surface. It was mechanical yet disturbingly organic, its jointed segments writhing as it clawed at the air. Quentin bellowed, "Engage and destroy." The vanguard opened fire, plasma bolts tearing into the appendage. The creature recoiled, and a metallic screech echoed all around. Another limb emerged, slamming into the wall and sending shards of metal flying. Saffron 12's voice was grim.
Master, this isn't just a defense mechanism. It's alive.
Quentin brought his gloved palms up to his helmet. If this thing was part of the facility's defenses, it was likely controlled from a central hub. Taking it down here might be impossible without finding its source. Keep it occupied, he ordered. 10, 11, see if you can find a weak point. The rest of you, cover the cryo unit and move. The vanguard adjusted their formation, Saffron 12 and 9 laying down heavy fire, while the others focused on maneuvering the unit through the increasingly unstable corridor. Quentin fired at the creature's exposed joints, searching for anything that resembled a vulnerable connection. Saffron 10's voice came through.
Master, there's a power conduit exposed near the base of the limb. If we can overload it.
Do it. Quentin interrupted. 12, cover her. The rest, fall back to Delta. As Saffron 10 sprinted toward the conduit, the creature lunged, its limbs striking the ground with bone-rattling force. Saffron 12 intercepted, her plasma blade slicing into the appendage and drawing a spray of molten fluid. 10 reached the conduit and planted a charge.
Charge set. 3 seconds.
The explosion rocked the corridor, and a blinding flash of light engulfed the creature's base. Its limbs spasmed violently before collapsing.
Target neutralized.
Saffron 12 confirmed. Quentin exhaled, his chest heaving. Good work. Now move. We're not sticking around to see what else this place has in store. The team regrouped around the cryo unit as they pushed toward the fallback position. Faint light touched the narrow corridor walls. The cryo unit glided unseen as the vanguard progressed. Quentin's HUD displayed precise updates from his team. Each step grew heavier, the silence foreshadowing an ambush.
Sensors picking up automated defenses.
Saffron 8 warned.
Turrets? Concealed in the walls. They're tracking movement.
Quentin cursed. Options.
Limited.
She replied.
We can't bypass them without triggering an alert. Their targeting systems are ready.
A sudden hiss echoed through the corridor. Panels slid open along the walls, revealing sleek, mounted turrets. Their glowing barrels locked onto the cryo unit. Down, Quentin roared. Cloaked figures scattered as turrets fired plasma. Bright bolts scorched the air, intense heat felt despite their suits. Rifle ready, Quentin hid behind a column. Saffron 12, cover the cryo unit.
Doing it now, Master.
Her plasma shield activated, its shimmering surface absorbing the brunt of the turret fire. The shield failed under the barrage.
Shield integrity at 40%.
Saffron 8 reported.
It won't hold much longer.
Quentin gritted his teeth. We need to take out those turrets. 10, 11, flank and disable them. 9, provide covering fire. Plasma bolts accurately struck the turrets. 10 and 11 hurried down the corridor. 2 turrets exploded, but the remaining defenses retaliated efficiently. Behind her shield, Saffron 12 staggered as another plasma bolt struck.
Shield down.
She whimpered.
I'll hold them here.
No, Quentin cried out. Fall back. That's an order. But 12 didn't move. She planted herself in front of the cryo unit. Plasma fire lit up the corridor as she unleashed a furious counterattack.
Master, the cryo unit can't take a direct hit. If I retreat, we lose everything.
Quentin's heart pounded in his chest.
We'll find another way. Just go. The mission comes first.
Before Quentin could respond, a turret's plasma bolt struck her squarely in the chest. Her suit's energy dispersal system absorbed some of the impact, but the force sent her sprawling. Quentin's HUD flashed a critical alert over her marker. Vital signs fading. He clenched his fists, every instinct screaming at him to go back. Saffron 12, his voice faltered.
Don't waste this,
she said, her breath labored.
Get them to safety. I'm always with you in the hive mind.
Another plasma bolt struck her, this time piercing through her side. She dropped to one knee, her rifle clattering to the floor. With trembling hands, she activated her suit's emergency systems, redirecting all remaining power to create a temporary energy barrier around the cryo unit.
It's done,
she whispered.
Now move.
Quentin forced himself to turn away. All units, retreat to fallback position Delta, now. The vanguard obeyed. Quentin stayed at the rear, his gaze fixed on 12's dwindling marker until it finally disappeared. The turrets fell silent. The corridor bathed in stillness. Saffron 12's barrier flickered once, twice, and then collapsed. The cryo unit, untouched, glided forward with the team. Quentin's voice was low, almost a growl. She gave us this chance. We're not wasting it. The team pushed forward. There was no time to grieve. Not yet. But in the back of Quentin's mind, her words echoed.
The mission comes first.
They wouldn't fail her. They couldn't. Chapter 11.
An unwelcome interruption. Major Donkora Vallik sat in the expanse of his private quarters, lit up by 20 infrared glow balls, which levitated close to the stony ceiling. His room was almost as warm as the tropics, and why not? He might be a communalist, but he was still from the elite. His green military uniform clung to his broad frame, the fabric creasing at the elbows as he leaned back in his chair. The room smelled faintly of leather and aged wood, a testament to the decades he had spent commanding this hidden sanctuary after escaping the nuclear war on Hukyo Shugon. Although he'd initially been pleased to kill that assassin called Commander Maria, something felt odd about that woman. She reminded him of someone who he just couldn't put his finger on. She had assassinated his best friend, Premier Drastic, yet he didn't understand how she had managed to infiltrate his mansion to do so all those decades ago. Another strange thing was her age. He would have thought she'd be his age or older, but no. She must have only been a child when she'd killed Premier Drastic of the Crimson Collective. He rubbed his scarred face and sighed. He had many missing memories, and sometimes worried that some of the solar communalist scientists might have accidentally erased some when they took out his brain-to-machine interface on the spaceship during their escape. A knock at the door broke the silence. "Enter," he commanded, his voice gravelly and carrying the weight of decades of authority. The door slid open with a whisper, and 3 women stepped inside. Their green military uniforms marked them as part of the solar communalist movement, but their expressions betrayed a different purpose. The first was a woman who must have been in her 40s. Her long braids surprised him. It was unheard of for communalists to focus on their appearance, especially those who worked under his military rule down here. She had an ample figure. Her dark skin glowed like polished mahogany. She held herself with a quiet confidence, though her lips curved into a shy smile. Behind her stood 2 albino women, both in their mid-20s, their pale skin glowing red under the muted tones of the room. One had long, silvery hair that fell nearly to her waist, also extremely unusual for members of the Crimson Collective. She, like the other, surely must have hidden her hair under her flat cap, though he wasn't sure how that would be possible either. The other albino, Vut, sported a cropped pixie cut that accentuated the delicate angles of her face. The Vut with cropped hair was strikingly busty, and her uniform strained slightly at the seams. Donkora's gaze lingered on each of them, his expression unreadable. 3 women at once? He raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth twitching ever so slightly. To what do I owe this unexpected visit? The black woman stepped forward, her hands clasped behind her back.
Major Vallik,
She began.
We've been assigned to assist you.
Her cheeks flushed, and she glanced at the ground before meeting his eyes again.
They said you needed companionship.
The 2 albinos giggled softly behind her, their laughter like the tinkling of wind chimes. The one with cropped hair bit her lip, trying to stifle her mirth, while the long-haired one tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her small yellow eyes sparkling with mischief. Donkora leaned back in his chair, folding his hands over his chest. Companionship, you say? His lips curled into a smirk. And did they specify what kind of companionship you're here to provide? The black woman hesitated.
We were told to follow your lead, sir.
He chuckled low in his throat, the sound rumbling like distant thunder. Follow my lead? Well then, he stood, his imposing height dominating the room despite his age. Let's see how well you can follow instructions. He walked over to the bed, its surface neatly made with crisp white sheets, and sat down on the edge. His eyes swept over the 3 women, taking in their nervous fidgeting and the way their gazes darted around the room. The women glanced at one another, their giggling subsiding as they realized he wasn't joking. Slowly, almost hesitantly, they began to unfasten the clasps of their uniforms. The black woman was the first to shed hers, her plump curves spilling out as the fabric pooled at her feet. As the fabric fell, the room filled with a sense of liberation. The sight of her plump curves exuded confidence and self-acceptance. The scent of anticipation hung in the air. The Vuts followed suit, their albino skin reflecting the red glow of the levitating spheres, which imitated the light of their forebear's red dwarf star and was gentle on their eyes. Donkora's breath hitched imperceptibly. Beautiful, he thought, though he didn't voice it aloud. Instead, he gestured for them to come closer. A piercing alarm shattered the moment. The sound was deafening, a harsh, electronic wail.
What is that?
The long-haired albino asked. Donkora stood abruptly, his uniform disheveled but his expression sharp and alert. He strode across the room to a console embedded in the wall, his fingers flying over the controls. A hologram flickered to life, displaying a map of the underground hideout with several flashing red dots. Intruders, he muttered, his jaw tightening. They've breached the outer perimeter. The 3 women exchanged panicked glances, their earlier confidence evaporating in an instant. The 3 women exchanged frightful looks. Once they were dressed, he allowed a connection. The grim face of Lieutenant Einar, his second in command, appeared in the data globe which floated midair.
Major Vallik,
Einar began. His voice edged with tension.
We have a situation.
What kind of situation? Vallik snapped.
The cryo unit, sir. It's been stolen. 3 guards are dead.
For a moment, Vallik didn't speak. His fingers curled into fists as a cold rage surged through him. How? He hissed, his voice low and venomous. Einar hesitated.
Preliminary reports suggest infiltrators likely utilizing cloaking technology. They neutralized the guards and escaped through the south access corridor.
Incompetence. Vallik spat. Those guards had one job. And what about the turrets? The scanners?
Disabled, sir. It seems they used an electromagnetic pulse to disrupt the systems.
Vallik's jaw tightened as he grabbed his uniform jacket and shrugged it on. I'm on my way. Sound the alert and lock down the facility. No one gets in or out. Vallik entered the control room moments later, the tension in the air so thick it was almost tangible. Technicians scrambled at their stations, screens flickering and streams of data rotating around data globes. Vallik's sharp eyes immediately noted irregularities. Some panels were dark, their circuits fried by the EMP. Status report. Lieutenant Einar stepped forward, his posture rigid. He was only in his 20s, and Vallik noted his cropped afro was growing a little long for comfort around his pale brown face. Lieutenant Einar narrowed his yellow eyes, inherited from his Vute mother.
We've isolated their probable route through the facility. They're heading for the north extraction point.
Vallik glared at the main tactical display, which projected a three-dimensional map of the base. A red line traced the intruder's movements, flanked by a cluster of smaller markers indicating his personnel. They're too far ahead, Vallik growled. Activate the auxiliary turrets along their path. I want every corridor turned into a killing field.
Sir, the EMP.
I don't care. Vallik slammed a fist onto the console. Reroute power from the secondary grid. Prioritize the turrets, then the blast doors. Trap them like rats. The technicians worked feverishly to comply, fingers flying over their consoles. Red indicators blinked across the display as turrets powered up, their targeting systems coming online. A moment later, gunfire erupted through the comms feed as his troops engaged the intruders. For a fleeting moment, Vallik's rage gave way to satisfaction. But then alarms shrieked, and new data streamed across the screen.
Monsters.
One of the technicians stammered.
Sir, the containment breaches.
I ordered no such thing, Vallik roared.
It's not us, sir.
Einar interjected.
The intruders must have triggered the release protocols. Bio units Gamma through Theta are loose.
Vallik's knuckles whitened as he gripped the console. The bio units, his experimental creatures designed for shock and awe, were now out of his control, tearing through the base indiscriminately. Reports of casualties flooded in, the monitors showing glimpses of massive, mutated forms smashing through corridors. Redirect them, Vallik ordered. Use the control collars. A technician shook his head.
They're not responding. The EMP fried the signal relays.
Vallik's fury boiled over. Then, override the physical failsafes. Seal the bio units in their current sectors. The female technician's face blanched.
Sir, they've breached the utility hubs. If they damage the oxygen processors or gravity stabilizers,
then stop them, Vallik barked, slamming his fist on the console. But even as he spoke, a secondary alert blared, cutting through the room like a knife.
Sir?
Another technician called out, panic evident in her voice.
Structural integrity in Sector 4 is dropping. Bio units have severed a power conduit and pressure levels are destabilizing.
Vallik's stomach turned as the tactical display updated. Several chambers on the map turned from green to red, indicating uninhabitable zones. Toxic gases were leaking into the air supply of adjacent areas, and without power, the stabilizers that maintained artificial gravity were beginning to fail. Shut down the ventilation to those sectors, Vallik snapped.
We're trying, sir, but the damage is spreading.
The technician replied, her voice shaking.
The deeper tunnels are losing pressure fast. If the bio units reach the central control conduits...
They won't, Vallik interrupted, his tone icy. Deploy the shock squads. Have them contain the creatures at all costs. Einar hesitated.
Sir, we don't have the personnel to fight both the intruders and the bio units, not without.
Do it, Vallik cut him off. If we lose control of this facility, everyone dies, including you. Einar saluted and began barking orders into his comms, but Vallik's attention was drawn to the main display. A new cluster of alerts blinked near the north extraction point. The intruders were making progress, their markers edging closer to the airlocks. Seal the north gate, he hollered. Lock it down manually if you have to.
Already underway, sir?
Einar said.
But they're fast.
Vallik's thoughts were a torrent of rage and calculation. He needed a way to regain control, to outmaneuver both the infiltrators and the monsters tearing his facility apart. Deploy the aerial drones. I want their escape route annihilated. The drones launched, their sleek forms streaking through the base's airspace. Vallik leaned closer to the display, watching as their targeting systems homed in on the intruder's heat signatures. For a moment, it seemed like they had them cornered. Then, the feed cut out.
Jamming signals.
Einar muttered.
They're countering our drones.
Vallik's hands trembled with barely restrained anger. This wasn't just an infiltration. These weren't common thieves or mercenaries. They're professionals, Vallik said coldly. And they've underestimated me. The room shuddered as a distant explosion echoed through the facility. Vallik's gaze shot to the tactical display, which now showed a large section of the tunnels engulfed in red.
Bio-units Gamma and Theta breached the methane storage tanks.
A technician stammered.
Flammable gases are spreading. If they ignite,
shut it down. Seal the valves.
The overrides aren't responding, sir. The fire suppression systems are offline.
Vallik gritted his teeth, forcing himself to think. Einar, focus all personnel on containment. I don't care what it takes. Those monsters cannot reach the core systems. Einar nodded, his expression grim.
Understood, sir.
Vallik straightened, his fury now a cold, calculating determination. He would not lose. Not to the intruders, not to the creatures he'd created, not to anyone. You may have stolen the cryo unit, he muttered under his breath. But you've already lost.
Chapter 13. Mutant Monsters.
Falcon slumped in the restraints. The orange light of the interrogation chamber penetrated his weak red sun eyes, even through his albino lids as he squeezed them shut. There was nowhere for Falcon to hide as 5 orange glow balls levitated around his face. The interrogator, another Vut, stood nearby. The man's protective suction lenses reflected the harsh glow of the orange light. His head tilted in mock sympathy as he adjusted the settings on a neural probe. Falcon's own head hung low, his muscles screaming from hours of relentless abuse. Blood dripped from a gash above his brow and pooled on the cold floor below.
Stubbornness won't save you.
The interrogator's tone was a venomous whisper.
Tell me why Commander Maria came to Veltheron and what that starship was doing. What was her mission? Who was that blonde Lefro guy she'd been sharing a craft with before she hitched a ride with you?
Falcon didn't respond. Words didn't matter anymore. He barely had the strength to lift his gaze, let alone muster defiance. His heart ached. The memory of Maria's final moments burned into his mind. She had been his anchor. He drifted without direction, prepared for his fate. A tremor shook the interrogation room. Dust fell from the ceiling, and the muffled sound of alarms echoed in the distance. The interrogator's expression darkened, his head snapping toward the door.
What now?
He muttered, activating his comm band.
Report.
Static crackled in response, followed by frantic shouting.
Bio-units in Section 14. They're tearing through containment. Ah!
The line went dead. The interrogator's mouth twisted in frustration.
Fools.
He turned back to Falcon.
Even with chaos outside, you're still mine.
He raised the neural probe, and the device sparked as it charged.
Last chance. Tell me, or I'll make this worse than anything you've endured so far.
Before he could move, the door hissed open. Falcon squinted, expecting reinforcements or another round of questioning. Instead, it was emptiness. No footsteps followed, no voices barked orders. The interrogator froze, his hand tightening on the neural probe.
Who's there?
A shimmer appeared in the doorway, barely perceptible. A ripple in the air like heat rising from desert sands. The interrogator backed up instinctively, his free hand fumbling for his weapon.
Identify yourself.
The shimmer moved. Before the interrogator could react, the air trembled more, and then there was a blinding flash. The neural probe clattered to the floor. A beam of white-hot energy enveloped the interrogator. His form disintegrated with a familiar roar of plasma burning air, leaving nothing but a scorch mark on the floor. Falcon blinked. He stared at the space where his tormentor had stood. It must have been one of Quentin's saffron troops. Or perhaps a Raphael clone. The shimmer approached him. A cold, metallic hand brushed against the restraints, and they released with a soft click. Falcon collapsed forward, barely catching himself on his knees. Who? He rasped. There was no response. A smaller hand, lighter than his, slipped into his own and tugged gently. The touch was firm but wordless, urging him to rise. You're a saffron, aren't you? His eyes searched the shimmer for any sign of recognition. His restraints clicked open. Falcon blinked in disbelief as his arms fell free. He tried to stand, but his legs refused to cooperate, trembling under his weight. Who's there? His voice was hoarse, barely more than a whisper. Are you with the Vanguard? Falcon croaked. No response came. The invisible hand tugged him forward, guiding him through the chamber's exit. Outside, it was chaos. Emergency lights flashed, and distant roars sent goosebumps sliding along his neck. Were the things referred to as bio-units some kind of monsters? Falcon stumbled, but his unseen rescuer steadied him. A sharp turn led them into a maintenance corridor. His rescuer's grip tightened, pulling him into an alcove as a patrol ran past, oblivious to their presence. The faint shimmer reappeared briefly, outlining a cloaked figure before vanishing once more. It was only 5 feet tall and shrouded in a hood. They hurried again, weaving through the crumbling facility. A blast from above shook the walls, forcing them to stop as debris rained down. Falcon shielded his head with his arms, wincing as sharp pain flared in his shoulder. The invisible figure pressed a vial into his palm. He felt the cold, metallic surface and the unmistakable sharpness of an injector. "What's this?" he asked. But the hand guided his to his arm, urging him to use it. With no other choice, he pressed the vial to his skin. A brief hiss followed, and warmth spread through his veins, dulling the sharpest edges of his pain and clearing his foggy thoughts. His rescuer tugged him forward again. Falcon couldn't tell if the invisible presence was leading him to salvation or simply away from certain death. But whoever this was, whatever their reasons, they hadn't abandoned him.
Quentin's boots echoed faintly against the polished metal floor. His heads-up display marked every step deeper into the facility. The corridor stretched ahead, a maze of harsh crimson lights and hissing ventilation pipes. Behind him, the Saffrons moved like shadows. The silence after Saffron 12's fall was a symbol of their own impending doom. "Status report," Quentin whispered through the mind link. Saffron 8's voice came through, calm and efficient.
Cryo unit remains secure under the invisibility sheet. No damage to the seals. Thermal readings indicate it's stable.
"Good," Quentin replied. "And the path ahead?" Saffron 9, stationed at the front, scanned the corridor with her suit's advanced sensors.
No immediate hostiles detected. Heat signatures suggest a patrol may have passed through here less than 5 minutes ago.
Quentin jutted his chin. "Keep moving." The team advanced cautiously. The corridor's oppressive atmosphere was thick with the faint tang of ozone. Quentin's HUD flagged intermittent bursts of electromagnetic interference, likely from the facility's internal defenses. He frowned. 8. See if you can isolate the source of that interference. It's screwing with the mind link.
On it, Master.
Ahead, the corridor split into 2 paths. Quentin stopped. "Halt here. Suggestions." Saffron 9 sensors swept both routes.
Left path leads to a high-energy source. Could be a generator or a server hub. Right path shows signs of biological activity. Multiple heat signatures, small to medium size.
Quentin tried to scratch his jaw, but his gloved hand came into contact with his space helmet instead. He swallowed. The generator could be vital for disabling facility defenses, but the biological activity hinted at more of the mutated horrors they'd already encountered. Split up. 9, 10, and 11. Secure the generator and eliminate any threats. 8, you're with me. We'll investigate the biological activity. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7. Hold a position near the cryo unit and ensure it stays invisible. 13 through 20. Tighten the perimeter and report any movement. If anything comes through, take it down. Acknowledgements pinged through the mind link, and the team divided. Quentin led Saffron 8 down the right path, his rifle raised. The walls closed in. The air grew colder. Quentin's HUD detected strange thermal readings up ahead. "Be ready," he murmured. "Whatever's down here ain't gonna be friendly." Saffron 8 didn't reply. They rounded a corner and froze. Before them, a wide laboratory stretched out, its walls lined with containment pods. Each pod housed a grotesque figure, twisted and malformed. Some were humanoid, others barely recognizable as living beings. Tubes and wires snaked into their bodies, pulsing faintly with some sickly green fluid.
Failed experiments,
Saffron 8 said softly.
They're mixing DNA. Human, alien, and synthetic.
Quentin's stomach turned as he stepped closer to one pod. The creature inside opened its eyes, meeting his gaze with a look of tortured awareness. He flinched, stepping back. "This isn't science. It's cruelty."
"Master,"
Saffron 8 interrupted.
We've got movement. Heat signatures converging on our location.
On his HUD's display, a dozen red markers appeared. They were closing in fast. Defensive positions, he ordered, pulling back toward the corridor. Whatever's coming, we're not sticking around to find out how it fights. They retreated to the narrow passage. The first creature appeared. It grotesquely combined metal limbs and living tissue. Its glowing eyes locked onto them, and it growled. Engage, Quentin hollered. Plasma fire lit up the corridor, bolts slamming into the creature. It shrieked and charged, its body shrugging off the first few hits before vaporizing altogether. More followed. The corridor turned into a frenzy of roaring mutants and plasma and blinding flashes of light. Fall back, Quentin bellowed as another wave of creatures surged forward. Regroup at the junction. His plasma rifle sputtered, the warning indicator flashing red. He cursed under his breath. He'd need to reload the plasma stock soon or risk being defenseless. Saffron 8 covered their retreat, her plasma rifle firing in controlled bursts. They arrived at the junction just as the other team returned from the left path.
Generator secured.
Saffron 9 reported.
Facility defenses should be weakened, but the interference is still active.
Good work. Quentin's breaths came in short gasps as he reloaded his plasma rifle with gloved hands. Now we just have to survive long enough to use it. The creature's numbers kept swelling. The corridor filled with snarls and the pounding of claws. A guttural roar echoed down the passage, and a massive multi-limbed beast charged at them, scattering smaller creatures in its path. Quentin's HUD flagged a maintenance hatch nearby, leading to an uncharted sublevel. It was their only way out. He sent the coordinates to the surrounding saffrons. That's our exit. Move toward it. Saffron 7, keep the cryo unit secure.
On it, Master.
The invisibility sheet covering the cryo unit remained stable as Saffron 7 maneuvered carefully, her plasma pistol in one hand, while the anti-gravity sled hovered beside her. Fall back. Quentin fired at the monstrosity. Keep moving. The team pressed toward the maintenance hatch, fending off the onslaught. Saffron 5 fell back, covering the flank as the others pushed ahead. The beast lunged, jaws snapping. Saffron 5 screamed, her plasma rifle firing wildly before the creature dragged her into the shadows. There was the sound of crunching bones and smacking lips.
No.
Saffron 11 wailed, turning to shoot, but another smaller creature leaped onto her back, its serrated teeth tearing through her invisibility space armor. Quentin spun and shot the creature off her, but it was too late. She slumped to the ground, completely still. Move. Quentin roared. We can't lose anyone else. Saffron 7 pushed the cryo unit forward, staying close to the group while keeping her focus on the invisible sled's stability.
The sheet's holding for now, but I'll need a clear path,
she said over the mind link. Saffron 8 arrived at the hatch first, her nimble fingers through gloves tapping away to bypass the lock. The hiss of the opening mechanism felt like salvation. Go, Quentin ordered. Into the shaft now. 7, keep the cryo unit steady. The remaining saffrons scrambled into the dark, narrow passage one by one. Quentin fired a last shot, taking down another lunging monster. Saffron 7 followed last, carefully guiding the cryo unit into the passage. The hatch sealed behind them with a metallic clang, muffling the roars and chaos outside. In the silence that followed, the team panted heavily, their breaths harsh and uneven in the cramped industrial passageway. Quentin's HUD adjusted to the darkness, scanning the survivors. Even though the Lebanese Secret Service could grow the clones again, and even though he knew the original Saffron was alive, it still hurt him to see them suffer and die. Everyone okay? A series of affirmatives came through the mind link, though the tone was subdued. Saffron 7's voice was tired as she leaned against the wall beside the cryo unit.
Cryo unit is secure, Master. The sheet held.
Chapter 13. The Price of Dominion.
The Crimson Collective's command chamber pulsed with an ominous red light, reflecting the emergency protocols triggered throughout the facility. Rosette Vallik stood at the central console, her green uniform catching the glow. Holograms flickered before her, heat signatures of bio-units rampaging through her father's secret headquarters, containment zones collapsing, and the steady encroachment of hostiles. Her sister, Coral Vallik, paced behind her.
This is getting out of hand.
Her combat gear clinked faintly with every step.
The bio-units are adapting faster than anticipated. If we lose control of Sector Epsilon, the virus could be compromised.
Rosette didn't look up. Her fingers moved deftly over the console, locking containment drones into new positions. It's not ideal, but it's not irreparable. The drones are programmed to prioritize the virus chambers. If we need to sacrifice Epsilon to secure the payload, we will. Coral slammed a fist onto the console.
And what about the Arch-Luminary? He'll want answers when he gets here. If he starts meddling in our operations...
Ristev is useful, but predictable. Rosette interrupted. His zealotry blinds him to the bigger picture. As long as we frame our actions as serving his Federation's higher purpose, he'll fall in line. Coral snorted.
You have more faith in his stupidity than I do. He's sharp, Rosette. Too sharp. If he realizes we're leveraging his precious foolish zealots to distribute the virus for our own ends...
Rosette finally looked up, her expression cold and calculating. He won't. Ristev is too distracted by his misplaced ideals. Play to his paranoia about the hybrids. Dangle the threat to his children like a carrot, and he'll do whatever we ask. Coral narrowed her eyes.
And what happens when we're done with him?
Rosette puffed out her chest. When the virus is deployed and the hybrids fall in line, Donkora will handle him. The zealots won't follow a martyr. They'll follow power. And we'll have all of it. A warning chime echoed through the chamber, announcing another breach in Sector Gamma. Rosette glanced at the display and sighed. Focus on the bio-units for now. The Arch-Luminary's problems are secondary until we've stabilized the facility. Coral pivoted toward the exit, and her voice came out tight.
If we don't get this under control soon, there won't be anything left to fool him with.
Then make sure we do. And Coral, she waited for her sister to look back. Arch-Luminary Ristev is a pawn, nothing more. If he starts to suspect otherwise, remind him that pawns are easily sacrificed. Coral smirked, her frustration giving way to a dangerous glint in her eyes.
Gladly.
As Coral stalked out, Rosette returned her focus to the console. The holograms shifted, displaying containment progress alongside deployment metrics. She allowed herself a small sigh. Deception was a delicate game, and Ristev had served his purpose well so far. But pawns, after all, were only useful until they reached the other side of the board.
Glowballs bathed the underground headquarters of the Crimson Collective with infrared so that Vuts, like Ristev, could find visual comfort without depending on special light reducing suction lenses. This didn't ease his tension about working with a man who hated religion.
Arch-Luminary.
A tall aide approached with skin as white as bone. Her voice was urgent yet respectful.
We've received word of an escalating breach at Major Vallik's facility. Security has determined it's no longer safe to remain here. Your shuttle is prepared for immediate extraction.
Ristev's shoulders stiffened as he gestured for the aide to lead the way. 2 armed guards fell into step beside him as they moved through the passageways and halls of the underground compound. Have the vaccines been distributed to the hybrid communities yet? Ristev asked, his tone sharper than intended. She hesitated mid-step, but continued marching.
Not entirely, Arch-Luminary. Distribution is delayed in regions with mixed genetic compositions, specifically the Tsars, Vorians, and Baronese enclaves. Major Vallik only wants Vuts and Cat-Eon alive.
What about the mixed race?
People whose blood is a mix of Vut and Cat-Eon, you mean?
Of anyone with DNA from ancestors of Hukyo Shugon.
Only those who are of Vut and Cat-Eon descent can live, such as Major Vallik's mixed-race children with Vut mothers. A mixture of brown Cat-Eon and Vut albino is not a problem at all, but if even one ancestor comes from a different world, then we have a problem.
Ristev's thoughts churned, but he schooled his features into a mask of stoicism. The zealots must not know his inner turmoil. As far as they were concerned, his commitment to Donkora's plan was absolute, his faith in their divine mission, unshaken. To falter now, to reveal doubt, could unravel everything he had built, and everything he still needed to protect. So if one of those mothers was partly, say, Tlishua, Ristev said, then the children of even the Major would be executed.
He had all of his concubines genetically tested before copulation. That would be impossible.
But what of any grandchildren? Surely genetic tests are not always carried out. With due respect, I hear the Major has fathered thousands of children. Should they?
They will not live, if such offspring exist, along with the rest.
Ristev winced inwardly as he balled his hands and followed. The name Donkora Vallik lingered at the edge of his thoughts, a ghostly specter. Though the man had promised him salvation for the Volesha Federation's vision, Ristev felt like an instrument rather than a partner. The Valliks played their game on a board Ristev could only see in fragments. The group entered a long corridor, the polished floor gleaming beneath their hurried steps. The faint hum of ventilation systems filled the silence. A thought billowed at the forefront of Ristev's mind, unbidden but persistent. Falcon. Was he still locked away in one of Vallik's cells? A fleeting pang of guilt surged within him. Falcon had chosen his path, one that led away from the faith Ristev had tried to instill. But the thought of leaving his son to perish in this chaotic web of destruction and deceit twisted in his chest like a blade. Or had the chaos already claimed his son? He shoved the thought aside, forcing himself to focus. He had many sons, and Falcon had betrayed him for that commander woman. Emotions were a luxury he couldn't afford. Guards at the far end opened a heavy blast door, revealing the hangar bay. Ristev glanced around, his eyes scanning the personnel moving with practiced precision. A pang of unease struck him. What of my colleagues? The ones who accompanied me to this meeting. The aide hesitated again.
They've chosen to remain in the headquarters, Arch Luminary. Their assessment is that this location can still be defended.
Ristev stopped abruptly, turning to face her. And if it cannot?
They understand the risks.
She replied carefully.
Their decision was voluntary.
Ristev wanted to argue, to demand they leave with him, but his position demanded restraint. Very well, he said finally. But ensure they have every resource necessary to defend themselves.
Yes, Arch Luminary.
The group approached a gleaming black shuttle. Guards moved ahead to secure the area while Ristev ascended the ramp, his new green uniform crumpling at the joints. Function, not comfort, defined the shuttle's interior. Ristev thought of his comrades and son left behind as the engine started.
Clear for departure.
The pilot announced over the comm. Ristev secured himself in the seat, his hands gripping the armrests as the shuttle drove out of the hangar and onto a runway outside. The shuttle jerked upward, pressing him into his seat. Through the viewport, the hidden entrance to the underground hangar shrank away, replaced by the jagged, icy surface of Veltheron. As the shuttle ascended, breaking free of the planet's atmosphere, Ristev's thoughts returned to his children. Their faces flashed in his mind. Young, hopeful, and unaware of the storm brewing above them. Would they survive this chaos? Would any of them? The flagship came into view, its massive form illuminated against the darkness of space. The shuttle docked smoothly, the hiss of pressurized air signaling their arrival. Guards awaited him on the other side of the airlock, their postures rigid and attentive.
Arch Luminary. The council is convening in the central chamber.
One of them informed him. Ristev nodded, his expression unreadable. Inside, however, a tempest raged. He moved forward, his steps deliberate, his mind already shifting to the challenges ahead. If the breach couldn't be contained and the vaccines failed to reach those most at risk, all his efforts, all the compromises, the sacrifices, would have been for nothing. For the first time in years, doubt crept into his resolve. The sleek conference chamber aboard the Crimson Collective flagship vibrated from the ship's core. Ristev sat at the head of the oval table, his hands clasped tightly before him. The table's surface projected shifting data streams, shipment routes, biological experiment summaries, and casualty reports from Vallik's facility.
The virus distribution to Vuts and Cat Eons is behind schedule,
Rosette Vallik stated. Ristev's expression remained impassive, but his mind raced. Every delay in the rollout strained the fragile trust between his Federation and the Vallik siblings. Yet deep within, he suspected Donkora's priorities lay elsewhere. Ambition far greater than their alliance. Rosette stood at the far end of the table in her ugly green uniform, and curls cropped close to her skull. These solar communalist women certainly like to look plain.
The hybrids are still resisting alignment with the solar communalist protocols,
she said. Ristev resisted the urge to massage his temples, delay the release if necessary. If they're not compliant, introducing the virus prematurely risks fracturing our grip on the regions. The other sister, called Coral, had neat cornrows across her skull, but despite her small and pretty face, she certainly had a temper on her. She slammed a fist onto the table.
They don't need to comply. They need to fear. This hesitation is why the collective is losing ground to Euphorian forces.
A warning alarm blared. The comm crackled as another alert blared through the flagship.
Incoming transmission. Unknown signature detected near the perimeter.
A voice reported from the bridge. Ristev froze mid-step. Coral and Rosette turned to him, their usual composure replaced with wary unease.
Unknown signature, Rosette questioned. Clarify.
The bridge officer's reply was curt.
Invisible vessel. Quantum distortion fields detected. It's closing fast.
Before anyone could respond, the ship lurched violently. Ristev staggered, catching the edge of the console. A thunderous boom reverberated through the hull, followed by the screech of tearing metal.
We're under attack.
Coral hissed, her hand on the plasma blade at her hip.
We need to move. Now.
The sisters sprinted for the door. Ristev hesitated.
Bridge.
Coral barked into her comm.
Status report.
Shields are failing.
Came the frantic reply.
Weapons locked but ineffective. Target systems are too advanced.
The corridor tilted as another impact shook the flagship. Ristev pressed a hand against the wall, his breathing labored. Where's the shuttle, he demanded.
Already docked.
Rosette snapped.
But that won't matter if this thing breaches the hull.
They reached the bridge in time to see the chaos unfold. Through the viewport, the shimmering distortion of an invisible warship flickered against the stars. Its weapons fired in rapid succession, each shot striking with surgical precision.
Evasive maneuvers.
Coral shouted.
Return fire.
The officers obeyed, but it was futile. The flagship's plasma cannons fired blindly, their bolts dissipating against the enemy's cloaking field. Another impact sent sparks raining down from the ceiling. Ristev gripped the back of a chair to steady himself.
Target locked on engines.
An officer reported grimly.
A hull breach imminent.
Ristev's gaze darted to the shimmering warship. The enemy vessel remained hidden, its silhouette a ghostly blur. Every instinct screamed at him to act, but there was nothing he could do. The flagship groaned as its aft section erupted in flames. The bridge lights dimmed, replaced by the pulsing red glow of emergency systems. Ristev's mind raced. This couldn't be how it ended. Shuttle launch now, he ordered. Evacuate who you can.
The shuttle won't make it out of the blast radius. This ship is finished.
The realization hit him like a physical blow. The flagship was doomed, and so was everyone aboard.
Arch luminary,
Coral said, her voice low.
It's over.
Ristev shook his head. No, we can still. Another impact silenced him. The viewport shattered, sucking air and debris into the void. The force knocked him off his feet. He tumbled across the deck, his ears ringing. Flames licked at the edges of the bridge. Rosette's body lay crumpled against a console, unmoving. Coral's voice faded as she barked final orders to the crew. Ristev's vision blurred. The last thing he saw was the warship's faint silhouette disappearing into the stars, leaving only destruction in its wake. The flagship buckled. Explosions rippled through its spine. Ristev closed his eyes. There was no salvation. Only silence. And then, nothing.
Chapter 14. Shadows in the Depths. Light from Quentin's HUD illuminated Veltheron's chaotic tunnels. Temperature warnings flickered red, matching the tremors under his boots. The remaining Saffrons in his first vanguard formed a defensive perimeter around the cryo unit.
Master,
Saffron 8 said.
The invisibility sheet on the cryo unit is performing at 60%. Heat signature suppression is unstable.
How long until it stabilizes? Quentin asked.
10 minutes, if conditions hold.
We don't have 10 minutes. Make it work. Quentin cursed under his breath. Although it was great that 8 had managed to manipulate her superpowers through the protective gear, no one else had managed to, despite trying to use their cyborg superpowers safely throughout the infiltration. He sent out a mind-link message to all the Saffrons down here and in orbit. If only we could all harness our abilities fully,
Without these restrictive suits, he clenched his fists, feeling the faint crackle of energy that wouldn't escape the reinforced gloves. He couldn't risk piercing his protection. He growled. We could have cleared these tunnels in seconds if we weren't sealed in. A familiar beep interrupted his thoughts. Vornath's voice came through the comms.
Commander, status.
Still moving to the secondary extraction point, Quentin stepped over debris. Mutants are in pursuit. How are the bots?
2 drop pods deployed. 30 bots are engaging hostiles in your vicinity. I've also sent 20 more Saffrons. Numbers 21 through 40 to support the ground team. ETA. 1 minute.
Quentin blew out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. There was a pause. Vornath's voice dropped.
We destroyed Major Vallik's flagship. Our bots intercepted its shuttle departing a hangar. Visual Idaho confirmed Arch Luminary Ristev aboard. He wasn't alone. 2 high-ranking CAT Eon officers were present. Their identities remain unverified.
Quentin's steps slowed as the weight of the news hit him. You're certain Ristev was on board?
Our stealth drone captured the visual before the shuttle docked at the flagship in orbit. We decimated it. We couldn't risk the virus being on board. Better their annihilation than ours.
Quentin clenched his fists. What about the virus? Was it aboard? Are there more cryo units like this?
1 cryo unit was detected in the hangar logs. Identical to the one you're transporting. We believe it contained another bio unit, but there's more.
Quentin's jaw tightened. More? What do you mean? Vornath sucked in an audible breath.
While the hangar was open, I sent 20 additional Saffrons to the underground headquarters. Their mission was to infiltrate the facility's core systems while the chaos provided cover. We decimated the flagship before they breached Vallik's mainframe, just in case it engaged its cryo-thrust for faster-than-light travel and escaped.
And tension coiled in Quentin's chest.
Recovered data has confirmed what we feared, the development of multiple cryo units.
A sudden burst of static crackled in Quentin's ear, followed by Saffron 8's urgent voice in his mind link.
Hostiles detected. Closing in on our position. Automated turrets activating ahead.
Plasma fire from 2 solar communalist soldiers flashed in the tunnel as Saffrons 21 and 9 pivoted to engage. The corridor filled with the roar of vaporizing plasma and screeching metal. Sorry, Superior Officer. Please continue. My vanguard has my back. Vornath cleared his throat.
This isn't just about the one aboard the flagship or the one in your possession. Intel confirms several additional cryo units are being stored at various locations, including the asteroid prison colony Galacton.
Quentin wanted to scream, but he held his temper. We just swept Galacton. Why didn't Raphael 2's unit pick it up? A mutated monstrosity with sharp fangs and claws burst from the shadows ahead. Its sinewy limbs gleamed with a wet, metallic sheen. It lunged, but Saffron 9 intercepted with a plasma strike to its core. The creature convulsed, emitting a guttural roar before collapsing into the dust. Saffron 7 extended her hand instinctively, her voice sharp.
Incoming, above us.
A pile of debris launched upward, striking a descending mutant mid-air. The creature screeched as it was flung back into the shadows. Quentin raised an eyebrow at the fact she'd managed telekinesis with her armor, helmet, and gloves on. Good use of initiative, he muttered. Keep it focused.
Target neutralized.
Saffron 9 reported, voice tight with focus. Quentin gritted his teeth, swallowed hard, and nodded. So?
Is it safe to talk?
My Saffrons have my back.
Raphael 2's objective wasn't to find hidden labs, Commander.
Vornath replied.
Their mission was intel recovery, identifying the architects of this operation. 10 minutes ago, Saffrons 35 through 40 confirmed the Galacton labs housing those units are buried deep and heavily shielded. No detectable signs without advanced targeting protocols.
So what is the monster in this and the other cryo units? Quentin's HUD flared red with proximity alerts. Rear flank compromised, he hollered. Saffrons 12 and 15, cover our 6. Vornath, make this quick. We're under fire. The team adjusted, firing in disciplined bursts as another wave of mutants swarmed forward. Before Vornath could respond, the tunnel shook violently. Dust rained down from above, the sharp whir of automated turrets adjusting their aim cut through the air, followed by the rhythmic clunk of firing mechanisms priming.
Multiple threats incoming.
Saffron 8 reported,
defensive positions now.
Quentin gritted his teeth, his focus torn between the harrowing battle and Vornath's revelations. He shouted into the comms, Saffron's fallback pattern Delta. We need a choke point now.
There's a side passage, Master.
Saffron 7 said as she scanned the immediate surroundings.
30 meters ahead, left corridor. Narrow entry, good for defense.
Move, Quentin commanded. Cover the cryo unit. A plasma bolt whizzed past Quentin's head, ricocheting off the tunnel wall. Saffron 7 raised her hand instinctively, and the next bolt arced unnaturally, striking a mutant directly in its chest. She stared at her hand, momentarily stunned. Quentin said through his mind link, "Impressive." The team shifted into formation, firing controlled bursts as they retreated. Saffron 9 let out a grunt as a bio-unit's claw scraped her armored leg, sparks flying. She retaliated with a plasma blade strike, severing the limb in one smooth motion. Saffron 7's voice crackled.
Rear guard holding, Master. But our ammo's draining fast.
Quentin glanced at his HUD. The bio-units swarmed closer, relentless against their defensive line. He pushed forward, leading the way toward the corridor. Dust and debris cascaded from above, the tremors growing stronger with each passing second. Into the side passage, Quentin ordered as the narrow opening came into view. One by one, the Saffrons ducked inside, forming a defensive perimeter. Saffron 7 maneuvered the cryo unit through with practiced precision, its invisibility flickering under the strain. Seal the entrance, Quentin snapped. Saffron 8 pulled a military orb shield generator from her pack, slamming it into place at the mouth of the passage. A shimmering blue barrier sprang to life, halting the mutants' approach. The creatures snarled and clawed at the energy field, their distorted faces glowing eerily in its light.
Barrier active,
Saffron 8 reported. Quentin's HUD flickered, a surge of energy registering as a red pulse on Saffron 8's marker. Her proximity indicators spiked erratically, an unfamiliar energy signature emanating from her position. Saffron 8, he asked. What's going on?
The generator is responding,
she replied, her voice tinged with disbelief.
It was broken before.
The barrier's glow intensified, its hum deepening as it thickened. Quentin's HUD registered the barrier's energy levels, climbing past standard output. Whatever you're doing, keep at it, he said. It's holding them back. The snarling mutants clawed at the field, their strikes repelled by the reinforced energy.
Master,
she said.
I think I can maintain this longer than anticipated.
Good. We're going to need it. Quentin took a moment to steady his breathing, his rifle still raised and ready. The distant sounds of snarling and the rhythmic pounding of claws against the shield filled the cramped corridor. He toggled his comms. Vornath, we're secure for now. Talk to me.
The unit you're carrying is designed to preserve a virus-infused bio-unit for precise deployment,
Vornath said. When you say bio-unit, you mean genetically modified monstrosity.
Yes, however, hacked records and intel from your vanguard, along with the other Saffrons we sent in, confirm that the monsters you're fighting are uninfected hybrids, engineered as a scalable army.
Cold hit Quentin's core. Oh, no.
Oh yes, Commander Valentine, they're meant to be infected and unleashed en masse in populous regions like Veltheron, Zars, and Voria. Saffrons analyzing the bio-unit corpses have also confirmed they're virus-free, verifying that the infection process hasn't started yet.
Quentin blew out a series of short breaths, his pounding heartbeat slowing. So the one aboard the flagship wasn't the only backup.
No,
Vornath said.
And the implications are worse than we thought. The information suggests these bio-units are being engineered to deploy the virus directly. If even one escapes containment, the devastation would be unimaginable.
Quentin's grip on his rifle tightened, and the flagship? Was the cryo unit destroyed?
We believe so,
Vornath said.
The destruction of the flagship should have neutralized the bio-unit it carried, but the logs indicate more of these cryo units are active and still in Vallik's control.
Adrenaline shot through Quentin's veins. And Galactan? What do we know?
Limited intel,
Vornath admitted.
The asteroid's security measures are impenetrable even with the Saffron's infiltration. It's clear Vallik is using it as a staging ground for something far larger. If we're going to stop this, we need to act quickly and decisively.
Quentin nodded. Then we'll stop it, starting with this cryo unit. Shall I decimate it here and now?
No, our scientists need to study it.
Really?
Yes.
But you have the vaccine already.
We still need that virus, Quentin.
Damn.
The unit you're carrying is the only other cryo unit confirmed in Vallik's headquarters.
A sharp crack echoed through the tunnel. Saffron 9's voice cut in.
Hostiles closing fast. ETA, 30 seconds.
Quentin toggled his comms. Form a rear guard. 8, 9, 10. Hold the line. Everyone else, keep moving.
Yes, Master,
Came their synchronized reply. The team shifted, their red markers adjusting on his HUD. Quentin toggled back to Vornath. The bots. Sync them to my HUD. Cover our rear.
Already done,
Vornath replied.
They'll meet the hostiles before your position.
Another tremor shook the tunnel. Dust and debris rained down, clattering against their suits. Saffron 7's voice was tight.
Structural integrity is failing, Master. Deeper movement will worsen it.
Chunks of the tunnel ceiling fell. Quentin's HUD displayed Saffron 9's red marker, jerking sharply upward, accompanied by a faint distortion ripple on his sensors. The falling debris froze mid-air before hurtling to the side, clearing the path ahead. Her voice crackled through the comms, tight with focus.
Tunnel stable. For now.
Quentin gave her a curt nod. Good work. Don't burn yourself out, but let's not get buried alive either. Ahead, the tunnel forked. One path sloped upward, the other plunged into shadow. Saffron 10 scanned both routes.
Upper path has lower seismic activity but narrows dangerously. Lower route has active turrets and drones.
Quentin frowned. Take us up. Keep the cryo unit clear of the walls. The vanguard adjusted formation, moving single file. The path narrowed, the cryo unit's invisibility sheet flickering as it brushed against the jagged rock. Saffron 8 worked to stabilize it.
Sheet is holding, Master, but I'll need better clearance.
Quentin nodded, glancing back. We'll make do. Suddenly, plasma fire erupted from the rear.
Contact.
Saffron 9 bellowed.
Monsters are breaching from below.
Quentin corkscrewed around, raising his rifle. The first mutant, a grotesque amalgam of flesh and metal, bounded forward. Plasma bolts lit the corridor, cutting the creature down. More surged after it. Hold your ground, Quentin commanded. He fired a burst into the oncoming horde. The air filled with the sharp scent of ozone and scorched metal.
Master,
Saffron 7 called.
Cryo unit stability is critical.
Keep it moving. Quentin sliced through a smaller mutant with his plasma blade. Another mutant tore through the line, dragging Saffron 9 into the shadows. Her scream cut off abruptly. No. Quentin fired after her, but the mutant vanished into the darkness. Saffron 10 called out.
We're losing cohesion, Master.
Focus, Quentin ordered. Stay together. We're not losing anyone else. Ahead, the path widened into a chamber. Proximity alerts flared on his HUD. Mutants descended from above, their hulking forms illuminated by the glow of plasma fire. The air was thick with snarls and the clang of metal on stone. Vornath, Quentin snapped. Extraction.
1 minute. Hold the chamber.
Quentin's team tightened their formation. The cryo unit hovering precariously at the center. Saffron 7 adjusted its position, her plasma pistol firing in short bursts. The mutants pressed in, relentless. A larger creature dropped from the ceiling. Its multiple limbs lashed out, scattering the saffrons. It lunged for the cryo unit, its claws glinting in the light. Quentin charged, his plasma blade cutting into its side. The creature shrieked, rearing back as another volley of plasma fire struck it. Stay away from the unit, he roared. Saffron 10 fell, her body crushed under a mutant's clawed limb. Hold the line, Quentin yelled, his voice raw. We're almost there. A burst of static cut through the comms. Vornath's voice returned, urgent.
Commander, extraction confirmed. Get your team to the surface. Now.
Quentin nodded, his jaw tight. Saffrons, move. Protect the cryo unit at all costs. The vanguard regrouped, pushing forward through the horde. The mutants pressed closer, their numbers swelling. Quentin vaporized another monster. Keep moving. Behind them, the tunnel collapsed, sealing the mutants away. The team stumbled into the extraction zone, their breaths heaving. The cryo unit hovered, battered but intact. Quentin's HUD confirmed the bots were clearing the path behind them. Vornat's reinforcements had bought them time, but the cost had been steep. Chapter 15. Betrayal's Resonance.
The villa's serenity hid the storm brewing in Isham's mind. Morning sunlight streamed through the windows, but she remained tense, and the gentle wash of the waves failed to soothe her. She sat at her desk, staring at a holographic projection of Raphael II's last known coordinates. The translucent map flickered, illuminating the stretch of deep space where the white phoenix had met its end. Her fingers lingered over the holographic controllers. What's left of my work? 34 surviving Saffrons, 16 dead, Raphael II gone. They could all be clones again and memories uploaded, but they were all so far away and she had handed over her control to Quentin and Raphael II. The burden of unresolved matters clamped against her heart like a vice. Her data globe remote buzzed, interrupting her turbulent contemplations. The remote's interface lit up, and a voice alert followed.
Incoming call from President Lyra Vantara.
Isham's heart beat faster. She hesitated before accepting the call. Slowly, the hologram of President Vantara took shape, rising from the floor. She was shorter than Isham. The elderly Xilta's dark orange, wrinkled skin shimmered faintly, accentuated by her pristine white hair braided into a simple crown. Her pale silver robe exuded authority, draping effortlessly over her thin frame.
Professor Isham.
Isham stood and bowed slightly, a gesture she loathed but deemed necessary. Madam President.
Sit.
Vantara said curtly. Isham obeyed, folding herself back into her chair. The president's piercing gaze scanned her surroundings.
A beachside villa. How quaint. I assume this is your idea of hiding in plain sight.
Hardly, Isham replied. It's a temporary retreat, as recommended by my father.
Retreat.
When Vantara pursed her lips, her wrinkles deepened around them as if she'd sucked some sour fruit.
An odd word for someone whose actions have left 2 entire systems in ruin.
The accusation stung, but Isham refused to show it. If this is about the exposure of Laron's star gem harvesting operation...
It's about much more than that.
Vantara interrupted.
Your clones, your experiments, your so-called brilliance. The Euphorian Alliance still bears the scars of your unchecked ambition.
Isham bristled. Ambition that brought about advancements you are now using to protect humanity. Let's not pretend your government isn't benefiting from the very technologies you condemn me for. Vantara leaned closer.
And let's not pretend your recklessness hasn't cost millions of lives. The Zarsian infrastructure is in ruins and the Alliance is barely holding together. Yet here you are, lounging in luxury.
Do you want an apology for my father waking me up in a clone? Because you won't get one. The truth needed to come out no matter the cost. And as for Zars...
Enough.
Vantara snapped.
I didn't contact you to relitigate the past.
Isham arched an eyebrow. Then why are you here? The president's expression hardened.
We need your expertise, Professor Isham. A situation has arisen that requires your unique skill set.
Isham let out a bitter laugh. My unique skill set? The same one your administration publicly denounced, the same one that made me a fugitive in my own home system. Vantara's voice dropped, icy and measured.
The Alliance is facing an existential threat. We cannot afford to let personal grievances cloud our judgment.
Convenient, Isham muttered. What exactly is this existential threat?
The very enemies who killed your Raphael II.
Vantara hesitated for the briefest moment, a flicker of discomfort crossing her features.
The solar communalists called the Crimson Collective.
I believed that political party had disappeared decades ago, following the nuclear war in Hukyo Shugon.
It should have.
Vantara replied, her tone grim.
Commander Maria Musa assassinated Premier Drastic when she was a child space marine. A corrupt Tsar's military faction sent her to that Red Sun world. The poor girl was an orphan and believed the military could bring her mother back to life.
I know, I shared a mind with her, remember. The president formed a double chin when she cleared her throat, her hologram flickering briefly.
Now Commander Maria is dead.
Isham almost hyperventilated. No.
She was killed by her own father.
What?
Neither knew. Both Maria Musa and Major Donkora Vallik had sections of their memories wiped after escaping that Red Sun world on separate crafts.
It doesn't make sense.
No. But that's another story.
So she knew Major Vallik was her father when she went to Hukyoshi Yugon.
No, it was purely coincidental that he discovered who she was. He has thousands of children spread across the stars. He had her kidnapped, and she lived in his mansion. The Leronese Secret Service still has her missing memories stored to this day.
Isham didn't particularly like Commander Maria. She'd found the woman stern and lacking emotions, but hearing this tragic story and about her demise made Isham choke up with tears. Did Major Vallik know she was his daughter when he killed her?
No. Both remained ignorant.
That's terrible. Why did you tell me all of this?
It's been playing on my mind, I guess. And I had no one else to share it with.
Except your enemy.
I hope we can brush our differences under the carpet and become allies. The Crimson Collective has resurged. It's more organized and ruthless than ever. Its presence has been confirmed across 2 systems. Those solar communalists are no longer just zealots, they're tacticians with access to advanced weaponry, stolen technologies, and possibly your own work.
Isham's jaw tightened. You think it has access to my clones?
I don't know. The monsters Commander Valentine and his Saffron Vanguard have come into contact with are inferior to say the least, but they're deadly. We know they've been reverse engineering cybernetic frameworks. Whether they gained them through black market networks or espionage within the Alliance, the result is the same. They're creating their own hybrid armies. Their plan was to infect them with a deadly virus before unleashing them on the Leronese and Zars populations.
The words hit Isham like a blow. How many?
We don't have exact figures, but their numbers are growing. And their operations are spreading beyond Zars. Your Saffrons hacked into Vallik's system and uncovered a facility on Galacton and one in the Crown of Thorns.
Like the Crown of Thorns in Leron's system?
Yes, one of the largest asteroid clusters in Trion's orbital path.
Isham frowned. The Crown of Thorns? That's a smuggler's haven, not a strategic hub.
Exactly why it's ideal for them.
Vantara said.
The region's chaotic gravitational fields make navigation treacherous. It's a perfect hiding place, and the Collective has fortified its position there. We suspect it's using an asteroid to house an illegal cloning facility. If it's operational, it could rival your original production rates.
A bitter knot twisted in Isham's chest. And what do you expect me to do? Storm their base alone? Vantara's skinny shoulders hitched up, then drooped back down.
Not alone, Professor. That's why I need you to create more Saffrons.
The demand hung in the air like a heavy storm cloud. Isham stared at the hologram, incredulous. You want me to start over? Build another army?
We've already lost critical ground in Zars, and the cloning facility on Leron has been dismantled. There are no active Saffron units under our command in this system. If we're to secure the Crown of Thorns and neutralize the Crimson Collective, we need your expertise and your creations. Unlimited resources, science, money, anything you need.
Vantara continued.
You'll work under the direct command of Major General Aaron Tivos. He'll ensure you have the infrastructure and security to complete your work.
A handler.
An ally.
Vantara corrected coldly.
A trusted officer who will oversee the deployment of your creations and ensure no repeat of previous incidents.
You mean the cyber terrorists who hacked into my systems? Isham shot back, her anger flaring. Do you think I wanted that? Vantara's expression hardened.
What I think is irrelevant. What matters is preventing it from happening again. Tivos will ensure accountability.
Isham raked fingers through her long black hair. The thought of resurrecting the Saffrons filled her with fear and a steely will. And the Crown of Thorns.
Our intelligence indicates the facility is heavily guarded. The Leronese forces and your Saffron clones on Zars are positioned to act swiftly on Galacton, but we have nothing on Leron, and that's why we need you.
Isham folded her arms and murmured, And if I refuse?
Refusal isn't an option.
Vantara said icily.
The Alliance needs you. Leron needs you. You can either help us defend our system, or watch as the Crimson Collective burns it to the ground.
Her gaze shifted to the holographic map still glowing on her console. The Crown of Thorns now represented the heart of the threat against them all. She nodded slowly. Fine, but if I do this, I set the terms. Vantara's expression softened just barely.
So long as the terms don't interfere with the mission, you'll have autonomy.
Isham's gaze was steel. Then we have an agreement. The hologram flickered as Vantara disconnected, leaving Isham alone with her thoughts. Outside, the waves continued their rhythmic dance against the shore. but the peace they offered felt impossibly far away. That evening, the sun set, colouring the sky crimson and gold. Isham stood on the balcony of her beachside villa, the warm breeze teasing the loose strands of her long hair. Her lilac fingers gripped the railing as she stared out at the endless ocean. The air was thick with salt and possibility, but beneath it all lay a weight. A decision she had made and couldn't undo. Inside, the soft clinking of glasses and the murmur of voices reached her ears. Suhailey and Sapchari were there, waiting for her. They always waited for her. And tonight she would give them something they hadn't asked for. Goodbye. She turned away from the sea and stepped back into the villa, her bare feet padding silently across the polished wooden floor. The room was warm, lit by the flickering glow of candles scattered about. Suhailey sat on the couch, his massive frame taking up most of the space, his ebony skin glistening in the candlelight. He held a glass of wine, his deep-set eyes watching her with an intensity that made her stomach flutter. Sapchari leaned casually against the wall nearby, his slimmer figure more relaxed but no less captivating. His cropped black hair caught the light as he tilted his head.
"You've been quiet,"
Suhailey said, his voice like gravel, rich and low.
"Something on your mind, Professor?"
Isham hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "There's something I need to tell you both." Sapchari pushed off the wall, his movements smooth and unhurried. He stepped closer, his dark indigo skin making him seem like a shadow come to life.
"Out with it, Isham. You're making me nervous."
She looked between them, her heart pounding. This is it, she thought, no turning back. "I'm leaving. Tomorrow. And I won't be coming back." The room went still. Even the sound of the waves outside seemed to fade into nothingness. Suhailey set his glass down, the clink sharp in the silence.
"Leaving?"
He echoed, his tone flat.
"Why?"
Isham swallowed hard, her throat tight. "It's complicated. But this is the last night I'll have here, with you. With everything." She took a step toward them, her hands trembling. "And I don't want to waste it. I want to feel something. I want to feel happy, even if it's just for tonight." She would miss the cousins, and she would need to find new lovers on her quest to raise another army of cyborg mutant clones.
Chapter 16. Escape. The tremors intensified, each one threatening to collapse the already unstable tunnels. Quentin's team pushed on, the sound of their boots crunching against loose debris echoing through the confined space.
"Master."
Saffron 7 called out.
"Structural integrity is at 40%. If we don't find an exit soon..."
"We'll make it," Quentin snapped, though the tension in his voice betrayed his own doubts. "Vornath, we need an exit. Closest hangar."
"Stand by,"
Vornath's voice replied through the comms. A schematic overlay appeared over Quentin's field of vision on his HUD. A glowing blue marker highlighted a hangar 2 kilometers northeast. Red markers swarmed the corridors behind them, representing the advancing soldiers and mutants, otherwise called bio-units.
"The hangar is here,"
Vornath said.
"Escape crafts are docked along the eastern bay. You'll need to clear the blast doors first, plotting the fastest route now."
A green line on the HUD tracked the path to the hangar. Quentin studied the path, his jaw clenched. 2 kilometers in this mess. Great.
"Hostiles detected en route,"
Vornath continued.
"Automated turrets in the adjacent sectors are still operational, but I've rerouted a support bot squad to assist. ETA, 3 minutes.
"Good," Quentin growled. "We'll need every second. Let's move, Vanguard." His HUD flashed with a bright green path overlaid on the tunnel. Quentin gritted his teeth. 2 kilometers in this mess. Great. Behind them, the distant whir of pursuit grew louder. Mechanized suits and soldier chatter. The solar communalists weren't giving up easily.
"Hostiles closing,"
Saffron 7 reported.
"Armed and in atmospheric gear. ETA, 2 minutes."
"Pick up the pace," Quentin barked. "Double time, Saffrons." The team broke into a jog, their boots crunching on the loose gravel and dust underfoot. The cryo unit hovered precariously between them, its invisibility sheet malfunctioning. A sudden flash of plasma fire lit the tunnel behind them. Quentin cursed, ducking instinctively as a bolt sizzled past his shoulder and slammed into the wall ahead.
"Contact,"
Saffron 8 yelled. Quentin spun, his rifle snapping into place. A squad of communalist soldiers in sleek, pressurized suits stormed into view, their helmets reflecting infrared glow balls and emergency lights. They fired in synchronized bursts, forcing the team to scatter for cover. Return fire, Quentin commanded through the mind link. Plasma bolts crisscrossed the tunnel as the Saffrons engaged. Saffron 7 raised her hand, and a discarded metal beam ripped from the floor, slamming into 2 soldiers and sending them sprawling. Quentin growled through clenched teeth. Good, 7. Keep using that power. Everyone else, keep moving. They retreated in bursts, alternating between suppressive fire and frantic sprints. At least they could use their super cyborg speed, and covering 2 kilometers didn't take so long. The path narrowed further ahead, funneling them toward the hangar's entrance.
Master.
Saffron 8 shouted, her HUD marker flashing.
Blast doors ahead. Hangar should be on the other side.
Perfect, Quentin muttered. Get the charges ready. We're punching through. The team skidded to a halt before the massive blast doors, their steel surface scorched and worn but still impenetrable. Saffron 8 dropped to one knee, pulling a cylindrical charge from her pack. She slammed it against the door's seam, her fingers flying across its interface.
Charges primed. 30 seconds to detonation.
Behind them, the soldiers gained ground. Their shouts, sharp and panicked, mixed with the deafening roar of plasma burning the air, which grew louder with each passing second. Hold them off, Quentin ordered, taking a knee and firing into the oncoming wave. A soldier's helmet cracked under the force of his shot, the figure crumpling to the ground. Saffron 7 conjured another telekinetic wave, hurling debris into the advancing squad. The tunnel trembled under the combined chaos of combat and seismic activity.
10 seconds.
Saffron 8 called. Quentin toggled his comms. Vornath, we're at the hangar doors. Extraction is about to get messy.
Copy that, Commander. Transport en route.
Vornath replied.
ETA. 30 seconds.
The charge detonated with a deafening roar, the blast door crumpling inward. Shrapnel sprayed into the hangar beyond, its expansive interior bathed in harsh white light. Rows of shuttles and supply crates lined the space, with a loading ramp leading to the surface. Move, 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 move. Quentin bellowed as he led the charge into the hangar. The team sprinted toward the loading ramp, their path illuminated by emergency beacons. Soldiers spilled into the hangar from side passages, firing relentlessly. Plasma bolts ricocheted off crates and machinery, the air thick with the smell of scorched metal.
Master.
Saffron 8 shouted.
Incoming hostiles from the upper catwalks.
Quentin's HUD tagged multiple targets. Soldiers in exosuits aimed weapons at the vanguard from the railings. Cover fire, he ordered. Saffron 7 extended her hands, and a heavy storage crate lifted from the floor, slamming into the catwalks. The impact sent several soldiers tumbling to their deaths. The transport craft roared into view, its bay doors open and bots firing from mounted turrets. The pilot's voice crackled through Quentin's comms.
Vanguard, this is Strike Lancer 1. Approach the ramp and board immediately.
Quentin motioned to his team. Go. Get that cryo unit on board. The Saffrons ascended the ramp in perfect coordination. Quentin brought up the rear, firing bursts at the pursuing soldiers. As the last Saffron loaded the cryo unit onto the transport, Quentin turned, firing a final shot into the throng of hostiles. A plasma bolt grazed his shoulder, the impact spinning him sideways.
Master.
Saffron 8 yelled, extending a hand. Quentin sat up dizzy. He staggered up the ramp as the bay doors closed. The transport lifted off, its thrusters kicking up a storm of dust and debris. Inside the craft, Quentin collapsed against a bulkhead, his breath ragged. His HUD displayed the facility below as the escape craft gained altitude. Fire and smoke consumed the headquarters after a series of explosions. The craft shuddered as it broke through the atmosphere, the burning facility disappearing from view. Quentin rested, adrenaline fading. Mission accomplished, he muttered. For now, anyway.
Falcon sat slumped against the cold, cracked wall of the collapsing facility, his breathing labored and shallow. Blood trickled from a gash above his brow, mingling with the sweat that dripped down his face.
Who are you?
He croaked as she gripped his wrist with her invisible fingers. She tapped a control on their wrist. The shimmer dissolved, revealing a face Falcon never thought he'd see again. Maria. His eyes bugged.
Maria? How?
His voice cracked, tears welling.
I thought you were dead.
Her lips curved into a faint smile, but her eyes stayed sharp, scanning the corridor. Not dead, she said simply. But we'll both be if we don't move. Can you stand? Falcon let out a shaky laugh, the kind that came from a place of overwhelming relief. Tears spilled down his cheeks as he reached for her, his voice trembling.
I can't believe it. You're alive.
Maria crouched, steadying him with a firm hand on his shoulder. Falcon, we don't have time for this. The longer we stay here, the shorter our odds of making it out. He nodded, swallowing hard as he fought to compose himself.
How did you do it? How did you fool me? Fool all of us.
Maria tapped the wrist device again, her form blurring as the stealth field reactivated from what just looked like her thermals. Let's go. I'll explain as we move. Maria moved like a shadow through the crumbling facility, her invisibility shimmering faintly with each step. Falcon followed, despite the chaos, questioning constantly.
Maria?
He panted.
How? I don't understand. Your comm stopped. We saw you get vaporized.
They did stop. Maria scanned the corridor ahead. And the invisibility. That. I didn't even know I had it. It wasn't part of my standard gear.
Then how?
Falcon began, his voice catching as another tremor shook the ground beneath them. It grew, Maria said, her voice tinged with equal parts amazement and disbelief. Around my head, my whole body, some kind of adaptive material. Tapping my wristband triggered it. Malix had told me that should someone fire plasma at me and should I have no chance of survival, I must tap the wristband. He never explained what or why, and he certainly never told me my thermals would make me invisible, but it saved me. Must be some specialist tech. Something experimental that hasn't hit the field yet. Falcon stumbled over a piece of debris, Maria catching him before he hit the ground.
You're telling me your thermals just grew a helmet and made you invisible?
Not a helmet, a kind of mask. From my thermals that I was given back on Zars, she said, pulling him forward. If we survive this, you can interrogate me all you want about the science. Hell, if we survive this, I'll be interrogating the director of the LSS Carlenia division himself.
You think Malix knows?
Surely he does, but right now we need to get out. They approached a security checkpoint, the path ahead blocked by an automated turret. Maria gestured for Falcon to stay back. Wait here, she slipped past the turret's detection field. With a flick of her wrist, she accessed the turret's controls, rerouting its power feed with her brain-to-machine interface. The weapon fell silent. Clear, she called, motioning Falcon forward. The corridor stretched on, filled with smoke and the occasional sparks of malfunctioning circuits. Maria's eyes scanned every shadow. Each tremor sent shards of glass and twisted beams crashing around them, but her focus remained unbroken. Falcon stumbled behind her, his breathing labored, and she resisted the urge to bark at him to keep up. Ahead, a faint rumble grew louder, the vibrations rippling through the air. Maria halted abruptly, her cloaking shimmer fading as she crouched to assess their surroundings. She tapped her wrist device, pulling up the facility schematics. The hangar's close, she muttered. The display flickered before solidifying, straight ahead and then up. Elevated loading docks should lead us there. As they approached the final turn to the loading docks, Maria's sensors picked up movement. The sound of mechanical footsteps echoed through the smoky air, growing louder with each second. She activated her cloaking field, motioning for Falcon to stay back. I'll clear the way, she whispered, her voice a low hiss. Falcon nodded weakly, pressing himself into the shadows. Maria moved silently, her form shimmering faintly before disappearing completely. She approached the squad of soldiers stationed between them and the hangar exit. Her augmented hearing caught snippets of their comms. Standard tactical chatter. Maria disabled the first soldier with a swift strike to his pressure points, his helmet hitting the ground with a muted thud. Another soldier turned, confused, but Maria was already behind him, wrenching his weapon away and deactivating it with a deft flick of her wrist. The remaining soldiers whirled around, their movements panicked.
What the hell?
One began, but Maria was a step ahead. She yanked the power core from their turret, rendering it useless, and shoved a stack of crates into their path, buying enough time to finish neutralizing the group. She dropped her cloaking field just long enough to call back to Falcon. Go, now. He didn't hesitate, bolting past the disoriented soldiers as Maria fell in behind him. They reached the hangar entrance, the space stretching out before them in chaotic disarray. Emergency lights cast harsh shadows over rows of shuttles and machinery. Maria's gaze locked onto a sleek, unmarked craft near the loading ramp. She grabbed Falcon's wrist and pulled him toward it, her voice sharp. That one. Move. They arrived at the shuttle, and Maria wasted no time yanking open the cockpit hatch. She climbed in and took the controls. The engines roared to life, the dashboard bathing her face in soft light. Strap in.
Those doors aren't opening without clearance.
Falcon's voice rose a pitch.
What now?
Damn, no spacesuits in here.
Not that I can see.
Falcon jumped to his feet and rummaged through cupboards and compartments. Maria stared at the control panel. She activated her cloaking field again, disappearing from Falcon's view. He craned his neck, searching, but Maria's voice crackled through the shuttle's comms. Stay put. Maria exited the shuttle, eyeing the control station. Ignoring the danger, she sprinted toward it. Her enhanced senses focused on the console's locks. Time for creativity. She halted at the terminal. Her fingers tapped frantically, rerouting power. The display blinked with a warning. Atmospheric containment required. Manual override restricted without safety protocols. Maria cursed under her breath. Rerouting power, she sealed airlocks and reinforced the hangar's shields. The system reluctantly complied. The display showed containment stable.
Maria, they're almost on us.
Falcon shouted. Glancing at the soldiers, then the console, she continued. She hit the emergency release. Blast doors opened, revealing a shimmering atmospheric shield. Maria exhaled sharply. Field's holding. That's our exit. She bolted back to the shuttle as the field shimmered against the opening void. Plasma bolts whizzed past, one scorching the edge of her jacket. She dove into the cockpit and slammed the hatch closed behind her.
Go!
Falcon yelled. Maria didn't need the reminder. She brought the engines to life. The shuttle roared forward, the atmospheric field parting as they passed through it. The soldiers behind them fired futilely, their shots ricocheting off the shuttle's reinforced hull. As the craft broke free of the facility, the blast doors sealed automatically, cutting off the chaotic scene below. The shuttle shuddered as it cleared the upper atmosphere, stars stretching out before them. Falcon slumped in his seat, his breath ragged.
You had a backup plan the whole time?
Maria shot him a sidelong glance. I had time to investigate while everyone thought I was dead. Goosebumps prickled her scalp as she remembered hearing Donkora's scientists discussing the daughter the Major had unknowingly killed. Her nails dug into her palms. You think I'd risk both of us without a backup plan? He let out a shaky laugh.
Remind me not to question you again.
Maria adjusted their trajectory, her focus unwavering. Don't celebrate just yet. We've still got a lot of ground to cover.
Chapter 17. Into the Unknown. The escape craft shuddered as it ascended through Veltheron's thinning atmosphere, leaving the burning surface behind. Quentin leaned against the bulkhead, his gaze fixed on the viewport. Below, the scarred planet shrank into the void, its orange glow fading into the black expanse of space. Its engines ran silently as it cruised toward a designated safe zone in orbit. Quentin's gaze lingered on the cryo unit. Status report. Saffron 8 sat up, hair tucked behind ears, helmet in her lap.
Cryo unit remains intact, Master. The invisibility sheet is non-functional, but the containment field is stable. No breaches detected.
Quentin nodded, pulling up the cryo unit's diagnostics on his HUD. And casualties. Saffron 7 hesitated.
Saffron's 19 and 20 didn't make it. They held the line until the blast doors sealed.
Grief tightened Quentin's ribcage as his thoughts strayed to the Vanguard members lost during the mission. The price had been steep. He pushed the grief down. Their sacrifice will be remembered. Rest assured, their loss wasn't in vain. Vornath's voice crackled through the comms.
Commander Valentine, I've reviewed the data extracted from the Veltheron facility. Donkora's forces will probably escalate operations across multiple fronts since we infiltrated and destroyed the headquarters. We've identified Galacton as a critical staging ground.
Galacton? Quentin pounced to his feet and scrubbed a hand over his face. What's the current status of the prison colony?
Intel suggests a central lab facility where the bio units are being augmented. Donkora's timeline for viral deployment has probably accelerated now that the Crimson Collective has been exposed and his flagship was destroyed. Veltheron is the primary target, but Zars won't be spared either.
The mention of Veltheron twisted in Quentin's gut. His ex-wife, Sana, and their children were there, and Mom and Par, along with many others he cared about. The virus would spread faster than any evacuation effort could contain it. Quentin toggled a private channel. Vornath, I need to contact Veltheron. The South Pole specifically.
I have to warn my family.
Apologies, Commander.
Vornath said.
You can only make personal communications while docked with the Nebula Strider. Special Operations Protocol.
Understood. Quentin gritted his teeth, but he didn't argue. Please let me know the moment we're cleared. The protocol was necessary, but it didn't make the waiting any easier. He did not know if his family was safe, or if they would even heed his warning when he could finally deliver it. Vornath's voice returned, steady.
You'll be docking with the Nebula Strider in 14 hours. Until then, focus on the mission.
Quentin's surprise was clear as he turned to Saffron 8. 14 hours? This craft isn't designed for that. He and his vanguard were exhausted. We've been in these suits for hours. Eating, drinking, everything in these things. We're cramped, we're hungry, and we need proper rest. The pilot turned in his seat, gesturing to a holographic display that materialized above the control console.
The Nebula Strider is en route to Galacton's orbit. We're diverting to intercept it there.
Quentin studied the projection, his unease growing as he watched the slow progress of their trajectory. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Vornath, what's the plan once we dock?
A new Raphael 2 will meet the Nebula Strider at Galacton's orbit.
Vornath explained.
This Raphael 2 will lead its squadron of Raphaels, alongside other commanders and robots, to tear down the lab facilities and seize all bio-units and other research. The Saffrons and robots who separated from us during the escape are en route on different crafts to rendezvous there.
Quentin exhaled, his shoulders sagging slightly. He glanced at the Saffrons present. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 21. Each showed signs of exhaustion. And Donkora. Quentin's voice sharpened. A pause.
Regrettably, he escaped.
Vornath said.
We lost his trail, but efforts to locate him are ongoing.
His breath bottled, and he blew it out, strained. Understood. Let's focus on what we can control. He turned to his Saffrons, his voice tinged with weariness. Stay ready. 14 hours is longer than we'd like, but we'll make it work. Rest where you can and keep your focus. The Saffrons nodded. Quentin sank into his seat, the weight of their mission pressing down on him as the cramped escape craft continued its slow journey toward the Nebula Strider.
The shuttle's dashboard flickered with static as Falcon struggled to maintain their trajectory toward Zars. The vast expanse of space stretched endlessly ahead, and the battered craft creaked with every minor course adjustment. Do you even know where we're going? Maria leaned over Falcon's shoulder to scan the readings. Falcon grunted, his hands tightening on the controls.
Away from Veltheron. Beyond that, not really.
Before Maria could retort, the comm system crackled to life. A formal voice broke through the static.
This is Lieutenant Rava of the Zars Planetary Defense Network. Unidentified shuttle. Transmit your identification and state your purpose.
Maria frowned as she reached for the comm panel. This is Maria, from the Laranese Secret Service Zars Division. Shuttle Idaho is transmitting now. We're requesting safe passage. A pause followed, the silence heavy with tension. Falcon slumped back in his seat, exhaustion evident.
I guess we weren't as invisible as we thought.
Stand by for verification.
Lieutenant Rava replied. Maria shot Falcon a look. Let's hope they're feeling cooperative. Minutes passed before the comm crackled again.
Identity confirmed. Connecting you to a senior officer. Stand by.
A familiar voice replaced the lieutenant's.
This is Director Malix of the LSS Carlania Division. Unidentified shuttle, state your purpose and explain why I should trust an unauthorized approach.
Maria tensed, her fingers tightening on the console. Director, it's Maria. I have Falcon with me and we've just escaped Veltheron. We're not a threat, but we need assistance. A pause followed, and Maria could almost picture Malix processing this revelation. Then his voice returned, tinged with disbelief.
Maria? We thought you were dead.
Not quite, Maria replied. But we're low on resources and intel. Can you guide us to Zars?
Did the wristband I gave you work? Did the thermals work?
You mean the invisibility suit?
Yes.
He sounded delighted. Why didn't you tell me?
I wanted to sneak it in for a test. Stole it from a lab.
Well, it worked. I would have been vaporized if it weren't for you. He bellowed with laughter.
Well. I'm tickled pink.
Static filled the line before Malix spoke again, this time with a grim tone.
Your shuttle's distress beacon was picked up by our planetary tracking systems. I've patched you into our operation. The Nebula Strider is currently en route to Galacton to intercept Donkora's forces.
Maria frowned. Nebula Strider?
Of course. You never met the crew, did you?
He didn't give her time to answer the question before continuing.
It replaced the White Phoenix.
She exchanged a glance with Falcon. But why Galacton? What's happening there?
Donkora's forces are consolidating at the labs.
Malix explained.
They've accelerated the virus deployment process. If we don't act now, billions could die.
And us, Maria pressed. What do you need from us?
Your shuttle's comms are now linked to the Nebula Strider.
Malix said.
Dock with the warship en route. Your knowledge of Veltheron's operations and Falcon's intel could be invaluable.
Maria's fingers hovered over the controls. Understood. But once we're on board, Falcon's safety is my responsibility. No interrogations without my consent. Malix's voice was cool, but there was a grudging respect in his tone.
Agreed. For now. But this operation is bigger than any one person.
Maria cut the transmission and turned to Falcon. Well, it looks like we have a destination. Falcon managed a weak laugh.
Great. From one war zone to the next.
Maria leaned back in her seat, her mind already racing with contingencies. Strap in. Things are about to get a lot more complicated. But in the back of her mind, she was questioning exactly who in the Laranese Secret Service knew she was Donkora's daughter and who was responsible for taking her memories of her time living as a hostage in her father's mansion on Hukyosh Yugon at the tender age of 12.
Chapter 19. Isham's relocation.
The sleek hoverfish glided silently over the verdant plains of Liron, with the gentle wind rustling against its streamlined hull. Isham sat stiffly in the plush seat, her fingers digging into the armrests as the vehicle's subtle vibrations coursed through her. Outside the panoramic windows, the fertile terrain of Liron's continent, Welkar, stretched endlessly, bathed in the golden light of the twin suns. Shimmering lakes sparkled like liquid jewels, and earth shelters, their green roofs harmonizing with the land, dotted the horizon. Forest gardens flourished in the distance, their colourful canopies alive with fluttering creatures. The winding paths of permaculture community parks wove between the trees, where clusters of people tended to plants. Across from her, two armed guards in matte black armour and featureless visors sat rigid. They hadn't spoken a word since she'd boarded. When the transport veered toward the ground port, its thrusters whirred with its descent. The world outside tilted, revealing the sprawling facility ahead. Air conduits stretched toward the sky, connecting to the skyport for space travel. The last time she had come here was when she transported her Raphael and Saffron cyborg mutant-cloned armies from Liron to Zars. She had kidnapped Saffron Axe too. It felt weird since that journey had taken 4 years, whereas having her mind put into a clone of herself had only taken minutes. A guard handed her a slim barraglass mask. Iridescent hues shimmered on its surface.
Wear this.
His voice was a low rumble, distorted by his helmet. Isham complied, slipping the mask over her face. A cool, almost electric sensation spread across her skin as the barraglass activated, shifting her features into an unfamiliar visage. Laranese technology had improved so much in the 6 years she had been off-world. The transformation was flawless. She still had her lavender skin and glossy black hair, but that wasn't unusual for individuals of the Tlishua race. Her reflection in the nearby polished surface was that of a stranger. The hoverfish settled gently onto the landing pad, and the guards gestured for her to follow. With her new identity secured, they proceeded through the security checks. The sterile air of the checkpoint carried a faint hum of scanning equipment. The occasional electronic chirp punctuated the otherwise hushed atmosphere. Guards in crisp uniforms watched intently as they passed, their eyes flicking briefly to her before returning to their stations. Finally, they boarded a carriage inside an air conduit. She lay back in the pod and let the inertia cocoon grow around her. The subdued thrum of the propulsion system pervaded the cabin as it shot upward toward the skyport. Isham's stomach flipped as the acceleration pressed her gently into her seat, the ground rapidly shrinking away beneath them. Through the pod's windows and transparent air conduit, she caught glimpses of the expansive skyport amongst the clouds. Its transparent barraglass towers and docking bays bustled with activity. Varied ships precisely moved, their thrusters tracing the sky. As the train within the air conduit docked with a hiss, the barraglass surfaces of the carriages and conduit shifted fluidly, unfurling like the petals of a blooming flower. The translucent panels merged effortlessly, forming sturdy, glimmering bridges that extended gracefully to the platform. Without a word, the guards disembarked and motioned for Isham to follow. Her legs felt laden as she stepped onto the platform. There was no turning back. The guards led her through the bustling skyport, weaving past travelers and crew members. At the edge of the docking bays, a shuttle awaited, its hull gleaming under the sun's light. Isham paused for a moment, her gaze drawn to the vastness of space beyond the skyport's protective shielding.
"We're headed to Lorth, madam,"
one guard said, breaking the silence. The name sent a chill through her. Lorth, the first moon orbiting Trion, unfertile and shrouded in harsh, methane-rich conditions, was a place she'd only heard about. Quentin Valentine had posed as a methane rig worker there. She'd been so obsessed with the secret star gem harvesting that she had exposed the conspiracy to the Euphorian Alliance. Perhaps that was the reason the Valesha Revolutionary Federation had caused so much bloodshed. Perhaps that had triggered the solar communalists to backlash too. Her old entrepreneur boss, Veltheron, had framed Quentin for a terrorist attack on a methane rig on Lorth Moon. She grimaced. Not only had she been sleeping with Arot, but also his horrible fiancé Erel. Isham was horrible too. She was worse than horrible. She had murdered Erel, and as a consequence, Erel's father, Colonel Xander, had begged for his death and got it. Leron, the second moon and her lush, fertile homeworld, was all she'd ever known in this binary sun system. That and Zars, of course. The thought of stepping onto one of Ronnie Trion's other moons made her stomach twist with unease. She took a deep breath, steadying herself. The guards ushered her aboard the shuttle. Inside, the cabin was minimalistic, with sterile lighting reflecting off polished surfaces. Isham settled into her seat, her fingers gripping the armrests as the engine started. It only took a few hours to reach Lorth Moon aboard the shuttle, its subliminal ion thrust engines designed for stability. A tachyon thrust jump could have completed the journey in under 2 minutes, but such high-velocity travel required significant space for deceleration, making it impractical for short inter-moon distances within Trion's gravitational sphere. As the shuttle descended toward Lorth Moon, Isham's gaze remained fixed on the viewport. Jagged ridges and deep craters marked the barren moon. Trion's light glinted on the frosty plains. Golden, purple, and brown clouds of the gas giant glowed, shadowing the moon. As they approached closer, details emerged. Methane lakes reflected the gas giant's hues. Winding rivers of methane carved shimmering paths through the rocky terrain, catching glimmers of what Buck had called the great god of gas. Periodically, towering plumes of methane erupted from geysers, sending sprays that briefly sparkled before falling back as frozen mist. Clusters of industrial structures broke the monotony of the moon's natural features. Sharp-edged extraction rigs stood sentinel over the lakes, connected by sprawling networks of tubular pipelines stretching across the plains. Storage tanks gleamed faintly in the binary sunset. The shuttle descended smoothly, but Isham's unease deepened. The stark beauty of Lorth felt alien and unwelcoming. Her holographic datapad buzzed intermittently with messages from Papa, the notifications flashing insistently, but she ignored them. Bigger concerns loomed ahead as the rocky cliffs and jagged outcroppings of the terrain grew closer. The shuttle banked sharply, aligning with the side of a mountain. A concealed door opened. The craft slipped inside, its engines barely audible as it docked within the covert facility. 2 guards gestured for Isham to exit. She followed silently, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. The hangar was vast, filled with advanced tech and armed personnel. They led her down a corridor lined with intelligent baroglass, which gleamed with embedded circuitry. At the end of the corridor, a pair of ornate doors slid open, revealing a conference room bathed in soft golden light. President Lyra Vantara stood at the center in a silver robe.
Isham, I see you are still in disguise. Smart move. Welcome.
Isham inclined her head slightly. President. Vantara motioned, stamped on the floor, and a baroglass bubble rose, morphing and solidifying into a chair.
Sit. We have much to discuss.
Isham took her seat, her posture tense as the baroglass melded around her. Vantara's piercing gaze met hers.
Major Donkora Vallik's solar communalist forces are spreading chaos across the system. Are you ready to make a new army to counter this threat?
Isham arched a brow. Yes.
Not Saffron's or Raphael's.
Vantara clarified.
Something new. Better. Your expertise is unparalleled, but you can't work like this. Not with a bounty on your head. Every mercenary in the system is looking for you.
And your solution?
A new identity.
Vantara replied, her tone measured.
We will transfer your consciousness into a clone body. One that no one will recognize. You'll work from the shadows, safe from those who would exploit or destroy you.
When Isham reclined, her chair morphed around her. And if I refuse?
Refusal isn't an option.
Vantara said icily.
The cloning facility here is operational. If we don't act, the Crimson Collective will unleash their virus across the Alliance. Liron, Zars, Trion's moons. All of it will fall. They will want to infect Zars and Voria too. We cannot let that happen.
Isham's jaw tightened. Fine. But I want full autonomy over my work.
Granted, within reason. Major General Aaron Tyvos will oversee operations to ensure accountability. He's one of the few people I trust implicitly.
Isham scoffed. A babysitter.
An ally.
Vantara corrected. She gestured to the door.
The process is ready. Follow me.
Intricate machinery lined the blue-lit sterile laboratory. Inside a transparent pod was a Barcode clone. Isham approached cautiously, her eyes tracing the curvy form with maroon skin and short black hair. That's going to be me.
The best security is anonymity,
Vantara said.
No one will suspect a Barcode scientist of being Professor Isham.
The technician gestured for Isham to step into the adjacent pod.
Once the transfer begins, it'll feel disorienting, but the process is safe.
Hey, come on, I've inhabited cyborg mutant clones before and even shared a mind inside that mutant. Apparently I inhabited a Silta on Zars before flying to Liron too. She glanced at President Vantara. You know that, right?
Yes, but our technician didn't.
Vantara said.
No need to be rude.
What will happen to my consciousness presently in cryosleep and traveling through interstellar space?
We will meet her when she arrives in 4 years' time.
Vantara raised an eyebrow at the pod she wanted Isham to enter. You will meet me in that clone, you mean? Isham corrected.
Of course.
And what will you do with her? Isham said, still not budging.
It depends what happens to you. In this clone, your memory will keep uploading.
So I will have no secrets.
Please.
Vantara waved a hand.
No one cares about your sex life.
Isham hesitated, her hand hovering over the pod's edge. She glanced at Vantara, who nodded.
Go inside.
Vantara urged. With a deep breath, Isham stepped inside. A strange warmth spread through her body, followed by a surge of energy. Her vision blurred, her mind spiraling into a vortex of light and sound. Memories, thoughts, and sensations flowed through her, splitting and reconnecting. When she opened her eyes, she was staring at her own body from across the room. Her hands flew to her face. Smooth maroon skin, unfamiliar yet real.
Welcome back,
Vantara said, a rare smile gracing her lips. When Isham exited the pod, she caught her reflection in the polished surface of a console.
This will take some getting used to.
She winced at her unfamiliar voice. Even her accent was different. Vantara placed a hand on her shoulder.
You'll adapt. From now on, your name is Frederica. Now let's get to work.
Equipment Isham had only dreamed of filled the facility's laboratories. Cloning vats lined the walls, each one radiating dimly with embryonic forms. Cybernetic augmentation stations thrummed with activity, staffed by a team of brilliant scientists. Isham's eyes widened as she took it all in. This is...
Yours, Frederica?
A man said, stepping into the room. Tall and broad, he commanded attention. His pale yellow skin and gold hair gleamed in the light. Reflective amber eyes, both hypnotizing and keen, scanned the space like a predator. Muscles rippled beneath the sleek lines of his advanced combat uniform, a symphony of form and function. The material shimmered faintly, a dynamic weave of adaptive fibers that shifted hues between deep obsidian and gunmetal grey, depending on the angle of the light. Embedded along the seams were faintly glowing conduits, pulsing with an energy signature unique to high-ranking officers. A reflective insignia on his chest, stylized eagle clutching a ring of stars, denoted his rank as Major General. His boots, crafted from reinforced nano-leather, absorbed sound with each step, exuding quiet authority. And you are? Isham asked, her tone icy, despite the heat between her legs.
Your overseer.
He replied.
Major General Aaron Tyvos. My job is to ensure the success of this operation, and to prevent any incidents.
Isham bristled. I don't need a babysitter.
And I don't care what you need.
Tyvos shot back.
I care about results.
Vantara stepped between them.
Enough. Frederica, focus on the task at hand. Tyvos is here to provide support, not interfere. Work together.
Isham glared at Tyvos but said nothing. She turned her attention to the nearest cloning vat, her mind already racing with possibilities. Tyvos crossed his arms, watching her closely.
Your mission is simple. Create an army capable of storming the facility in the Crown of Thorns. Time is not on our side.
Then let's get started, Isham said, nearly jumping from the sound of her voice. First, we need people to clone.
Chapter 19. Docking on the Nebula Strider. The escape shuttle carrying Quentin and his surviving vanguard approached the Nebula Strider. Zar's lush green landscape, with its forests and rivers, was clearly visible from orbit, where the warship's sleek metallic hull shimmered in the sunlight. Docking protocols initiated as the smaller craft was guided into one of the Strider's bays. Quentin reclined against the bulkhead, his suit clammy and rank, his body aching from exhaustion. The clang of the docking clamps resonated through the cabin. Quentin rubbed his face, mentally preparing himself for what was to come. Inside the Nebula Strider's immaculate hangar, engineers swarmed the shuttle as the Vanguard disembarked. Quentin was the last to exit, his boots heavy against the reinforced deck. Two technicians approached. They were the same two young women who had giggled at him before, when he had first docked to the warship. That time he had been exhausted and hungry too. Both wore the fitted engineering uniforms he remembered, sleek and tailored, hugging their curves in ways that made him feel even more acutely aware of his own disheveled state. The Xylta's gold hair caught the sterile light of the hangar, shimmering like molten sunlight as it cascaded over her shoulders. Her amber eyes, reflective and feline, locked onto him with a glimmer of recognition. Beside her, the tall Tlishua moved unhurriedly, her dusky lavender complexion slightly silver. Perhaps she was mixed race, like his kids, since it wasn't normal for Tlishua's skin to sparkle like a Xylta's. It made him think of Juna. She had inherited her mom's glittery skin, though Juna's was such a pale shade of yellow that it was almost beige, like his. He quickly forgot about his daughter when he noticed the way he caught their attention, even though he was sure that he looked as bad as he felt. Quentin grimaced internally, feeling the filth that clung to him. His Vanguard suit had endured the mission for too long. And then on the shuttle for 14 hours afterwards, without a thorough decontamination. He doubted the sealed system had fully masked the evidence of sweat, grime, and, if he was being honest, bodily functions that came with long-term combat readiness. The Xylta smiled, a playful tilt to her lips as she approached, her hands clasped casually behind her back as she peered up at him from under long golden lashes.
Commander Valentine.
Her amber eyes were like a cat's, though her pupils were round.
I recognize you. Tall, blonde, and blue-eyed. I've seen you on this ship before.
The Tlishua added with a knowing smile.
We've been assigned to assist with your suit's maintenance. It looks like it's seen better days.
He tried to chuckle, but the sound came out strained. You could say that. The Xylta smiled, her hands resting on her hips.
Back from the depths of hell, I see.
And looking like he brought most of it back with him.
The Tlishua grinned. At first he blushed, but his embarrassment turned to curiosity when he studied her silvery lavender face. She had silver irises. Not in his life had he ever seen eyes like that. Quentin tried to chuckle, but the sound came out strained. You should see the other guy.
Don't you mean your sexy vanguard of cloned cyborg mutants?
The Xylta peered up at him from her buxom 5-foot frame. Yes, those guys. He snapped his head around to see the 13 saffrons wave at him from the other side of the hangar as they talked to more engineers.
They're hot, Master.
Saffron 21 said through his mind link.
Are you going to ask them out on a date?
I doubt they would be interested, he said. It's not normal to have more than one girlfriend in their cultures, nor mine. The Xylta stared at the seams of his suit, where wear and tear were obvious.
It's holding up surprisingly well, considering everything.
Her tone was neutral, but Quentin couldn't shake the feeling that everything was a polite stand-in for the less than glamorous realities of combat. Quentin shifted his weight from foot to foot, running a hand over his stubble and hoping it didn't make him look as exhausted as he felt. He wasn't a vain man, but standing in front of two polished, effortlessly poised women while feeling like a walking compost heap was humbling. The Tlishua stepped closer, her voice warm but professional.
We'll take care of it, Commander. You just need to step out of it and let us work our magic.
Her words carried no judgment, But Quentin winced when he imagined what they'd think once the suit came off. He cleared his throat, forcing himself to focus on the mission rather than his insecurities. Right. I'll leave it in your capable hands. The Exilta gestured toward the scorch marks and grime streaking his suit.
Do you always make such an entrance, or is this special for us?
Quentin raised an eyebrow, unsure whether to feel flattered or embarrassed. Depends. How often do you meet commanders fresh from a war zone? The Tlishua's grin widened. She had a beautiful face with a low and straight nose and high cheekbones. She crossed her arms, leaning slightly toward him.
More often than you'd think. But you're definitely standing out. Though I'm not sure if that's a good thing.
Quentin cleared his throat, glancing down at himself. Not exactly my best look, I'll admit. The Zilta tilted her head, her golden hair cascading like liquid light.
Oh, don't sell yourself short. There's a certain charm in the rugged, battle-hardened vibe.
She let her gaze linger for just a moment too long. Quentin's ears burned, glad someone thinks so. He admired her pretty round face and cute button nose. She was definitely a welcome sight. Her eyes were enormous and almond-shaped, and her gold lashes were so long that he wondered whether they were fake. The Tlishua stepped closer. She stroked his shoulder.
We'll get this taken care of, Commander. Step into the removal chamber, and we'll have you out of this relic in no time.
As they escorted him toward the suit removal chamber, Quentin caught a glimpse of himself reflected in the baroglass hangar floor. The contrast between his battle-worn form and their immaculate appearances wasn't lost on him. The Silta glanced over her shoulder, her curvy backside swaying from side to side under a narrow waist.
Oh, and Commander.
He looked up from her ass to her face, meeting her amber gaze.
Welcome aboard.
Her words were simple, but they carried a warmth that caught him off guard. He gave a brief nod. The silver-eyed Tlishua fell back and linked an arm through his. She was 6 foot tall, like him, but she was as slender and elegant as a willow. Her voice dropped to an intimate tone.
Commander, how many days do you think you've got left on the Nebula Strider?
The question caught him off guard, but her teasing smile softened the weight of her words. He met her gaze, holding it for a moment before replying, as many as it takes. Her smile widened.
Good answer.
The Xilta peered over her shoulder again and rolled her eyes, though her expression remained amused.
Careful, Enya. You're going to scare him off before we even get started.
Enya shrugged lightly, her shoulder-length black hair shimmering with the motion.
Just making sure he can keep up.
Quentin felt a reluctant smile tugging at his lips as he followed them toward the suit removal chamber. Despite his exhaustion, he couldn't deny that their banter had lifted his spirits, even if it also left him feeling slightly off balance. The doors to the suit removal chamber hissed open, and Enya stepped inside first, her silver irises glinting like polished metal under the bright lights.
Commander,
she said with a graceful nod.
Let's get you out of that armor before it becomes a biohazard.
Quentin stepped forward reluctantly, the grime and odor clinging to him like a second skin. He felt every ounce of the filth from Veltheron weighing on him, as the sleek chamber's pristine sterility only highlighted his disheveled state. The petite Exilta followed, her glittery yellow skin shimmering under the glow panels. She hadn't introduced herself yet, but her presence was magnetic. Her amber eyes caught his, the reflective depths sparking with playful curiosity.
You've been in this thing a while, haven't you?
She teased, hands on her hips. Her voice was bright, tinged with an edge of humor. Feels like forever, Quentin replied. You might want to wear gloves for this.
Oh, we always do.
The Xilta quipped as she corkscrewed around toward the controls.
But don't think that spares you from being judged for how bad it is.
Enya chuckled, already at one terminal.
You'll have to forgive Renora. She has a thing for speaking her mind.
I don't need forgiveness.
The Xilta glanced back at Quentin again, possibly catching his glance at her ass. She quite possibly had the best ass he'd ever witnessed.
Let's get started.
Enya motioned Quentin toward the central platform.
Stand there. The automated arms will loosen the clamps on your suit, but we'll need to assist with the manual release points.
Quentin stepped onto the platform, feeling painfully self-conscious as the two women began their work. Enya's demeanor was professional, her silvery lavender hands deftly navigating the seals along his shoulders and chest.
This might pinch a little,
she warned, adjusting a mechanism near his neck.
Let me know if there's any discomfort.
Renara was less reserved, her amber eyes darting between the console and Quentin's suit with a mischievous spark.
You've got some wear and tear here,
she said, pointing to the scorched section again.
What happened? Plasma bolt too close for comfort.
Quentin glanced down, his face warming under her scrutiny. Something like that. She crouched slightly, her fingers brushing the controls along his thigh plates.
Looks like you've seen more action than most who come through here. I'll bet you have stories.
Quentin tensed as she worked, her proximity unsettling in a way he wasn't entirely prepared for. Plenty, he said gruffly, keeping his gaze forward. Enya's voice broke the tension.
Hold still, Commander. This last release point is tricky.
He nodded, focusing on the gentle pressure as she disengaged the final clamp. The suit hissed as it separated, the air inside stale and warm against his skin. Enya stepped back, her silver irises scanning him with mild concern.
You're free, but I'd recommend hitting the showers immediately.
Seconded,
Renara added with a smirk, wrinkling her nose dramatically.
We can handle the suit from here.
Enya gestured to a doorway nearby.
Showers are just through there.
She handed him a neatly folded towel and a lightweight tracksuit, keeping her gaze fixed on his face and nowhere near his naked body.
This will do. Should feel nice and cozy compared to that old thing.
Quentin took the items, his fingers brushing hers briefly. Thanks, he said, grateful but self-conscious under their watchful eyes.
Anytime.
Enya turned back to the console. Renara leaned against the panel as she watched him enter the shower room.
Don't take too long, Commander. You've got us curious about those stories.
The door slid shut behind him, muffling Renara's laughter, and Quentin let out a long breath, the steam from the showers already curling into the air. After a much-needed cleanse, he wrapped the towel tightly around his waist and glanced at the tracksuit Enya had provided. Dressing quickly, he took a moment to steady his breath. The clean fabric felt alien against his skin after being encased in the grime and heat of his suit for so long. His thoughts drifted immediately to Iran. He needed to contact someone with the authority to approve a comm line back home. Sana had to be warned, whether she wanted to hear it or not. If she refused to cooperate, he'd get in touch with his parents and retrieve the numbers for his adult children himself. He wouldn't let bureaucracy or stubbornness jeopardize their safety. His jaw tightened as he resolved to handle it as soon as possible. Before he could make a move, a familiar presence bloomed in his mind. Saffron One's voice resonated through his mind link.
Quentin, you're alive. Thank the stars. I've been trying to reach you.
Quentin sighed, closing his eyes as the weight of exhaustion pressed against him. Saffron, how are you? I just got out of a combat mission, but I'm running on fumes.
How is everything? What happened?
Not now. It's a bad time.
Then I'll make it brief,
she replied, though her tone held a trace of disappointment.
What happened on Veltheron? Are you injured? How is the Vanguard?
Saffron, please. Quentin held up a hand instinctively, even though she couldn't see it. I'm too tired to recount everything. You've got access to my memories, right? Just study them. There was a pause before she responded, her voice softer.
I don't like doing that without your permission.
You have it. He leaned back against the wall and rubbed his temple. Take what you need, but not now. Tomorrow, after I've had a proper briefing and some sleep, we'll talk. I promise.
I understand.
Disappointment colored her tone.
Rest well, my love. I'm glad you're still alive. I've been worried sick. I love you. We'll talk tomorrow.
Thanks, Saffron, Quentin murmured. And I love you too. Don't take my tone personally. I'm just wiped.
I understand,
she replied, her voice gentler now.
Good night, honey.
The connection faded, leaving him in silence. He ran a hand through his damp hair, the pressure in his chest easing slightly. But as the weight of the day bore down on him, he couldn't shake the image of Sana's stubborn expression or the faces of his children, the ones he hadn't seen in far too long. He vowed he'd reach them, no matter what. Chapter 20. Isham's selection.
The claustrophobic confines of the Lorth Moon Correctional Facility were a far cry from the splendor of Isham's new lab. The journey to the prison had been short but suffocating. Isham's shuttle descending into the heavily fortified structure, nestled deep within Lorth's jagged cliffs. Disinfectant and blood hung heavy in the air. Isham's boots clicked against the cold metal floor as she followed the warden through the winding corridors. Harsh fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. She passed rows of cells, their occupants glaring out at her. The hulking Xilta warden with fluorescent orange skin and a face lined with age glanced back at her with faint skepticism.
This facility isn't exactly a recruitment hub. Most of these inmates are here for life, or what's left of it. You're sure about this?
Isham nodded curtly, her arms crossed. I'm not looking for moral paragons. I need individuals with exceptional traits. The warden grunted, stopping before a reinforced door.
Then you'll want to meet these two. Consider them the worst of the worst. Or the best, depending on your perspective.
The door slid open with a hiss, revealing a small dark cell. Two restrained figures sat inside. The first was the Catman. His honey-coloured skin looked oily under the overhead light. He was short but muscular, his broad shoulders and thick arms etched with intricate tattoos that wove into a story Isham couldn't read. He had a long black braid. His slanted, hooded eyes glinted with sharp intelligence and cold amusement. Despite the restraints binding his wrists and ankles, he leaned back in his chair as if lounging on a throne.
This one's name is Asaric,
The warden said.
Former assassin turned serial killer. Took out 30 targets across all 7 of the Euphorian systems before he was caught. Lethal with his bare hands and anything sharp. No remorse, no loyalty.
Asaric tilted his head, his black eyes locking onto Isham's.
And who might you be, pretty thing? A scientist? Or just another bureaucrat here to gawk?
Isham stared hard. I'm someone who sees potential where others see waste. He chuckled, a low, predatory sound.
Potential, huh? Sounds dangerous.
That's exactly what I need, Isham replied coolly. Can he fight? The warden snorted.
Fight? He's a one-man army. Took down an entire squad of armed guards when we apprehended him. Only reason he's still breathing is because we knocked him out with enough tranquilizers to drop a cat Eon bull.
Isham nodded, turning her attention to the woman. The Xilta woman towered even while seated, her 8-foot frame dwarfing the chair she was confined to. Her acid yellow skin shimmered, and her reflective amber eyes held a cold, calculating intensity, scanning Isham like a predator assessing its prey. Her hair, the same vivid yellow as her skin, was cropped close to her scalp, emphasizing her sharp, masculine features.
This one's Zara,
the warden said.
Ex-military, dishonorably discharged for excessive force against her own squad. Rumor has it she killed them because they were too weak for her liking. As strong as a Zarsian mech and twice as mean.
Zara's voice was low, carrying a quiet menace.
They were weak,
she said flatly, her gaze never leaving Isham.
Weakness is a liability.
Isham raised an eyebrow. And you're not? Zara smirked, her teeth gleaming.
I'm alive, aren't I?
The warden crossed his arms.
She's a wild card. Almost impossible to control. But if you're looking for brute strength and intimidation, she's your pick.
Isham studied the two prisoners, her mind racing with possibilities. These weren't just criminals. They were weapons waiting to be unleashed. But weapons needed to be refined, shaped, and directed. Release them, she said finally. The warden stiffened.
Are you serious? These two will kill them all.
They won't, Isham interrupted. Not if they want their freedom. She stepped closer, her sharp gaze pinning Asaric and Zara in place. You're both dangerous, but that doesn't scare me. What I'm offering is a chance to be something greater than what you are now. I need warriors, not liabilities. Prove to me you can follow orders, and I'll make you more powerful than you've ever imagined. Asaric's smirk widened.
Sounds intriguing.
Zara leaned forward, her reflective eyes narrowing.
And if we refuse?
Isham smiled faintly. Then you'll rot here. Or worse, I'll use you anyway. And you won't have a say in how. Zara's narrow forehead creased.
Fine. But I'm not doing this for you.
Asaric chuckled.
Lead the way, pretty thing. Let's see what you've got.
Isham turned to the warden. Prepare them for transport. They're coming with me. The warden muttered under his breath, but complied, and gestured for the guards to escort the prisoners. Intrigued, Asaric and Zara were led out. As Isham followed, she allowed herself a small, triumphant smile. The pieces were falling into place. Now it was time to forge them into a force capable of storming the crown of thorns. Isham stood beside a floating holographic console in her state-of-the-art lab, her maroon-skinned fingers adjusting holographic sliders. Blue cloning vats lined the laboratory's walls. Rows of half-formed clones floated in nutrient-rich stasis tanks, their features slowly taking shape. Each tank displayed biometric data in crisp holographics. Her concentration broke as the lab's central comm system chimed sharply. Major General Aaron Tivas's voice crackled through the speakers, his usually calm tone edged with urgency.
Professor Frederica, report to the operations center immediately. We have a situation.
Isham frowned, wiping her hands on her lab coat. What now? She muttered under her breath. She left the lab and followed the glowing directional indicators leading to the operations hub. In the circular operations center, analysts manned data globes. Some stood, some sat. Some pulled the data globes around their bodies, or just their heads or eyes, while others remained outside of the orbs, looking stressed as they stared at the information. There were graphs, there were live feeds. Some attended meetings between political leaders. The central holomap displayed Veltheron and its neighboring moons, with red indicators flashing over the northern hemisphere of Veltheron. Isham approached Tivos. What's going on? His stern gaze fixed on the holomap, and he didn't look at her. Instead, he gestured toward the map.
This.
The red indicators marked rapid viral outbreaks spreading like wildfire across the northern hemisphere of Veltheron. She scanned the data pouring in from various sources. Casualty reports, emergency response statuses, and horrifying live feeds from the affected regions. The feeds showed chaos citizens collapsing in the streets, their skin marred with angry red lesions. Emergency medical crews overwhelmed containment teams setting up quarantine zones that were breached within hours. The virus, Isham whispered. It's been released. She remembered viewing Saffron's memories of spying on Quentin's memories. If only skywater shifting was still a thing, then SS agents could use mind over matter to contain and destroy the virus like they had done on Hukyo Shugon after Chairman Vrokala had tried to colonize it. Tivos's voice snapped her out of her daydreams and wishful thinking.
A prototype version. We believe it was smuggled out from the Crown of Thorns and deliberately released in Veltheron's northern cities. The Crimson Collective is behind it.
How many are affected? Her throat constricted.
Initial reports suggest tens of thousands, but the infection rate is exponential. Without immediate containment, we're looking at millions within days.
A woman in one data globe clutched a child to her chest, her body convulsing as paramedics tried to stabilize her. Another feed showed soldiers burning infected bodies in a desperate attempt to stem the spread. Where's the vaccine distribution? Isham demanded, her voice rising. Didn't they prepare for this?
They attempted on Zars.
Tivos replied.
and they're scrambling on Lauron. Supplies are critically low, and deployment is crawling. The North is a disaster zone, and the government's response is a mess. Disjointed and chaotic.
Isham's nails dug into her palms. The clones I'm working on can't help yet. They're not ready.
The sooner we take down the Crown of Thorns facility, the sooner we stop more of this from happening.
And, in the meantime, Isham shot back, we just let them die. Tivos didn't answer immediately. His silence was answer enough. The outbreak wasn't just a distant catastrophe, it was a vivid, living nightmare unfolding on the moon she called home. She would phone Papa and tell him to leave, to catch a space flight to Voria, or, even better, go on a cryogenic cruiser until the situation was stable. Her nails dug deeper into her palms as she stared at the map. She had spent years perfecting the science of creating warriors, crafting armies that could storm fortresses and crush enemies. But this was no enemy with a face, no bio-unit or Crimson Collective zealot she could outsmart or overpower. A microscopic threat had already slipped through the cracks, spreading destruction faster than any military intervention could contain. How does an army fight something like this? She whispered, more to herself than to Tivos. The Major General's expression remained hard but not unkind.
You're not creating just an army, Professor Frederica. You're building a solution. These clones will take down the facilities producing this virus before it's too late. That's how we fight back.
His pragmatic words didn't ease the tension in Isham's chest. She forced herself to watch as another feed switched to a quarantined city. Entire neighborhoods burned in an attempt to contain the infection, their flames casting shadows over desperate fleeing civilians. It wasn't a war, it was annihilation. Isham's breath caught as a young girl appeared on one screen. Her skin, once golden and vibrant, was blotched with angry lesions. She clung to her unconscious mother, her cries piercing through the muted audio. A paramedic reached for her, but the girl flinched away. What good was genetic and cybernetic superiority if it couldn't stop this?
Professor Frederica.
Tyvos said firmly, pulling her from her thoughts again.
We need you focused.
She met his gaze, her voice brittle. Focused on what? Building soldiers who can't fight a virus. You're asking me to race against something that's already out of the gate.
We're asking you because you're the only one who can. I know who you really are. Your name doesn't matter. You're creating tools to prevent this from spreading further. You know the stakes. Act like it.
Her anger flared at his tone, but it faded quickly. He wasn't wrong. They needed her. But the doubt lingered like a shadow, whispering that it might already be too late. She turned back to the holomap, her voice low but steady. If this is going to work, I need everything. I'm talking full genetic libraries, advanced bioengineering labs, access to Baronese cloning advancements, and the authority to override bureaucratic delays.
You'll have it.
Time was their greatest enemy. She would need to speed up the cloning process, push the limits of cybernetic integration, and somehow produce an army capable of storming a heavily fortified facility within days. As she exited the operations center, Tyvos close behind, she pulled her personal communicator from her pocket. The line to her father's villa connected with a soft chime, but there was no answer. "Pick up, Papa," she muttered. The line beeped and disconnected. She would try again, but deep down she knew no one was safe from this. Not her father, not the scientists she commanded, and not the people on the streets of Veltheron. Her hands tightened around the communicator. If the Crimson Collective wanted destruction, they had it. But if they thought she would stand by and let them win, they were wrong. "I need a miracle," she whispered as she entered the sterile glow of her lab.
Chapter 21. A Father's Plea. You could hear a pin drop in the Nebula Strider's comms room, other than the machinery's faint resonance. Quentin sat inside a data globe and muted it as he started the encrypted call. The holographic interface flickered, and after a moment, Sana's yellow face materialized, strawberry blonde waves tossed over one shoulder. She looked tired, and Quentin noticed some gray streaks. She had more lines on her forehead, too, and was aging rapidly. Hell, they all were aging, though his body had been frozen in cryosleep for over a decade, so he now looked younger than her.
"Quentin."
She drew back.
"What's this about?"
"Sana." He bounced a foot. "I need you to listen carefully. There's a virus outbreak on Veltheron, and it's spreading fast. You and the kids have to leave. Now." She crossed her arms defensively.
"Leave? To where? You can't just call out of the blue and expect me to uproot everything."
"This isn't a suggestion." Quentin leaned closer to her face. "The virus is deadly. It's already tearing through the northern hemisphere. I'll send you the money. You must get on a ship to Zars or Voria, or go in cryogenic sleep on a cruiser." Sana's reflective amber eyes narrowed with anger, but fear flickered beneath the surface.
"Do you think it's that easy? Pack up 5 adult kids and leave everything behind? What about their jobs, their studies? And what about me? Where am I supposed to go?"
Quentin's jaw tightened. "You don't have time to think about logistics. The kids are more important than anything else right now. Please, Sana, do this for them. I'm going to call Ma and Dad, too." Her fingers tapped against her arm. Finally, she sighed.
"I can't make this decision for our kids. They're not kids anymore. You want them to leave? Call them yourself."
His shoulders slumped slightly. "I don't have their numbers." She gave a bitter laugh.
"Of course you don't. You've barely spoken to them since Gary's funeral. They've moved on."
He winced at the truth in her words. "Then give me their numbers, please." Sana shook her head, but the anger had faded from her voice.
"Fine. Milo and Minio are the easiest to reach. They're still at home. May, Lynn, and Sophia. You'll need to call them directly. I'll send their numbers."
The holographic screen pinged as the contact list appeared. Quentin stared at the names for a moment. "Thank you."
"Don't expect miracles. Some of them are angry. Some, they're just hurt. But maybe this will help. Good luck."
The connection ended, leaving Quentin alone with the glowing list of his children's names. The holographic interface connected with his old underground home, carved into the chalk cliffs of Ujena. His dark-haired twins and only sons lounged in the living room against the long window through which the ocean sparkled under the belly of Trion and his rings. Milo was sprawled on the couch, a gaming orb floating round his head, while Minio sat cross-legged on the floor, tinkering with what looked like a drone.
Dad.
Milo's brows shot up in surprise as he swiped the orb away from his face and deactivated it.
What the hell?
Minio glanced up, his expression less welcoming.
They didn't expect to hear from you. What's the occasion?
Quentin took a deep breath. Boys, listen to me. There's a virus outbreak on Veltheron. It's bad. Deadly. You need to leave. Milo's face went slack.
We heard about it on the news. Veltheron is going into lockdown tomorrow.
That won't be enough. It spreads fast and kills faster. I'll send money to get you on a ship to Zars or Voria. You need to pack and get moving. Minio set down the drone.
And just leave everything? My work? Our friends? You can't just call and tell us to run.
I'm not telling you. Quentin snapped. I'm begging you, please. This isn't a drill. It's real. I've seen what it can do. Milo glanced at Minio, then back at the screen.
Let us think about it. Okay.
You don't have time to think, Quentin begged. I'll arrange everything. Just promise me you'll go.
That's a huge trip you're expecting us to go on. What the hell?
Minio's nostrils flared.
We'll talk about it. Bye, Dad.
The orb went dark before Quentin could argue further. He called May. Her face appeared in the orb, her yellow, glittery skin catching the light. She was wearing a nurse's uniform, clearly in the middle of a shift. Behind her, muffled voices filled the background.
Dad.
She scratched a cheek and swallowed.
What's going on?
May, there's a virus outbreak.
I know. We're getting the hospital ready for the influx of patients.
No, you'll catch it and die. She tugged at her collar.
What?
There's no vaccine there yet. Death is quick. You have to leave Veltheron immediately. Get to Zars or Voria. Any ship which will put you into cryosleep and through interstellar space. I'll send the money. She frowned.
Leave? Dad, I'm at work. I can't just—
Your life is more important than your job, he interrupted. This virus isn't something you can wait out. It's spreading fast. This has been my mission, to eradicate it. I failed. She hesitated, clearly torn.
I'll see what I can do, but I can't promise anything.
Promise me you'll at least try, Quentin pleaded, and talk to your siblings and Mom. Come on, May, you're one of the smartest.
I thought Juno was.
Her blue eyes welled with tears. You both are. You both have level heads.
And what's Juno going to do?
She tucked a black strand of hair behind her ear. Hopefully nothing. Zars is currently safe. He didn't want to tell her about Galacton. The vaccine I recovered weeks ago. It's being manufactured on Zars now, but it hasn't reached Veltheron yet. You don't have time to wait for it. Please trust me.
What if we fly there and when we arrive in 4 years, it's been infected too?
If that were the case, no one would wake you up from cryosleep.
Why? 'Cause everyone would be dead.
He cursed. Oh, May, please. I'm begging you. Veltheron is the most dangerous place to be in our 7 solar systems at the moment.
I'll think about it, okay?
She said before ending the call. When he called Lynn, she answered from what looked like a cafe. A muscle started jumping under his eye. Those kind of social gatherings were the worst places to be right now. She was laughing with friends, her reflective amber eyes gleaming. The sound of music and chatter filled the call.
Dad,
She said, her tone light.
what's up?
There's a deadly virus outbreak on Veltheron. You need to leave. Her smile faltered.
I saw it on the news, but it's nowhere near Welkar. Don't worry. They're quarantining all the major cities up there.
I'm serious. The virus is human-made, and scientists on Zars are having trouble creating the vaccine. I'll pay for everything. Just pack your things and get to the spaceport. Now. She shook her head.
Dad, you always overreact. I'm not leaving my friends, my life, for some virus. The government will handle it.
They're not handling it, he snapped. Please, Lynn, don't make me lose you. Her expression hardened.
I'm not a kid anymore, Dad. I'll be fine.
The call ended abruptly, leaving Quentin staring at the blank screen in frustration. He called Sophia. Her pretty tanned face appeared, surrounded by stacks of books. Her dark hair framed her focused eyes.
Dad? Is something wrong?
Yes, Quentin said. There's a virus outbreak. You need to leave Veltheron and go to Zars with your brother's sister's mom, grandma, and granddad. I'll cover the costs. Her eyes widened.
The virus? Yes, I saw it on the news. It's okay. We're going into lockdown tomorrow. How bad is it?
Bad enough that I'm begging you to leave, he said. A lockdown won't be enough. This is a terror attack. Please, Sophia, pack your things and go. She nodded slowly.
Okay, Dad. I'll leave. But what about Mom and the others?
I'm trying to convince them, he said. Just promise me you'll go.
I promise,
she said softly. Quentin sighed heavily as he started another call, this time to his parents in Poitras. The holographic interface flickered before stabilizing, revealing the familiar faces of Ma and Dad. They sat in the sunlit lounge of their luxurious retirement home. Ma, with her neatly styled white hair and bright blue eyes, smiled warmly at him, while Dad, his once broad shoulders now stooped with age, leaned forward slightly, his expression joyful.
Quentin,
Ma exclaimed in a bright voice.
It's been too long. How are you?
Ma, Dad, Quentin began, his voice softening despite the storm of emotions inside him. It's good to see you both. How are you holding up?
Oh, you know us,
his father said with a chuckle, his blue eyes twinkling.
Staying out of trouble, enjoying the sunshine. The food here's still too fancy for my taste, but your mother loves it. We miss Gary every day, though, and we can't believe he's no longer with us.
Dad's lower lip trembled.
No parents should ever see their children die before them.
Ma sniffed and gave Dad a semi-playful nudge.
It is what it is. At least we have you and your kids, though I wish Sana would encourage them to visit us more often. There's a lovely little hotel up the mountain, so—
Oh,
Dad interrupted.
You'll never guess who visited a few weeks ago.
Quentin raised an eyebrow. Who?
Anna and Matthias,
Ma said, her smile widening.
And they brought their little ones, Indigo and Darwin. Such lovely children.
Indigo is just a darling,
Dad said.
So sweet and curious. And Darwin, well, he's a handful. He's a teen now, so always hunched over his data globe playing hologames.
It's good for us old folks to see youngsters,
Ma added.
Reminds us of when you and Gary were their age.
Quentin's throat tightened at the mention of his brother again, but he managed a small smile. I'm glad they visited. Anna and Matthias are good people.
They are.
Dad agreed.
Always so thoughtful.
Quentin hesitated, his smile fading as the weight of the conversation shifted. Ma, Dad, I need to talk to you about something serious. Ma's expression sobered.
What is it, love?
There's a virus outbreak on Veltheron. He clutched his arms to his chest. It's spreading fast, and it's deadly. You need to be careful. Dad's wiry brow furrowed, and he exchanged a glance with his wife.
We've heard about it. The government issued a lockdown this morning. They're telling everyone to stay inside and avoid contact.
That's good, Quentin said. He was unsure they would handle cryogenic sleep at their age, so he changed his mind about begging them to take an interstellar flight anywhere. But I need you to take it seriously. No visitors, no unnecessary risks. We've never seen a virus like this before. Ma reached for Dad's hand, squeezing it gently.
We understand, Quentin. We'll follow the rules.
And we'll keep an eye out for Anna and Matthias too,
Dad said.
They've got a little one and teenage rebel to think about.
Quentin thought about that so-called teenage rebel, Darwin. If only he could reopen the pyramid and portals again, all this mess could be halted with magic. I'm about to call them. Quentin's chest tightened. Thank you. And please, if anything changes, if you feel unwell or hear anything, call me immediately.
We will,
Ma promised. Her blue eyes filled with quiet concern.
You take care of yourself too, Quentin. You always carry too much on your shoulders.
I'll try, he said. Love you both.
Love you, son,
Dad said.
We'll be fine.
The connection ended, leaving Quentin staring at the inside of the black sphere. The weight of their words settled heavily on him, but he forced himself to focus. There was still so much to do, and so many lives hanging in the balance. Most of his children had brushed him off, unwilling to grasp the gravity of the situation. Only Sophia had agreed to leave. He'd done all he could from so far away, but the thought of losing his family was terrifying. Chapter 22. The Price of Inaction. The briefing chamber differed greatly from Veltheron's chaos. Soft blue light from embedded displays and shimmering data globes created a calm yet clinical atmosphere. Quentin leaned back, exhaustion pulling at him like a weight, but questions flew around in his mind like a tornado. When Vornath entered, Quentin straightened. Maybe, just maybe, there was good news. The vaccine formula might have reached Veltheron, even though transporting physical doses would take years, even with tachyon thrust technology. He hoped things had improved. As Vornath surveyed the room, Quentin noticed movement at the corner of his eye. Two figures entered behind him, a tall Raphael and a short, sharp-eyed figure he never thought he'd see again. Quentin's breath caught. Maria. Her dark gaze met his, softened by a flicker of emotion, but she quickly turned her attention to Vornath, her posture straight and professional. Quentin's chest tightened, 1,000 questions swirling in his head. She's alive. How? Why didn't she contact me? But before he could utter another word, Vornath's voice cut through the moment.
Commander Valentine, Captain Musa, and Lieutenant Commander Raphael II, thank you for your prompt arrival. We have urgent matters to discuss.
Quentin forced his focus back to the briefing. Whatever reunion they might have would have to wait. Vornath strolled to the head of the table and tapped a console.
First, let's address the vaccine you retrieved 2 weeks ago.
Has the formula reached Veltheron? Quentin asked. Impatient. Vornath's expression hardened.
Not yet.
The words hit like a blow. Quentin's knuckles whitened as he gripped the edge of the table. Why the hell not? People are dying. What's the holdup? Maria's eyes darted to him, her brow furrowing, but she stayed silent. Vornath blew out a tight breath.
The vaccine production on Zars is progressing, but there's a complication. The formula requires specific genetic material to synthesize. Biologists have confirmed that the production process uses the biological properties of genetically modified biounits. Without access to those, Veltheron's scientists can't replicate it.
Maria's frown deepened.
You're saying the vaccine can't be made without these biounits? And Veltheron doesn't have any.
Exactly,
Vornath replied.
The biounit Quentin's Vanguard retrieved from Veltheron is being used to produce the vaccine on Zars, but there are no biounits on Veltheron, nor any immediate way to send one.
Quentin shook his head. This is madness. So what are we supposed to do? Just sit here and let millions die?
We neutralize the source,
Raphael too said.
the crown of thorns and Galacton.
Quentin wondered if Raphael too still remembered perishing with his clones during the obliteration of the White Phoenix.
Precisely,
Vornath said, snapping Quentin's attention back to the matter at hand.
If we can dismantle the production facilities there, we can cut off Donkora's ability to manufacture and weaponize the virus. It's our only viable option right now.
And what about the people already infected? Quentin asked. My family is on Veltheron, Vornath. A muscle twitched along Raphael II's navy jawline, but he kept his gaze forward.
Quentin, this isn't just about Veltheron. If we don't stop the collective at Galacton, and if my dear old master Isham and her new army don't stop the virus production at the Crown of Thorns, this virus will spread to every system in the Euphorian Alliance.
And what if we fail?
Maria asked. Vornath met her gaze.
Then we lose everything.
The room fell silent. Quentin's chest ached. He wanted to demand a better plan, to save his family and stop Donkora, but the truth was glaringly clear. The resources weren't there.
We'll divide the operation into 3 fronts,
Vornath said.
I'll be the Major General in this operation. Lieutenant Commander Raphael II will lead the Raphael squad in neutralizing external defenses. Captain Musa will oversee infiltration, focusing on disabling the cloning vats. Commander Valentine, you and the Saffron Vanguard will secure the central bio-unit lab and retrieve as many as possible. This time you will take charge of Saffron's 30 to 39.
Quentin met Maria's gaze, her expression unreadable. There was no time for personal reconciliation, no space for the questions burning in his chest. "And Laran?" Quentin asked, his voice hoarse. Vornath's violet eyes flickered.
We've requested Professor Isham's team expedite vaccine production, using the bio-units she retrieves from the Crown of Thorns. It's our best shot at saving the planet.
Quentin wanted to argue, to demand more. But he knew the truth. Every second spent debating was another life lost. "Fine," he said. "But you'd better make sure Isham delivers. I'm not losing my family, Vornath." The Major General gave a curt nod.
Understood.
As the briefing ended, Quentin stayed, his gaze lingering on Maria as she moved toward the exit with Raphael. For a moment, their eyes met again. He wanted to say something, anything, but the mission bore down on him. Quentin lingered in the now empty briefing chamber, his thoughts spinning like a cyclone. Despite his exhaustion, Maria, alive and standing right before him, replayed in his thoughts. He clenched and unclenched his fists, torn between disbelief and the aching need for answers. The door whispered open, and Maria re-entered, her dark eyes scanning the room before landing on him. She crossed her arms, her stance guarded but curious.
"You waited."
Her voice was softer than he remembered. "You're alive," Quentin replied. "Why didn't you?" Maria raised a hand, cutting him off.
"Not here. Not now. You know how important this mission is."
He puffed out his cheeks on his exhale. "It's good to see you, Maria." Before either could say more, Vornath re-entered, accompanied by Raphael too. Both men carried an air of urgency.
"There's been a development."
Vornath gestured for them to follow.
"We need to move quickly."
Quentin and Maria exchanged a glance before falling in step with Vornath and Raphael too. They entered a smaller tactical planning room, its holographic displays shimmering with updates from Galacton and the Crown of Thorns. The largest projection depicted the asteroid cluster, its jagged formations glowing red with enemy activity. Vornath tapped the baraglass console, bringing up a specific section of the map.
New intel suggests Donkora has initiated a contingency plan. He's accelerating production of the virus, and, according to intercepted communications, he plans to distribute it using modified orbital drones.
Orbital drones.
Maria staggered towards the display.
That's a massive escalation. How many are we talking?
Enough to infect multiple systems in the Euphorian Alliance.
Raphael too squeezed the bridge of his nose.
If he deploys those drones, containment will be impossible.
And we're supposed to stop this with 3 squads. Quentin recoiled.
Not just 3 squads,
Vornath said firmly. He gestured to the map, where additional blue markers lit up alongside the assigned squads.
We'll have a dedicated squadron of combat drones on standby to engage the heavier defenses and maintain pressure on key points. Reserve squads of Saffrons and Raphaels will remain stationed nearby too, ready to reinforce any team that encounters resistance or needs extraction.
That's a start, Quentin remarked. But are we still splitting the teams?
Affirmative.
Vornath pivoted to face Maria.
Captain Musa, your infiltration expertise is critical. You'll lead a small team to disable their drone launch systems. Lieutenant Commander Raphael will handle the external defenses and create a diversion.
Maria's jaw tightened.
And the cloning vats.
Still a priority,
Vornath said.
But disabling the drones takes precedence. Commander Valentine, your squad will focus on securing the bio-unit lab. Without those bio-units, the vaccine production is dead in the water.
Quentin stared at the marked enemy strongholds on the map. And if we can't retrieve the bio-units?
Then the reserves come in.
Vornath pointed to the reserve forces on the holographic display.
If your squad cannot secure the lab, Isham's team will be tasked with recovering bio-units from the Crown of Thorns. The combat drones will provide additional cover if the operation shifts into a full-scale conflict.
A well-coordinated fallback plan ensures we don't lose everything if one objective fails.
Raphael too added. Maria's gaze hardened.
We need to ensure that coordination is flawless. If things go sideways, we can't afford chaos.
Quentin nodded. Agreed. We need contingencies, clear extraction routes, and fallback points. Vornath's expression remained stoic, but there was a hint of approval in his tone.
Good, I expect nothing less. Your squad leaders will receive detailed directives. Make sure they understand every aspect of the operation.
Silence fell over the room. Quentin glanced at Raphael too, whose calm demeanor betrayed no doubt.
We launch in 18 hours,
Vornath announced.
Use this time to prepare and brief your teams. Dismissed.
Quentin lingered as Maria and Raphael too exited the room. He watched her go, his chest heavy with unspoken words. How had she survived? What about her lover, Falcon? Had he perished on Veltheron? Maria paused at the door and glanced back.
Quentin, we'll talk after this is done. I promise.
He nodded, though doubt gnawed at him. Stay safe, Maria. She offered a faint smile before disappearing into the corridor. The map's glowing markers reminded Quentin of the impossible task. He didn't notice Raphael too lingering until the man spoke.
Valentine.
Ultraviolet eyes glared from his navy blue face.
You're not alone in this.
We're not alone, Quentin said, though the weight in his chest begged to differ. It's just, Veltheron, my family, this mission, Isham's missions orbiting Trion. It's all too much. Although Professor Isham had created the genetically modified Raphael 1 from scratch, and then cloned him and augmented all of them with technology, Quentin still remembered getting to know the unique individuals on the White Phoenix, despite their hive mind. There was something human about them. Raphael too drew near, his bald head catching the light.
We all have stakes in this fight. Some personal, some larger than ourselves. The key is to remember why we fight.
Quentin scowled at the glowing markers of enemy strongholds on the holographic map. You ever feel like the stakes are too high? Like no matter what we do, it won't be enough? Raphael too's silence stretched for a moment before he answered.
Every time I wake up in a new body, I think about the sacrifices it took to get there. The people who didn't make it. But I also remember the ones who made it because of those sacrifices.
Quentin nodded slowly, absorbing the words. We'll need all our strength for this. The door whispered open, and Maria stepped back in, her expression unreadable. She stopped just inside the threshold, her dark eyes flicking between Quentin and Raphael.
You two planning on brooding all night, or are you coming to the briefing room to finalize the plans with our troops?
Quentin's lips twitched into a faint smile despite the tension in his chest. Just strategizing. Maria smirked.
Good, because if this mission goes sideways, I'm blaming you.
Raphael too chuckled softly, his usual reserve cracking just slightly.
Duly noted, Captain.
As they passed a viewport, Quentin stole a glance at the stars beyond. Galactan waited for them, the asteroid a shadowed menace against the backdrop of space. Chapter 23. Silent Strike.
The faint luminescence of Galactan's asteroid fields flooded Maria's viewport as her shuttle hovered above the jagged terrain. The muted thrum of the ship's motors pulsed through her boots. Her small team of 6 waited behind her. Each was clad in the state-of-the-art stealth suits originally designed for Quentin's vanguard, their surfaces shimmering faintly with adaptive technology. The suits melded seamlessly into their surroundings, bending light and masking heat signatures. She'd handpicked each of them.
Saffron 44 and Saffron 2 for their adaptability, 2 highly skilled reconnaissance officers and a combat engineer who could disable just about anything. Now it was time to deliver.
Maria tapped the side of her helmet, opening her comms to Vornath, Team Alpha in position. Ready to deploy.
Captain Musa, drones are en route. You'll have 20 minutes to infiltrate before Donkora's scanners recalibrate. Stick to the shadows.
Her lips twitched. Understood. Drones take point.
They'll engage external defenses. You'll use the distraction to disable the drone launch systems. Avoid combat where possible, Captain. You're not equipped for open conflict.
Maria shot a glance over her shoulder. Her team's helmets glinted faintly under the red cabin lights before blending back into the ambient darkness. Their breathing was steady, their movements disciplined. They were ready. They always were, but a direct confrontation against a stronghold like this? Suicidal. Copy that, she said, her voice low. Initiating drop. The shuttle's hatch hissed open, revealing the jagged expanse of Galacton's surface below. Its craggy peaks formed a natural labyrinth. The stealth craft hovered soundlessly above the terrain, camouflaged with the asteroid's shadowed surface. Beyond the immediate drop, subtle flashes of enemy activity revealed the distant horizon. Maria proceeded to the edge of the open hatch, where the void beneath her yawned like a black maw. Her suit's built-in stabilizers made tiny adjustments as she moved, ensuring her balance remained steady despite the drop. Maria exhaled slowly, steadying herself, her heart calm but her senses heightened. Deploy repel lines, she commanded through the mind link. Her team obeyed. Grappling devices fired from the underside of the craft. Thin, high-tensile lines unfurled, anchoring to the rocky ground below. Their surfaces were designed to absorb light and integrate with the encompassing shadows. Maria glanced back at her team. Their helmets glinted red for only a moment before they moved into position and their stealth suits adapted. Move. Maria stepped off the edge. Her boots connected with the line, which held firm as she carefully descended. Her HUD displayed terrain data, mapping the path as she descended. The first jolt of contact came as her boots hit the ground. She crouched instinctively, and the adaptive material of her suit changed once again to match the rocky outcrop. Through her HUD, she could see her team descend. Maria scanned the area. Her visor revealed weak heat signatures in the distance. The sharp scent of metallic dust hung heavy in the thin air. Hold position. Recon first, she ordered through her mind link. The stealth craft faded as it ascended, leaving the team alone under the fractured light of Galacton's surface.
Drones inbound.
Vornath said, his voice a crackle in her ear.
ETA. 3 minutes. Maintain position until they engage.
Her team pressed themselves against the rocks. Through her HUD, she scrutinized the distant outlines of Galacton's outer defenses. Automated turrets sweeping rhythmically, searchlights piercing the darkness. Eyes on the target, Maria focused on drone launch systems nestled within a fortified complex. The faint glow of activity surrounded the area, where men moved like ants around a hive.
Captain Musa,
Vornath said.
Drones will engage the outer defenses shortly. When the grid weakens, you'll have a 30-second window to breach the first perimeter.
Maria's pulse quickened. She was used to cutting it close, but 30 seconds? Tight even for her standards. Acknowledged. Team Alpha, ready up. Maria's HUD lit up with an incoming alert just as the faint hum of drones filled the air. Vornath's voice crackled through her comms.
Drone squad deployed from dropship Theta. They'll engage defenses in 10 seconds. Prepare to advance.
Above, the sleek silhouette of a drop craft briefly appeared on her HUD. It ejected its payload. A swarm of sleek combat-ready drones. The craft banked away and vanished back into the shadows as the drones zipped into formation against the star-specked void. Moments later, the first explosion shattered the stillness. A calculated strike by the drones that sent shockwaves rippling through the rocky ground beneath Maria's boots. The enemy defenses erupted into chaos. Automated turrets jerked to life, swiveling frantically as they attempted to lock onto the incoming drones. Searchlights swung erratically across the expanse, beaming through the darkness and highlighting the devastation. Fireballs bloomed across the landscape, throwing intermittent light against the rocks. Plasma bolts streaked the sky, but the drones outpaced the turret fire, maneuvering through the mayhem with elegance. Maria's HUD flashed with updates as Vornath's voice crackled in her comms.
Turrets are fully engaged. You've got a 30-second window. Move now.
Maria didn't hesitate. Team Alpha, advance. Stay low and stick to the shadows. Her team surged forward on hover scooters, their stealth suits becoming one with the rugged landscape. The chaos above provided the perfect cover as they approached the enemy perimeter. HUD warning lights flashed as plasma bolts whizzed past Maria. She took cover, her breath catching as she eyed the energy barrier. Vornath, we've reached the first barrier. Need the drones to keep those turrets occupied.
Understood.
Vornath replied.
Redirecting drone squadron Gamma to your position. Hold tight.
3 drones precisely evaded enemy fire. Plasma fire destroyed the flanking turrets. The defense grid failed, opening the path. Barrier down, Maria said through her team's mind link. Advance to the second perimeter. Boots crunching and hoverboard folded and back in pockets, she pushed on, battle raging. 4 Crimson Collective soldiers manned the next automated checkpoint. Maria signaled her team to stop. Hold position. I'll take point. She slid past the checkpoint undetected, even though guards scanned the darkness, gripping their firearms. Maria crept up behind the nearest soldier, her blade sliding silently from its sheath. One swift movement, and the guard crumpled to the ground. She moved to the next until only 2 guards remained. Alpha 2, take the shot. Maria commanded through the mind link. A soft hiss of plasma fire ended the remaining guards before they could sound the alarm. Checkpoint secured, she reported to Vornath, advancing to the drone launch systems.
Excellent work, Captain.
Vornath replied.
Keep me updated.
As Maria and her team pressed on, the shadowed outline of the drone launch systems came into view. The massive structures bristled with activity, their mechanisms glowing ominously under the dim light. Maria gritted her teeth. This was it. The heart of Donkora's contingency plan. If they failed here, the Euphorian system would pay the price. She remembered listening to the scientists who worked for Major Donkora and his secret Veltheron headquarters. She remembered them saying that Donkora had just killed an LSS spy, who was his daughter. Goosebumps slivered up her arms. According to those men, she and Donkora had briefly lived together after he had her kidnapped. He had discovered that the child cyborg space marine had been manipulated and bribed to fight against the Crimson Collective on the Red Sun world. Though she was one of his many illegitimate children scattered across the stars, he had her abducted and brought to his mansion to spare her life. Both sides had ultimately decided to erase those memories after their escape from the nuclear war on Hukyosh Yugon. It was hard for her to process, but it made sense. She remembered the friends and enemies she had made, and she remembered being kidnapped and drugged. But she couldn't recall the time between waking up in that mansion, weak and vulnerable, and finding refuge in the underground city sheltered from the nuclear bombs, nor could she remember how she came to be called a hero for assassinating the premier of the Crimson Collective. Team Alpha, she said through her helmet's comms. Disable those systems. Let's end this.
The shuttle's thrusters whined as it descended into the hollowed asteroid, Galacton's rocky expanse stretching out beneath Quentin's feet. The sharp geometry of the asteroid's craters and ridges seemed unnatural, their edges reinforced by metal and ceramic. This was no ordinary rock with an ordinary off-world prison and mine. This was a fortress. Inside the Nebula Strider's dropcraft, the Saffron Vanguard readied themselves. Stealth suits shimmered as the adaptive material recalibrated to match the interior of the shuttle. Saffron 34 adjusted the calibration on her visor, while Saffron 36 double-checked the charge on her plasma rifle. As Quentin stood at the front, his visor displayed a holographic map of the facility. Galacton's core housed the deeply buried lab, protected by 3 layers of security plasma barriers, automated turrets, and internal drone patrols. Specialized containment chambers deep in the lab's production wing held the bio-units they sought.
Commander Valentine.
Vornath said through comms.
New intel confirms the bio-units are critical to both the virus and vaccine production. Without securing them, any vaccine distribution effort will be dead in the water.
Quentin's jaw tightened. What about resistance?
Expect heavy. The Crimson Collective won't let this lab fall without a fight. Be prepared for drone swarms and heavily armed guards. Backup squads and combat drones are on standby.
Through the mind link, Saffron 38 added.
Commander, do we neutralize or secure the facility?
Quentin hesitated. Secure. We need those bio-units intact. The shuttle jerked as it touched down. The hatch hissed open, revealing the artificial cavern of Galacton's interior. Above, the glowing veins of plasma conduits stretched through the asteroid, illuminating the facility in red. Yellow or white light would damage the Vut's eyes if they didn't have suction lenses. The lab loomed ahead. Quentin stepped out first. Move, he ordered. The Vanguard crept closer to the facility, using the terrain for cover. As they approached, Quentin's HUD highlighted the first layer of defenses. A series of automated turrets flanking the main entrance. Saffron 35, disable those turrets, he said.
Yes, Master.
35 replied. He sprinted forward and darted into position. A quiet whisper of plasma bolts followed, and moments later, the turrets powered down.
Path clear,
35 reported. Quentin indicated to the team to advance. They breached the first perimeter with speed, taking out guards. The second barrier towered ahead, its low thrum pulsating through the air. 36 bypassed the barrier, Quentin commanded. As 36 worked, a warning flashed across Quentin's HUD. Incoming reinforcements. A squad of enemy drones was converging on their position.
Contact.
38's plasma rifle lit up the dark. The Vanguard formed a defensive perimeter, holding off the drones as 36 worked to disable the barrier.
Commander.
36 said,
The barrier's encryption is more advanced than we thought. I need more time.
We don't have time, Quentin bellowed. The drones were closing in, and their plasma bolts were streaking dangerously close. He activated his comms. Vornath, we need drone support. Now.
Diverting support drones to your position.
Vornath replied.
Hold your ground.
Seconds later, the Nebula Strider's combat drones swept in. Their plasma cannons ripped through the enemy reinforcements. The tide turned, but Quentin's nerves frayed as the clock ticked down. Finally, the barrier flickered and collapsed. 36 stumbled back, panting.
Barrier down.
Move, Quentin ordered. They charged forward, breaking through the final perimeter. Inside, the lab opened up before them. Rows of containment chambers lined the walls. Each contained a dormant bio-unit immersed in a translucent fluid. Quentin's HUD flagged the chambers as priority targets. Secure the bio-units. Don't damage the containment systems. As the Vanguard fanned out, Vornath's voice was sharp in Quentin's comms.
Commander Valentine, we've got a problem. Donkora's forces are sending additional troops from a nearby outpost. If they attain your position, you'll be overwhelmed.
Quentin cursed under his breath. How much time do we have?
10 minutes, maybe less. You must make a call. Or reclaim the bio-units and risk being overrun, or destroy the facility and eliminate their ability to produce more virus.
Quentin squinted as he looked inward. The bio-units were their only chance of manufacturing the vaccine, but if they were captured or eliminated here, the virus would spread unchecked. Saffron 34 spoke through the mind link, her tone pressing.
Master, we can't resist them forever. What's the plan?
Quentin rocked on his feet. His family, his moon world, the entire Euphorian alliance. Their fates were uncertain. He stared into nothingness. Secure as many bio-units as you can, he said finally. If we can't get them all, we'll destroy the rest. We're not leaving anything for Donkora. The Vanguard proceeded meticulously, extracting the bio-units from their chambers and placing them in stealth-protected anti-grav sleds with invisibility sheets. Quentin watched as the translucent tanks were loaded before disappearing under stealth. The rhythmic beat of marching boots grew progressively nearer. The whir of approaching drones and the distant echo of shouted commands reverberated through the walls. Enemy forces were closing in.
Commander.
35 exclaimed.
We've got 5 units secured. What about the rest?
Quentin stared at the remaining chambers and gritted his teeth. There were still over a dozen bio-units left, each one vital to their mission. But the clamor of the enemies closing in left no doubt. They couldn't hold the lab for much longer. Set charges, he groaned. We can't let Donkora have what's left. As the Vanguard planted explosives throughout the lab, Vornath's voice rang out in his comms.
Commander, extraction is ready. Get your team out now.
Quentin gave the order to retreat, his stomach quivering at the thought of the remaining bio-units. The explosives detonated seconds after they reached the shuttle. The lab was gone, but so was their chance to recover all the bio-units. As the shuttle ascended, Quentin stared out at the smoldering remains of the facility. He'd made his choice. Vornath, Quentin said into his comms with a heavy voice. We've secured 5 bio-units. It's not enough to shut down their production completely, but it's all we could retrieve.
Understood. They'll be analyzed for vaccine production here on Zars. As for Laron, Professor Isham, now called Professor Frederica, will have to secure her own from the Crown of Thorns.
Quentin let the weight of the words settle in. He knew she was resourceful, but the thought of relying on her and her newly cloned army of cyborg mutants to raid such a heavily fortified facility made his chest tighten, especially since the virus had already been released in the north of Laron's northern hemisphere. He let out an old man's sigh. And if she fails?
She won't,
Vornath replied, though the confidence in his tone felt forced.
But we can't dwell on what's out of our hands. Focus on getting those bio-units back here safely. We still have a fight ahead.
Quentin exhaled, the tension in his chest refusing to ease as he gazed out of the escape craft's viewport.
Below, the jagged outlines of Galacton's asteroid exterior extended like a dark wound. Fires flickered in the distance where their assault had left its mark. The lab they'd just torn apart was far out of sight now, hidden beneath layers of rock and chaos. The hum of the craft's machinery saturated the cabin, merging with the low voices of his saffrons as they secured the bio-units. Above, the stars glittered cold and unfeeling. "We've stopped part of the machine," he said. "But the engine's still running."
"That's why we don't stop moving, Commander,"
Vorneth said.
"Every piece we take off the board matters."
Quentin squeezed his eyes shut, letting the ache of exhaustion and guilt wash over him. The mission had been a partial success, but it didn't feel like one. Too many lives were still at risk. Too many impossible choices lay ahead. Opening his eyes again, he stared at the stars beyond the viewport. Failure still wasn't an option. Chapter 24. The Fall of Donkora.
The clinical environment of Galacton's Central Command Facility usually soothed Donkora Vallik's fraying nerves. Tonight, it grated against him. He limped as he paced the room, his tall, broad form casting a long shadow under the pulsing red lights of the console banks. His dark skin glistened with sweat as he barked orders, the others flipping through holographic projections of the battlefield. This is unacceptable. He jabbed at a hologram of the drone launch systems, now highlighted in blinking red. How did they disable the systems so quickly? His head scientist, Dr. Thryvon, stood rigid at the far end of the room, her reflective yellow eyes wide with fear.
Their stealth tech was top-notch, and their teamwork was flawless. We did not prepare our defenses. It was how the enemy infiltrated Veltheron too.
Then why wasn't I informed of this technology? Donkora's voice dropped into a venomous growl. You assured me we were impenetrable. Thryvon flinched but held her ground.
It's not just their technology, Major. They're working with exceptional productivity. Concerted strikes across several sites. We misjudged their ability.
Donkora limped away from her and approached the central console. How many of our own drones remain operational? Another scientist, a nervous Katian with cornrows, stammered.
Roughly 12% of the fleet, Major Vallik. We disabled the rest.
Donkora clenched his fists. 12%. Those drones were the key to spreading the virus across the Euphorian Alliance.
And we still have the bio units.
Thryvon interjected, her voice trembling but firm.
The labs are intact. We can continue production.
For how long? Donkora glared at her. The Laronese authorities are closing in. Do you think we have the luxury of time? Thryvon hesitated. She glanced at the other scientists. No one dared to speak. Donkora slammed a fist onto the console. I want all remaining bio units deployed immediately. If we can't use the virus, we'll use them to destroy the Alliance's forces.
Sir.
Another scientist ventured hesitantly.
Deploying the bio units now would leave us defenseless here. If the Alliance pushes further...
They won't. Because you'll ensure that the defenses hold. Do I make myself clear? Donkora stared at the holographic map of Galacton. Red markers blinked furiously across the asteroid's surface, indicating areas of heavy damage and resistance. If only they could set the prisoners free to fight for them, but the facilities were illegal, and he'd only earned them through bribery. A commotion at the entrance drew his attention. The doors slid open with a soft hiss, and two armed guards stumbled in, their weapons raised.
Major Vallik, intruders.
Before they could finish, the roar and blinding light of plasma fire cut them down. Their bodies crumpled to the floor, smoke curling from the charred holes in their armor. Donkora hyperventilated as the room fell silent, save for the faint hum of servos and hydraulics. A humanoid robot clanged through the doorway, its metallic form glinting under the cold light. Its visor glowed an ominous red, scanning the room with mechanical movements. Behind it, more robots filed in. Each robot carried integrated plasma cannons, targeting the scientists and guards scattered throughout the room. Defend the lab. Donkora roared, reaching for his sidearm. Take them down. Total chaos broke out in the room. Scientists and guards scrambled as plasma bolts wrecked the place. The robots took action, their weapons perfectly calibrated to kill. Thryvon dove behind a console.
Major Vallik, we're outnumbered.
Then fight harder, Donkora bellowed, firing his weapon at the nearest robot. The plasma bolt glanced off its reinforced plating, leaving only a scorch mark. The robot retaliated with a precise shot to Donkora's weapon, disarming him. Donkora retreated toward the central console. He desperately sought an escape. Activate the self-destruct sequence. We can't let them take the bio units. Thrivon's trembling hands flew over the console's interface.
Sequence started. 5 minutes until detonation.
The robots advanced, their plasma cannons tearing through the remaining guards. One by one, the scientists fell, their cries silenced by the relentless onslaught. Horrified, Donkora witnessed his loyal team's incineration.
Major Vallik.
Thrivon said, her voice shaking.
We have to evacuate.
No. We hold this position.
Sir.
Hold this position. Now. He roared. The lead robot stepped forward, its visor glowing brighter as it focused on Donkora. A synthesized voice emanated from its speaker.
Major Donkora Vallik. We identify you as the architect of the Crimson Collective's viral program. Surrender immediately or face termination.
Donkora's lips curled into a snarl. Never. The robot's plasma cannon charged with a sharp whine. Before Donkora could react, the shot struck him square in the chest. He staggered, his weapon falling from his grasp as he collapsed to the floor. His vision blurred. The last thing he saw the cold, emotionless gaze of the machine that had ended him.
The Nebula Strider shuddered as its engines roared and it broke away from Galacton's gravitational pull. Through the observation deck's large viewport, Quentin watched as the smoldering asteroid grew smaller, its jagged edges still illuminated by the fading light of explosions.
Set course for Zar's orbit.
Vornut's voice boomed through the ship's comms.
We have much to discuss.
Quentin turned away from the viewport, his boots heavy against the deck as exhaustion tugged at his body. His HUD blinked with residual alerts from the mission. Bio readings, suit damage reports, and combat logs. It all felt distant, like a muted buzz at the back of his mind as the events of Galacton replayed in rapid bursts. The comms activated again.
Commander Valentine, Captain Musa, and Lieutenant Commander Raphael II report to the main conference room in 30 minutes. There's been a change in plans.
Quentin frowned but responded curtly. Understood.
Get yourselves cleaned up first. You've earned it.
Quentin smirked dryly at the comment and turned toward the nearest elevator. Grime, plasma scorch marks, and faint traces of mutant ichor caked his stealth armor. The acrid smell clung to him, making his own nose wrinkle. When the doors parted at the engineering deck, two familiar figures stood waiting. Enya, the willowy Tlishua with silvery lavender skin, offered him a wry smile, her silver irises gleaming. Beside her, Renara, the petite yet buxom Silta with glittering yellow skin and amber eyes, tilted her head, her golden hair catching the soft light. Their maroon engineering uniforms, hugging their forms and emphasizing their curves, clothed both women.
Well, well, well.
Enya crossed her arms just above her slender waist, the subtle contours of her toned stomach visible beneath her uniform.
The hero of Galacton returns.
Quentin let out a tired laugh, shaking his head. Hero might be pushing it.
You look like hell,
Renara quipped. Quentin snorted. Yeah, well, I've had better days. The engineers exchanged a glance before stepping aside, falling into step beside him as he walked toward the decontamination zone.
What happened down there?
Enya asked gently.
You look like you've been through a war zone.
Because I have, Quentin replied with a heavy voice. The lab was crawling with bio units. Mutants, hybrids, monsters, whatever you want to call them. He rubbed his temple. We secured some cryo units and destroyed the rest. But it feels like we pay too much for every win. Renara's expression softened, and she placed a hand on his arm.
Sometimes there's no perfect win.
Yeah. Quentin stared at the floor. Tell that to the ones who didn't make it. Enya nudged him gently.
You're here. That means you're still fighting. That matters.
They arrived at the decontamination zone, and Quentin stood on the platform, like before. Enya's gloved hands unfastened the clamps on his suit. Each release hissed faintly, releasing built-up pressure and revealing the sweat-soaked undersuit beneath. Quentin stood motionless, feeling strangely exposed despite the necessity of the process.
Relax,
Enya said softly, glancing up at him as her silver irises locked onto his.
You'd be surprised how often we do this. Not a big deal.
Renara's boobs brushed against his arm as she reached up and worked on the latches near his shoulder.
She's right. We've seen worse.
Like the time you helped me before. Quentin let out a weary sigh. They both giggled and agreed, the weight of his armor slowly lifting as the final piece detached. The air against his skin was cool and sharp after hours trapped in the suffocating suit. He stepped out of the discarded material, standing in nothing but his underlayer.
There.
Renara stepped back with a satisfied grin.
Much better. Now, head to your locker and grab a shower before Vornath drags you into another war room.
Enya nodded, motioning toward the locker bay.
Go on. We'll take care of the suit.
Quentin hesitated for a moment. Thanks, he muttered, turning toward the locker area. His bare feet padded against the cold deck plating, and he approached the row of storage units, finally allowing himself a moment to exhale. He keyed in his code. The inside was neat, with a fresh uniform folded on one shelf and his toiletries tucked into the corner. He peeled off the damp undersuit, tossing it into the sanitation chute, before grabbing a towel and his shower supplies. As he turned back toward the shower area, he glimpsed Enya and Renara out of the corner of his eye, their quiet conversation punctuated by the occasional glance in his direction. Renara's playful smirk hadn't faded, and Enya's silver gaze lingered a moment longer than necessary before she returned to inspecting the suit. Quentin shook his head, a faint chuckle escaping him as he headed for the showers.
You know,
Renara called from behind the cubicle.
It's our break now, and you don't have to do this alone. We could help.
Quentin paused. Do what alone? Help with what?
A shower isn't just about getting clean. It's about resetting, letting go of all that tension.
Absolutely.
Enya replied.
And with 2 lonely engineers, you'd be in very capable hands.
Quentin blinked as he rubbed his armpits with soap bubbles, caught off guard by the suggestion. You're offering to shower with me.
Why not?
Renara's voice sounded like music.
We're all adults here.
Enya chuckled, her voice light but warm.
Relax, Commander. We're just messing with you. Mostly.
Quentin let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, a faint grin tugging at his lips despite the weight of the day. Tempting as that sounds, there's an emergency meeting. Vornath's orders.
Will you always have an excuse?
Renara asked. It's not an excuse. That sounds heavenly.
Heavenly, hey?
Renara said before giggling. It's just that orders are orders, he added. Saliva filled his mouth as he imagined messing with these hotties.
But if you ever need someone to listen, Commander.
Enya butted in before Renara could reply.
You know where to find us.
Wow. Thanks. Both of you. He imagined the challenge of explaining to them that his girlfriend, along with her cloned hive mind, would also want to be seamlessly connected to his consciousness should they be intimate. Quentin chuckled softly as he stepped into the decontamination chamber behind the shower, the door hissing shut behind him. The women's proposition had lifted the weight pressing down on him. But as the cleansing spray hit his skin, and the last traces of grime from Galactan washed away, his thoughts turned back to Vornath's ominous words. A change in plans. Whatever awaited them in the conference room, Quentin knew it wouldn't be good. Chapter 25. Isham's Triumph.
Isham reclined in a barraglass lounger in the war room. Her new maroon fingers idly tapped the armrest as holographic feeds in various sized data globes surrounded her in a floating panoramic display. The crown of thorns fight lit up the room. Her cloned cyborg army, enhanced with groundbreaking bioengineering and neural implants, advanced. Across from her, Major General Aaron Tyvos stood stiffly, his uniform pristine, despite the high-stakes operation underway. Under the tactical lights, his pale yellow skin had a faint glow.
Your army is performing adequately, Professor Frederica. No losses so far.
He continued to stare at the main feed. Isham crossed her legs and waggled a foot. Adequately. They've breached 3 strongholds in under an hour, Major General, if that's your standard for adequate. I'd hate to see what impresses you. Tyvos arched a brow, but didn't respond. Instead, he gestured toward the central display, where her troops were making headway on the final facility. The bio-unit stored inside were the mission's primary target, genetically modified creatures critical to vaccine production. Status. Isham asked her hive mind army through the mind link. The torrent of military data and incoming signals washed over her, almost intoxicating. She sensed the soldiers' movements and aggression. It had made her recoil inwardly on Zars when they were attacking innocents, but she enjoyed seeing them kill terrorists. The rebels of the Crimson Collective were scrambling, their defenses overpowered by her forces. Her clones, born from the genetic material of the Exilta and Cat prisoners, were more aggressive than her beloved Saffrons, but a comparable force against Raphael's clones. Zarek II and Zara II led the charge. They were more trustworthy than the originals, who Isham had tranquilized in their luxurious cells. The clones' enhanced strength smashed through the insurgents. One clone reported through the mind link.
Bio units detected. Extracting now.
Isham's fingers steepled under her chin. Any resistance?
Minimal.
Came the reply.
The rebels are withdrawing deeper into the asteroid's interior.
Cowards.
Tyvos muttered.
No matter. They won't escape.
Let's hope not, Isham said. The feed shifted to show Asarex and Zaras forcing their way into the final isolation lab. A hulking Zilta clone smashed through a reinforced door, her acid yellow face and hair drenched in sweat under her helmet.
Containment breached.
Zara 72 reported through the mind link.
Bio units are safe. No casualties.
Tyvos allowed himself a small nod of approval.
Efficient.
Isham resisted the urge to gloat, though satisfaction warmed her chest. What about the rebels?
Detained.
Asarex 16 replied.
No more opposition registered.
The display enlarged the image of the captured rebels, their features contorted with fear. These were the people who had unleashed chaos on Laron, who had turned her home into a living nightmare, and now they were powerless. Transport the bio units to the extraction point, Isham ordered. Leave the prisoners for now, we'll deal with them later.
Yes, Professor,
Zara replied. Tyvos turned to Isham, his tone cautious.
You're leaving them alive? That's merciful.
Isham smirked. Mercy has nothing to do with it. They'll be more useful alive. For now. Another feed showed the extraction shuttles descending onto the asteroid's surface. Her clones loaded the bio units, and Isham puffed out her chest. The mission had been a success.
You did it.
Tyvos said.
Your army performed flawlessly.
Isham stood. Of course they did. I designed them to be perfect. Tyvos folded his arms, watching as the shuttles ascended.
Let's hope your perfection is enough. Laron is counting on those bio units.
It will be, Isham retorted. Once the vaccines are synthesized and rolled out, this virus will be nothing more than a bad memory. Now, Major General, let's make certain those bio units get to Laron.
Agreed. The Euphorian system isn't safe yet, but we're getting there.
The next day, Isham paced the war room, glancing at different updates streaming in data globes. Each report from Laron was a small victory. The vaccines manufactured from the bio units were being delivered smoothly, thanks to drone deployment. Rather than relying on human hands to distribute the vaccines, autonomous bat-sized drones combed the streets and wilderness, their needle-tipped appendages delivering the life-saving serum. They scanned for survivors with infrared sensors, detecting heat signatures hidden in ruined buildings, underground bunkers, and makeshift shelters. Once locked onto a target, they swooped in and injected the vaccine into unsuspecting arms, necks, or thighs. With or without consent. Some citizens welcomed the drones with outstretched hands, desperate for salvation. Others screamed and fled, only to be pursued relentlessly until the machine completed its task. There was no room for hesitation. The drones followed their programming. Locate, inject, move on. In the chaos of Leron's dying cities, survival was no longer a choice. It was enforced. Infection rates in critical zones were falling rapidly, and new quarantine protocols were holding strong. She allowed herself a rare moment of satisfaction. The disorder was subsiding, and her work had made it possible. For the first time in days, she saw an end to this horror.
Professor Frederica.
Came a calm voice from behind her. Isham turned to see Major General Tyvos in the doorway. His eyes were unreadable, but something in his posture made her pause. He wasn't here to talk about the vaccines. What is it? He stepped closer.
I received a transmission from Laron. It concerns your father.
Isham's heart skipped a beat. Is he all right? Ty Voss hesitated, his silence louder than words. Isham's breath bottled. Tell me. He sighed with regret.
He passed away early this morning. The infection spread too quickly. There was nothing they could do.
Isham's knees buckled, and she pressed a hand against her heart. Papa. Her constant, her anchor. No, that's not possible. He was careful. He was rich. He was in good isolation.
The virus breached the facility. Several others were infected, and none survived. The contagion was so severe that all corpses were incinerated immediately to prevent further spread.
The words hit her like a physical blow, knocking the air out of her lungs. She gasped and dropped to her knees, sobbing. Incinerated, you mean? I can't even see him.
I'm sorry.
The room spun around her. Her breaths came in shallow gasps as she watched her tears and snot pool on the floor. Papa. Her only family, the man who had loved her and supported her, sending her to the most prestigious scientific institute on Veltheron. She hadn't seen him much as she grew from girl to woman in that boarding school in the sky, but Papa had believed in her, and now he was gone, reduced to ash without a trace. No, she said, remaining on the floor, staring at her puddle of tears. This isn't right. He deserved better than this.
I know this is difficult.
Ty Voss began, but she cut him off with a sharp glare. Difficult. She snapped. You have no idea what this is. He was the only family I ever had. And now he's gone. This virus, this monstrosity. It took him from me. It's not fair.
Professor,
Get out, she hissed, her voice trembling with rage and anguish. Just leave me alone. He hesitated but eventually nodded and left. The door slid shut behind him, leaving Isham in suffocating silence. On the cold floor, she buried her face in her hands, sobs racking her body. She hadn't even been there to say goodbye. He had died alone, and she couldn't even mourn him properly. His body, his existence, had been erased, as though he had never been. It had been bad enough watching the carnage from a hacked clone on Zars, but this was the icing on the cake, her achievements, her power. None of it could bring him back. None of it could fill the gaping hole in her heart.
Chapter 26. The Privilege of Distance.
Juna traced the rim of her cup, staring at the steam curling from the surface of her tea. She sat in the private lounge of Micron Module, overlooking the endless glass sky city of Cortex Cove. The artificial canals below shimmered with the glow of the city's sky gardens, twinkling public amenity pods and aero conduits snaking through the sky like fairy lights. Luxury vessels glided past on whisper-quiet engines, ferrying the elite between their sky homes and floating restaurants. She should have felt safe here, but she didn't. The hair lifted on the back of her neck as she watched the holographic newsfeed. Outbreak toll surpasses 200 million on Veltheron. Global quarantine in effect. The scrolling text blurred in her vision. Below the headline, footage played. Liranese streets abandoned, medical drones darting between buildings, and endless rows of bodies being vaporized in mass incinerators to contain further spread. She almost retched. Hearing about it was one thing, seeing those people beg for their lives on the holofeed was something else. The broadcast cut to an emergency vaccination station where bat-sized drones descended on survivors, injecting them with stabilizing doses before vanishing into the smoke-filled sky. Juna squeezed herself tightly and rocked back and forth. How did it come to this? The sound of a barraglass partitioning popping open made her turn. Rojaz entered the lounge, his usual pristine suit slightly undone, as if he had been rushing between meetings. His dark eyes scanned her, softening as he took in her expression.
You saw the news.
Juna nodded, gripping her cup. 200 million dead. And it's still spreading. He sighed and took a seat beside her, reaching for her hand. His warmth steadied her.
I know. It's devastating.
She swallowed hard. I wish we could do something.
We are.
Rojaz assured her.
The Financial Council is pooling resources for emergency vaccine production. We're funding drone distribution across Veltheron. The wealthiest on Zars have pledged billions to accelerate deployment.
Juna glanced back at the holofeed, where people collapsed mid-run in the streets of Welkar. It's not enough. Rojaz massaged his temples.
I know, but we don't have a miracle cure. We only have containment and distribution. I've been pushing for more funding, But every system is prioritizing its own people.
She studied him. Rojaz wasn't just talking about his money. He was coordinating entire networks of the rich and powerful. You're giving everything you can, aren't you? He gave a short, tired laugh.
Every credit I own is in this. Every contact I have is calling in favors. And still it's not enough.
A sharp knock at the door made them both turn. A sleek silver drone hovered just outside, its optics scanning them before speaking.
Mr. Rogas. Miss Juna. Your mandatory vaccination is ready.
Juna placed her cup on the table with a tap. She hadn't even thought about it. How easily the virus could spread if even one ship from Veltheron docked in the wrong place. Rojaz rolled up his sleeve.
Proceed.
The drone extended a mechanical arm, injecting a near-invisible vial into his skin with a quick hiss. Juna gritted her teeth.
Juna,
Rojaz said.
It's standard procedure. This isn't about you. It's about not spreading it to anyone else.
She took a steadying breath and nodded. The drone approached, and she felt the cool sting of the needle before it retracted, the injection complete.
Vaccination registered,
the drone announced.
Report any symptoms immediately.
The drone zipped away, disappearing into the corridor. Juna released a slow breath. I can't stop thinking about Mom and my brothers and sisters. What if they're in danger right now? What if they get infected? All the lines are down and I can't even contact them. Then there's Dad, he's fighting the terrorists who created this thing. Rojaz wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close.
Quentin is the last person you need to worry about, Juna. If anyone can survive this, it's him.
She let herself rest against his shoulder, but the unease gnawed at her. Her data globe vibrated. A new report. She pulled back and swiped the air to project the holographic feed. The images hit her like a punch to the gut. Welkar had fallen. The once thriving city was now a wasteland of collapsed structures and blackened streets. Over the charred remains of a medical facility, with bodies strewn outside, hovered a camera drone. The words "No more vaccines" were scrawled in crimson across the shattered walls. A Bakud reporter with red skin and long earlobes spoke over the footage, his voice tense.
The Lebanese government has declared not only Welkar uninhabitable, but also Natkar, Xi'an, the capital of science and the capital of medicine. Entire districts in these cities have succumbed to the outbreak, and mass evacuations have failed. Those left behind, and those without vaccines, are now at the mercy of the virus.
Juna's breath came in short, panicked bursts. Then the feed shifted. She tasted bile in her mouth. The data globe showed the interior of a private residence. Furniture overturned, walls splattered with red. A handprint smeared across a barraglass wall, still flickering with a frozen message. And in the corner, a body. It had been blurred, but she knew. She recognized that apartment, a neighbor's apartment in the chalk cliffs of Ujena, her neighborhood. Milo and Minio still lived with Mom. If the virus was there, had it killed them too? The address scrolled across the bottom of the screen. Her hands flew to her mouth, a strangled sound escaping her lips. Rojaz grabbed her shoulders, steadying her.
Juna, what is it?
She couldn't breathe. The room spun. She tapped at and pulled her data globe and tried to call to her family. No connection. She tried again. The holographic, floating orb blinked. Error. Quantum relay offline. Communications restricted. Panic clawed at her chest. She switched to emergency channels, trying her mom, her baby brothers. Nothing. A fresh wave of terror crashed over her. I can't reach them, she whispered. Rojaz, I can't.
The quantum network.
He hesitated.
It's been shut down.
Juna's eyes snapped to his. What's the reason? He swallowed.
The Lebanese government restricted interstellar communications hours ago. They say it's to control panic, but...
He hesitated.
Some think the Crimson Collective sabotaged key relays. There are rumors of network collapse in major cities.
Her heart slammed against her ribs. That's why. That place on the news.
Yes.
He gripped her shoulders and stared into her eyes, frowning.
What about it?
That's Mom's neighbor's apartment in the chalk cliffs. I need to go back, she whispered. I need to.
Juna.
Rojas shook her a little, forcing her to look at him.
No, you don't.
Tears streamed down her cheeks. Then what do I do, Rojas? Tell me what I'm supposed to do while the people I love die. He held her, his arms wrapping around her as she finally broke. She sobbed against his chest, her body shaking with grief, with guilt, with rage.
Chapter 27. A Key and a Fugitive. The Nebula Strider's engines thrummed beneath Quentin's boots as he headed to the war room. The ship had already left Galacton's orbit, speeding toward Zars, but something about this meeting had his gut churning. When he entered the chamber, Maria, Raphael II, and several high-ranking officers were already seated around the curved holotable, waiting. The overhead displays flickered with distorted signals from Laran, and the projected schematic of Polymnia loomed beside it. A planet Quentin hadn't thought about in years. He would have thought Polymnia wouldn't be affected by this virus. The hybrids of that white sun world were peaceful, and even though they enjoyed the latest technology from Nubara, they were more like solar communalists. Vornath stood at the head of the table, his violet gaze sweeping over the assembled officers. He explained that after the Saffrons from the recent mission had washed up, he had changed his mind and allowed them to rest with their sister clones. This next discussion, it seemed, was not for their ears. Instead, a new woman occupied one of the seats. A white Baravian. Her bone-white skin luminesced under the chamber's lights. Her enormous black, almond-shaped eyes dominated her face, spanning nearly a third of it. Their depth made it impossible to discern her emotions. Vornath gestured toward her.
Commander Valentine, Lieutenant Commander Raphael II, Captain Musa. This is Thrix Valen, envoy of the Baranese Intelligence Directorate.
Quentin's gaze narrowed. The Baravians, also known as Baranese, both black and white, were notoriously private. They kept to themselves, rarely venturing beyond their orange dwarf system. That they were here now, stepping into Euphorian affairs, meant one thing: something was about to change. And it wouldn't be subtle. Thrix inclined her head in greeting but didn't offer a handshake. Baranese weren't known for physical gestures. Instead, she adjusted a thin baraglass wrist console.
I appreciate your time.
Her voice was smooth but void of warmth.
What I am about to propose will require a significant leap of faith.
Quentin's stomach tightened. He took his seat, glancing at Maria. She still hadn't told him how she had survived, but this wasn't the time for that conversation. Vornath wasted no time.
The vaccines aren't enough.
A sudden feeling of cold expanded in Quentin's core. He struggled to find the right words and stuttered. What do you mean?
The genetic anomalies we feared? They're real?
Vornath said.
Initial deployment worked in some regions, but multiple sectors, including the entire northern hemisphere of Laron, have populations resistant to the vaccine. The virus is mutating faster than anticipated.
Quentin exhaled sharply, though he wanted to pace and pull out his hair and punch a wall. His family could be dying. He hadn't been able to contact any of them when he tried after his shower. You're saying people are still dying? Vornath gave a slow nod.
Yes, and at an exponential rate.
Maria's expression darkened.
Then we have to find another way.
That's why the envoy of the Baranese Intelligence Directorate is here.
Vornath motioned to Thrix. All eyes turned to the Baravian politician. She tapped her wrist console, and a new hologram flickered to life. A towering crow-like figure with human arms and hands floated in a cylindrical chamber, filled with liquid. Its massive black wings folded neatly against its body, and its talons hung limp, giving the impression of deep unconsciousness. Then the video recording expanded to show that there were another 3 of these tanks, with another 3 identical occupants. Quentin rubbed his stubbled jaw. Around 12 years ago, when Darwin had only been 5 years old, the boy had been terrified of a crow ninja who had Skywater shifted to his home and held a dagger to the boy's neck for the time key she thought Matthias, Darwin's father, possessed. At first, she had been an enemy to Matthias and his son. Quentin had only heard a few snippets about her when he worked as an SS agent on Laron. Anna had known the Crow Woman, too. The Crow Woman was also known by the name Keeper of Keys. It was she who had ultimately closed the pyramids when Darwin had given her the last time key. She had apparently hidden the keys on her home world, Polymnia, for there were invisibility spells which only a few time travelers and skywater shifters knew. A shiver ran up Quentin's spine. Surely it wasn't her. Surely these were not her clones. Perhaps they were just other Polymian hybrids. Hybrids were common on Polymnia, and to him, these crows may have only looked identical because he was not a bird and couldn't see the subtle difference between them.
This,
Thrix continued,
is a biostasis transfer vessel. It is part of the same technology that once allowed Chairman Vrokala to transfer his consciousness across interstellar space to avoid imprisonment. His body went to the asteroid prison orbiting Trion, but not his mind.
Quentin's muscles quivered as he avoided eye contact with Thrix. That chairman was a monster. He didn't deserve freedom. Quentin had seen firsthand what he had done to the tree people his scientists had created to deradiate Hukyo Shugan upon attempting to colonize the radioactive world. Thrix said,
It is also the technology I lent Professor Isham's father to transfer her consciousness into a bioshell on Laron.
Quentin's voice was low and controlled. You're suggesting we what? Transfer into clones on other worlds which are safer?
No.
Thrix's huge black eyes locked onto his.
I'm suggesting we send you Captain Maria and the criminal Falcon.
But Falcon's behind bars here on this warship.
Maria cut in.
If Falcon successfully completes a high-risk mission, the Leronese Interstellar Police have agreed to grant him full pardon.
Quentin narrowed his eyes. A high-risk mission to where?
To Polymnia.
She zoomed into a satellite image of a continent on Polymnia and marked a small underground facility buried beneath the planet's surface.
This lab was abandoned decades ago,
she explained.
But a certain individual used the bioshell that had been waiting for him to escape prison. Chairman Vrokala.
Quentin stiffened. Maria muttered a curse.
He is living in that bioshell. A Tiger Man hybrid. And he lives a peaceful life with his wives and children in an eco-community.
That man is a criminal of war, Quentin growled. You expect us to walk into his eco-community and have a chat? Thrix remained unfazed.
I expect you to deliver a message.
Quentin clenched his fists. Why not just contact him directly? Thrix sighed, as if explaining something painfully obvious.
Polymnians have no contact with other worlds except for Baronese traders. He is not safe on Polymnia anymore. His presence has been compromised, and he will soon be arrested. He needs to assume a new identity, and only you can warn him before it's too late.
Quentin let out a bitter laugh. You expect me to rescue the man responsible for countless deaths on Hukyo Shugan? Can't you remember what he did to the Naktara when he tried to deradiate and recolonize the nuclear wasteland? Thrix tilted her head.
You misunderstand, Commander Valentine. I don't care if Chairman Vrokala lives or dies. I care about the time key.
The words sent a chill down his spine. The time key? That was done and dusted. Darwin closed the portals. He gave the last key to the Polymnian Crow Woman. The keys have gone.
Not gone. Hidden.
Her voice turned sharp.
The only thing that can change this timeline.
Maria exhaled.
Are you saying the only way to stop this is to go back in time?
Thrix nodded.
And kill Major Donkora before he ever thinks about creating this terrible virus.
Quentin felt like the floor had vanished beneath him. They weren't just talking about a military solution anymore. They were talking about rewriting history. Silence stretched between them before Quentin sprang to his feet. Absolutely not. The Euphorian was in turmoil after the news about the pyramids and rivers leaked. That's why we closed the damn portals.
Quentin.
Maria started. I'm not a time traveler, he interrupted. I'm a soldier. I'm not playing God, and I'm sure as hell not saving Vrokala so he can live happily ever after.
Thrix's voice remained calm.
Then billions more will die.
Quentin paced, running a hand through his hair. Ornath folded his arms.
We've exhausted every other option. If we don't stop this now, the Euphorian Alliance will collapse. Entire worlds will be lost.
He had expected this meeting to be about tactics, about missions, about wars, not about time travel and rewriting fate. Maria stood.
Quentin, I hate this as much as you do. But Thrix is right if we don't act.
You're really willing to do this? To erase everything? He pivoted to face her.
I'm willing to do whatever it takes. They were living underground anyway. They were hiding in Veltheron. I don't think killing him will do much at all.
His hands curled into fists. Every instinct in his body screamed against this. But what was the alternative? Let the virus keep spreading. Watch more people die? His family was on Laron. His friends. Even if the vaccines were helping some, they weren't helping enough. What exactly do you need us to do? Thrix smiled thinly.
I will prepare a stasis transfer into 3 Crow hybrid clones and...
Are they the clones of the Keeper of Keys? He interrupted.
Apparently, yes, they are at one of our underground labs in northeast Harthram, on planet Polymnia. From there, you will each have various missions. If you all accept, we will brief you after you have all had a decent sleep.
This was madness, but it was the only chance they had. He looked at Maria. Fine, send us in. Chapter 28. The Flight West.
Darkness. Thin, cold. Not just the kind that clung to her feathers, but a deep, invasive chill pressing into her very bones, twisting through her lungs, making every breath wet, thick, wrong. Maria convulsed, talons scraping against something hard and slick. She choked on the fluid inside her throat, her instincts screaming for air even though her lungs didn't remember how to take it. A mechanical hiss. A sudden drop. The liquid rushed away, dragging her downward in a spiraling whirlpool of displacement. Her new body hit metal with a slap, her wings splaying out, slick and heavy. Her mind reeled, caught between waking and drowning, human memory and something else entirely. She wasn't human anymore. A deep, guttural cough from nearby. Then a choked curse. Hoarse, jagged. Maria's head jerked upward too fast, her neck twisting with an unnatural precision that made her stomach churn. She saw them. Their massive, soaked crow bodies lay sprawled against the chamber's slick floor, dripping biofluid, feathers clumped together in uneven patches. They twitched, jerking like newborns, adjusting to new limbs, new senses. Everything looked wrong. The room was a sealed vault of metal and bioglass, every surface clinical, the air sharp with antiseptic and damp heat. The lighting was dim, but through her altered vision, she could see every microscopic shift, every shift of energy radiating from the walls. And beyond the pools of liquid, 2 figures loomed over them. Tall, broad-shouldered, jackal-headed, dog-headed biped hybrid security. Maria's new heart thudded violently, the remnants of instinctive fear crawling through her bloodstream as the hybrids watched her. One of them tilted his head.
The transition is complete.
Maria flicked her wings, the sensation bizarre, the foreign weight of them shifting over her back like a strange muscle. Her beak clicked involuntarily, the alien motion making her stomach tighten.
The disorientation will pass.
The other added,
Move. Your bodies must acclimate.
Maria pushed herself up, her clawed feet scraping against the metal, struggling to balance. Her wings twitched erratically, responding to instincts she didn't yet understand. The ultraviolet light of the room shifted strangely, warping the way she perceived movement. She tried to breathe through her mouth, but her beak clicked and rasped, forcing the air through narrow nasal passages instead. Whether it was Quentin or Falcon, the 6-foot-tall crow closest to her looked equally bedraggled. He staggered, slipping as he tried to brace himself on a knee that no longer existed.
What the?
His croaking voice cut off, and he froze. His new beak parted, his black avian eyes darting toward Maria in pure horror. The other one let out a harsh, irritated breath, his talons flexing.
Brilliant. We're birds.
He possessed the same voice as the other one, a rough, weathered rasp that made him sound almost as furious as he looked. Maria forced herself to focus, the sharp panic in her chest pressing outward.
We knew this was coming.
She muttered, not surprised she also sounded the same since they were apparently all clones of a crow woman called the Keeper of Keys.
Adjust.
The guards made no further comment. Instead, they turned, stepping toward the reinforced door at the far end of the vault.
You will be given time to acclimate.
One of them stated,
Do not damage your hosts. We will return to help you in 10 minutes.
The door slid shut behind them, sealing with a muted hiss, leaving the three of them alone. Maria exhaled.
I need to tell you something. Which one of you is Quentin?
The one on the right raised his human hand. His gaze flickered, assessing, weighing.
Me.
He said, his voice still coming out in that rough edge croak.
Talk.
Maria flexed her talons, grounding herself, and she told him everything. How she had survived Veltheron. How Donkora had unknowingly shot his own daughter. How the Crimson Collective scientists had laughed about it. How she had saved Vulcan. How the Tsar space military had wiped parts of her memory before waking her from cryogenic sleep. Quentin stayed silent, his talons curling against the floor. Maria swallowed, the sensation foreign. She wasn't done.
I don't remember it all,
she admitted.
The memory wipes worked. But I know this much.
Her wings trembled slightly.
My mother was dead.
She finally said,
They lied to me. Told me they could wake her if I fought for them. If I did their dirty work.
Quentin's expression darkened, his beak clenching shut.
I was only a 12-year-old schoolgirl, and I had just lost my mom to a neurological disease which had taken away her mind many years before. I was used to her being on a life support machine in my home in the Terrestria Commons. I was used to my android Peter bringing me up, but I always feared the day my mom would die. A corrupt division of the Tsar's military made me believe that if I lived and trained in their army barracks, they might be able to bring my mom back to life. But it was all a lie. They only wanted me because I was one of the best war gamers on planet Zars. They let me believe that I accidentally killed a boy.
She started to sob.
And that was their excuse to send me with the teenage orphans to fight against the Crimson Collective on Hokyo Shogun.
Maria kneeled on the floor and sobbed even more, though it hurt to lament through a beak and beak nostrils.
They mutilated us while we were training through war games and cryogenic sleep. They made it look like space slugs had boarded the ship. I woke up without limbs. Many of us became cyborg Marines. But it wasn't an accident. It was all planned. They mutilated us, Quentin. Made us into cyborgs. We had no choice.
Her throat tightened, but she kept going.
The Crimson Collective weren't any better. They dropped nuclear bombs.
Her voice cracked.
On entire cities. On entire populations. They even nuked their own continent, Quentin. Premier Drastic nuked his own continent because the Leronese Interstellar military, who oversaw the Tsar soldiers, had a base there. I saw them burn.
Her wings trembled violently and her breathing became erratic.
I saw their skin melt from their bones. I saw their bodies crumble into ash. I heard them scream.
Her chest hitched, and for the first time in years, Maria Musa broke. She shook as she tried to contain the sobs that rattled from her avian throat, but it was useless. Her body shuddered, her wings pulling tight against her as if they could somehow shield her from the memories. Her voice came in broken fragments now, forced between breaths.
The survivors. The ones who made it. They're still there.
Quentin lifted his head sharply.
What do you mean?
Maria squeezed her clawed feet into the floor.
They're underground.
His black avian eyes flashed.
They live in a giant ancient spaceship, hidden in the shaft of a dead volcano. The tree people. The Verdan and Noctara. They never came back. They couldn't.
Silence stretched. Quentin stared at her, and for once he had no response. His breath came slow, steady, measured. Then, without a word, he stepped toward her. And gently, he placed one clawed foot on hers, a quiet, unspoken gesture of understanding. Maria let out a shaky breath.
The chairman awaits,
Came a voice from beyond the sealed door. Maria straightened. She nodded to Quentin. No more words. Toward whatever came next. The vault door hissed open, revealing the two dog-headed guards. Dark battle robes clothed their broad, jackal-headed forms. There was no hostility in their stance. It seemed as if they had long prepared for this moment. One pressed a human hand over his chest in a formal gesture of kinship.
I hope you have had time enough to talk. We are eager to help you on your way. I am Agent Cassette, and this is my partner, Agent Didetu. We are allies of the Baravians, and it is our duty to see you through this first trial. Did you come to see the Tiger Man?
Yes.
Maria quickly said, this was all part of the plan. Quentin, Maria, and Falcon exchanged wary glances, still adjusting to the strange weight of their new bodies. Their beige human arms folded instinctively, a new reflex built into them that felt natural yet alien. Agent G2's black fur gave off a dog aroma. He inclined his head.
You have been gifted new forms, but you will not survive without the proper tools. Before you leave this vault, you will be armed and trained. Do not think of yourselves as soldiers. Think of yourselves as predators.
Maria adjusted her talons against the floor, flexing them for balance.
What do we need?
Cassette stepped aside, revealing 3 neatly arranged sets of equipment atop a long, curved table. Each set included folded ninja rags, throwing daggers and sheaths, and a machete holstered in a shoulder harness. The gear was practical, lightweight, and well-worn from years of careful craftsmanship.
These will serve you in the wild.
DJ2 lifted one of the lightweight throwing daggers and flipped it between his fingers before tossing it in an effortless arc toward the far wall. It embedded itself deep into the metal, quivering slightly. Maria clacked her beak.
All right.
Cassette let out a low, rumbling laugh.
Crows are tool users. But with human hands, you are more than that.
Quentin picked up the black ninja cloth, running his fingers over it. It was soft, lightweight, breathable, designed to allow for silent movement and complete flexibility. The hoods would shield their gleaming black feathers, and the sleeveless designs left their powerful wings free. DJ2 motioned to them.
Put them on. You move soon.
Before long, the dark ninja wrappings were secured. The fabric hugged their forms, melding into the blackness of their feathers. Cassette handed out the weapon sheaths next, securing the machetes diagonally across their backs and the throwing daggers across their feathered chests.
These were Crowlene's favorite.
The crow woman these clones belong to.
Quentin asked.
The keeper of keys.
We do not talk about her.
The dog man said.
But will she help us? Will we meet her?
Maria clenched her beak and shot Quentin a look.
Why seek her assistance when you're helping the Baravians?
Cassette growled softly under his breath.
Oh, don't mind Quentin.
Maria said.
The Baravians told us some strange things about the crow woman. And Quentin's just curious.
Both guards exchanged a look, then nodded.
We don't discuss the owner of these bioshells.
The weight of the steel felt solid, a comfort against the vast uncertainty ahead. Maria rotated her shoulders, adjusting to the unfamiliar weight of the blade strapped to her.
All right, we're dressed, we're armed. Now what?
Cassette stepped forward.
Now, you learn to fly.
Falcon, on her left, let out a harsh, croaking laugh.
We've barely gotten used to walking in these talons. And you want us to fly.
G2 gestured toward the reinforced door at the back of the vault. It slid open, revealing a high ledge overlooking a black ocean. The planet's 3 moons bathed it in a soft blue glow. One a thin crescent, one half, and one whole. Cassette turned to them.
Your first challenge begins here, since you must take to the sky before dawn.
Maria stopped toward the ledge, her talons clicking against the stone. The drop was steep, a sheer descent into the shadowed ocean. The rhythmic crashing of waves against the cliffs was hypnotic, the sound filling her chest with something close to excitement. Or terror. She didn't know which crow was Falcon anymore and which was Quentin, since her back was to them. Looking back at the clones, one of them spread his wings and shifted his weight, while the wind tugged at his feathers. DJ2 said,
Listen well. Your path will take you west. Over the delta, then inland along the river.
Cassette pointed away from the ocean and toward the distant horizon.
You will follow the river until you reach the first fork. Once you're airbound, it will be easier to spot. There, you must take the southernmost branch. It will guide you over the red desert before leading into the great mountain chain bordering the plateau.
How long will this take?
A crow croaked. G2's muzzle pulled into something akin to a grin.
You will fly for days.
When Maria gulped, her crow's throat felt so different from a human's. She ruffled her feathers.
You will hunt at night in the desert. You will drink from the rivers. You will sleep on the land, too.
Maria recoiled at the thought of eating raw flesh. Cassette woofed once.
If you succeed, you will arrive at the Great Impact Crater, a remnant of a collision that nearly wiped out life on this world. There, a tribe who live in the crater's western wall will help you. They will give you your next instructions, and you may meet some feathered guardians who can help you.
We don't have a choice, do we?
One crow said. Though Maria couldn't discern whether it was Falcon or Quentin.
No, you don't.
Cassette said. A crow flexed his sharp talons, testing their strength.
Might as well get started.
Cassette stepped aside, gesturing toward the ledge.
Then fly.
The other crow hesitated for only a moment longer. Then, with a deep breath, he spread his wings and leapt into the abyss. Maria's talons curled over the stone while she hesitated on the ledge. The wind rolled up from the ocean below, cool and salty, ruffling through her feathers.
Which one was that? Was that Falcon or Quentin?
She turned her head to stare at a pair of beady black eyes.
I'm Falcon. And you, Maria.
His head twitched slightly in a way that looked foreign yet strangely natural. The lightning sky greeted the dawn chorus, and his dark feathers gleamed.
Well, this is insane.
Falcon muttered, his voice coming out as a croaking rasp. Maria let out a breath.
We jump. We figure it out.
Falcon adjusted the weight of his machete across his back.
That's your plan.
Quentin's form glided overhead. Maria let out a small yelp.
Quentin did it.
She gave a slight tilt of her head, something between a nod and a bird's natural jerking motion. A gust of wind rushed against them, lifting the stray feathers on their bodies, carrying the scent of the seaweed rich tide below. The dog hybrid stood behind them, silent and watchful. Maria knew this was do or die. She inhaled sharply and jumped. The wind seized her the second she left the ledge, the sheer drop sending her heart hammering against her ribs. The ocean raced toward her, her new black beak slicing through the air. Instinct screamed. Wings. She flung them open. A rush of air caught her, the resistance snapping against her bones like a parachute opening. She wobbled violently, nearly spiraling into a death roll, but the wind dragged under her wings, stabilizing her at the last second. Falcon hollered somewhere to her right, his wings flapping wildly as he tried to correct himself. Maria clenched her pale hands into fists. She forced her wings down, mimicking how birds glided. Control the air. Feel it. Adjust. The rush of wind became music. Every beat of her wings sent a thrill up her spine, like she had always been meant to carve through the sky like this. A crow above her let out a deep croaking laugh.
This is incredible. Is that you, Quentin?
Blood rushed through her veins.
Where's Falcon? Down there.
Quentin had already gotten the hang of it, his wings tilting slightly, adjusting to the currents. Falcon, however, was floundering like a drunk pigeon.
Angle up.
Maria cawed.
I'm trying.
Falcon flapped harder, but it only made him dip.
Use the wind.
Quentin added.
It's not just your wings. You gotta let the air do the work.
Falcon cursed, but spread his wings wider, easing off the panicked flapping. The shift caught an updraft, lifting him up. Maria let out a pent-up breath.
Thank the heavens.
They soared over the dark blue ocean, the salty air filling her lungs. Below, waves smashed against the jagged cliffs. Ahead, the marshland stretched inland towards silvery fens and winding river deltas. Maria flapped her wings, leaning left to catch the warm air rising from the glowing orange cliffs. The feeling was intensely exhilarating, sending a thrilling shiver down her spine. The sun peeked over the horizon, casting a golden light on the gently rocking waves and painting the sky with vibrant hues of orange and pink. She could fly! The dogs howled at the sky, gesturing for them to touch down. Back at the vault, the guards observed them approvingly.
You learned quickly.
Cassette rumbled as he gave Quentin a red wristband to wear, Falcon a blue one, and Maria a yellow one.
Now you know who's who.
DJ2 motioned to the packed gear laid out on the table. Compact, expandable technology for camping, cooking, and survival. A few pieces of leather water bags lay beside the supplies. Maria's fingers picked up one of the small metallic cylinders.
What's this?
G2 gestured for them to stand back and then flicked a switch on its side. The device expanded into a full-size tent, its bare glass structure shimmering under the vault lights. Maria blinked. Quentin let out a low whistle.
That's some good tech.
The desert will test you.
Cassette said.
You will need shelter, food, and water. These will provide.
Falcon picked up the leather water bags, turning them over in his hands.
This river's clean.
Cassette nodded.
Purified by the rocks of the mountains. You may drink freely.
DJ2 moved toward the vault entrance. where a towering passage opened to the western sky. The sun was climbing higher.
It is time.
G2 said.
You will fly west. Over the delta. Follow the river.
As Maria rolled her shoulders, her wings shifted more naturally now.
And after that?
Cassette's voice lowered.
When the river forks, take the southernmost branch. It will guide you over the red desert to the mountains bordering the Great Plateau. Fly high. You will see the crater, massive and deep. That is where you will find the Clay tribe.
Quentin adjusted his throwing knives.
And they'll give us the next piece of the puzzle.
G2 nodded. Maria sighed, looking out into the electric blue sky.
Guess it's time to see how far we can really fly.
Cassette stepped back, motioning to the sky.
Then go.
Maria flexed her new wings and leapt into the fading light. They glided inland, the scent of salt and fresh reeds intermingling as they passed over the vast fens. Below, flocks of wetland birds scattered, startled by the massive shadow of 3 crow hybrids passing overhead. Maria angled down slightly, lowering toward the swaying reeds. The closer she flew to the marsh, the more she could smell it. Mossy damp with hints of decay and blooming flowers. The river snaked through the landscape like a silver vein, cutting through the tall grasses.
How do you stop?
Falcon called out. Quentin laughed, slowing his wings and adjusting his body. He dropped into a lower glide.
Just tilt your wings up and let the air catch you. Let your legs absorb the impact.
Maria tested it, tilting her wings slightly, and felt the wind slow her momentum. A heartbeat later, her talons touched soft earth, skidding slightly over the marshy terrain.
I hope we can find this time key and kill Donkora,
Quentin said.
I just don't know if my family is alive anymore. How about you guys? Got any relatives on Liron? We're both orphans.
Maria said.
Arch-Luminary Ristev was on the flagship which we detonated. I never knew my mom.
Falcon added.
My father's concubines brought me up. So are you guys still an item?
Quentin asked.
I don't know.
Falcon said as he glided ahead and looked over his shoulder.
Are we? I sure hope so.
Maria said.
I still love you, you know. But do you forgive me?
Falcon asked.
Yes.
Maria answered.
I'm thirsty and need a 5-minute break. This flying is tiring.
Quentin and Falcon landed after her, though Falcon tumbled face first into a patch of reeds. Maria laughed, an odd, rasping call that startled even herself.
You're getting there.
She teased. Falcon spat out dirt.
I hate this.
Quentin shook his head, clearly enjoying himself too much.
Give it a few more hours, and you'll love it.
Chapter 29. A Place Among the Stars.
Saffron 1 stood near the edge of the grand observatory deck of the Helioluna Science Conservatory, looking at the silver trees under starlit skies. A gentle hum vibrated beneath her feet as the gravity stabilizers adjusted to the subtle shifts in lunar terrain. The night was warm under the artificial atmosphere, and the soft pulse of music drifted through the open-air pavilion, mingling with the sound of laughter and clinking glasses. A row of floating tables held an impressive selection of food, most of it grown hydroponically in the moon's underground farms. The air smelled of fresh fruit, grilled fish, and spiced breads. It should have been a pleasant night. They were celebrating the scholarship recipients of the Helioluna Science Conservatory, and families had gathered to mark their children's achievements. It was a distraction from the growing fear across the 7 solar systems as the virus ravaged Liron. But Saffron's heart ached. Her thoughts kept drifting to Quentin. He hadn't spoken to her since she'd reached out to him before he left. Not even a word. Had she pushed too hard? Had she driven him away? She swallowed back the tightness in her throat, focusing instead on Lyria, who ran ahead through the garden-lit paths, her laughter synchronous with the other children's laughter. Parents and children sat around floating tables of food, their smiling faces looking strained under the light of the glow balls. Others stood in small groups, talking in hushed voices. There was a thin layer of tension beneath the surface of the evening. Everyone knew what was happening on Liron. Cities overrun, emergency evacuations failing, entire districts declared lost. The virus had changed everything. The Tsar's moon was on travel lockdown. No one in, no one out. For now, they were safe. But no one said it aloud. Saffron folded her hands neatly in front of her, forcing herself to relax. She had a job to do. Lyria was safe, happy, and surrounded by brilliant minds. That was all that mattered. At least, that was what she kept telling herself.
Sunny is your name, isn't it?
She turned at the voice, meeting the gaze of a man standing just behind her. She recognized him. His name was Kieran, and he was a single father who had recently relocated from Zars. His daughter Yana was in Lyria's class. He was well-dressed, with the sharp look of someone accustomed to wealth and influence. His auburn hair was neatly styled, and there was an air of effortless confidence about him. But his eyes kept flickering downward to her chest. Saffron stiffened slightly, already regretting this conversation.
I'm Kieran.
He offered a hand. She ignored it.
My daughter, Yana, seems to have taken a liking to Lyria.
Saffron glanced at the girls, who were now inspecting a floating hologram of planetary ecosystems, their excitement unburdened by the weight of the world's troubles. They're good for each other, she said simply. Kieran smiled, shifting his stance slightly.
And you? Are you enjoying the moon so far?
It's peaceful.
Yes, and far more refined than Zars.
He chuckled and sipped his drink.
Though the lockdown has made things complicated.
She nodded. At least it's keeping everyone safe.
For now.
He stepped slightly closer. Saffron's jaw tightened. Why was he still talking to her?
I don't mean to be too forward.
He glanced at her breasts again before meeting her eyes.
But you seem rather out of place here.
Saffron exhaled through her nose, keeping her voice cool. How so?
The way you carry yourself.
He tilted his head.
Your posture, your awareness. You're not just a guardian, are you?
Saffron didn't answer. She didn't owe him anything. Kieran smirked slightly, leaning against the railing beside her.
Most of the people here are career-driven or academics. But you.
He studied her. And again, his eyes dipped where they shouldn't. Saffron's fingers twitched at her sides.
You don't belong in a place like this.
He took another sip of his drink.
You belong in a fashion magazine or on the catwalk. You're beautiful.
Saffron's stomach clenched. He was wrong. She was more than what she looked like, and she always had been. She had spent years in battle, and now she was here, drinking spiced wine at a school party, pretending like any of this was real. What a strange thing to say. She swallowed down the lump in her throat, forcing herself to stay composed. I am exactly where I need to be, she said in a controlled tone. Her chest ached. She missed Quentin. She missed him so much it physically hurt. She had been waiting for a call, a message, anything. But it never came. He had left, and he hadn't looked back. Kieran smiled.
Are you?
Saffron turned toward him, her expression blank. I'm married. Kieran blinked. Surprised.
Oh. Whoa.
Yes, her voice was sharper now. She wanted this conversation to end.
To whom?
A man called Quentin Valentine. Kieran's smirk faded. Recognition.
The interstellar fugitive turned war hero.
Yes. Kieran exhaled, shaking his head with amusement.
That's quite a name to be married to.
She didn't answer.
Well.
Kieran adjusted his cuffs.
That makes this rather awkward.
Yes. She agreed. It does. He laughed and took a step back.
Well, I'll leave you to it then.
Saffron nodded, offering no further response. She watched as he drifted away, finally taking the suffocating weight of his presence with him. Engrossed in the holograms, Lyria laughed with Yana and the other children. Saffron inhaled deeply, pressing a hand against her chest as she steadied herself. She should be happy. Lyria was safe. The lockdown meant that, at least for now, the horrors of the war, of the virus, of the battles still raging in the distance, none of it could touch them here. But Quentin had not had the time to talk to her. He hadn't called her back. She blinked rapidly, pushing down the well of emotion rising in her throat. The music played on. The party continued. People laughed, drank, and clung to their illusions of safety. Saffron stood alone, watching the stars above, aching for the one person who wasn't there. The next day, sitting on the balcony of her treehouse, the artificial twilight of the Helioluna Science Conservatory cast long shadows across the grass and paths between trees. Saffron 1 sat cross-legged in a fluffy rug and closed her eyes, hands resting on her knees, and trying to meditate. The hoot of an owl in the distance and the chirp of cicadas provided a steady backdrop as she focused inward, reaching out. Not with her hands, but with her mind. She hadn't connected with the others for a while. Since Quentin left, everything had been quiet. Too quiet. A part of her had been avoiding this, afraid of what she might feel, afraid of what she might not feel. She exhaled. Connect. The moment the link flared to life, a tidal wave of emotion surged into her consciousness: sadness, longing, frustration. It hit her so hard she gasped, rocking forward onto her hands as the emotions of all the Saffrons flooded through her. The link was frayed, torn from its anchor. They weren't connected to him anymore. Saffron 1's breath came faster. No. Where is he? She demanded, her voice vibrating through the link. Silence. A sharp pang of guilt rippled across the connection. He's alive, the words came from Saffron 8, hesitant and cautious. Saffron 1's chest tightened. Then why can't I feel him? Another pause. A flicker of something. Regret? We're under orders, the words came from Saffron 5, sharp and tense. Orders? Orders from who? Another pulse of guilt. Saffron 2's voice snapped through the link. Shut up. We're not supposed to say anything. Saffron 1 clenched her fists, her pulse beating like a drum in her ears. Damn it, tell me what's going on. Where is he? What is he doing? The others recoiled. Saffron 7's voice was ice. You think you're the only one hurting? You think we don't miss him too? We've lost our connection, 1. We don't even know where he is. We're all blind. There were 2 hot engineers. They were offering themselves to him, but he was so worried about his kids on Liron, about his parents and ex-wife. Saffron 1's pulse pounded in her skull. That's natural to be worried about his family? But you've lost connection. No one answered. She shook her head, trying to breathe through the fury in her chest. She had trained herself not to rely on that link, not to depend on Quentin's presence. But she loved him. The silence stretched on, heavy and suffocating. Then, a shift. A ripple of shared memory. The past bled through their connection, unbidden. They were all remembering. It had been years ago, in a luxury hotel on Zars, before they had been allies, before they had been family. They had been his enemies, yet he had rescued her from Arat, under her invisibility cape given to her by Andiz. They had been running from the same people. They had turned on their captors, escaping together, hiding in a lavish suite high above the neon-lit streets. They had thought they were safe. And then, curiosity. When he was asleep, she had tapped into his memories, into Quentin Valentine's mind. Arrogant and reckless, she had wanted to know who he really was, and whether his crazy stories about fabricated memories were true. She had reached into his thoughts, because she hadn't believed his claims of innocence. And what she saw had haunted her ever since. Her clones shared her memories. Ishem and Raphael knew her memories as well. The memories she stole from Quentin, even private arguments hinting at a failed marriage. She had expected something else, war, bloodshed, violence, but instead, she had seen his past and the most covert information on the Liranese Secret Service's Skywater Shifting Department. She had seen the boy, the youngest secret agent of only 7 years of age, the boy called Darwin who had closed the time portals and stopped the magic in the rivers connected to them. She had seen Quentin as a boy too, over 4 decades before. A boy raised in the Celestium faith, standing beside his mother and brother in a desert temple, the smell of incense thick in the air. She had seen a teenager, wrenching himself away from that life, from the prayers and the rituals, chasing something else, a freedom that came with the stars. She had seen a young man, aboard a space boat, harvesting star gems from Trion's storms. And then, a betrayal. The Saffrons were all reminding her now. They were all recounting the memories they had stolen from Saffron, the memories she had stolen from him. Now, in the silence of the broken hive mind, they remembered. Saffron One's throat was thick with emotion. Why are we remembering this now? No one answered. After a moment, Saffron too broke the silence. Because despite everything, we still belong to him. Saffron One pressed a hand to her chest, but he no longer belonged to them. And then, another ripple of memory. They replayed things they had locked away, things they had agreed never to discuss. They had accessed memories that weren't meant for them. A different kind of warrior. The Skywater shift agents. Ghosts in battle. Their bodies shifting between solid and vaporous states, moving like water, bending reality around them. They had walked through fire, through bullets, through walls. They had possessed technology and organisms, stones and objects. They had seen the rescue of the tree people on the Red Sun world. But they had memories of Maria, too. She had left traces of her mind in Saffron, too, when she had shared the consciousness with Master Isham, a cyborg girl, barely 12, wielding weapons too large for her small frame. Fighting a war she had never chosen. Her body rebuilt, piece by piece, after being shattered again and again. The atrocities, the lies, the way the war had used her, how the corrupt Zarsian division had manipulated her, made her believe she had to fight, that she had no choice. And the other ones, older than her, but still children, teenagers. The orphans who hadn't survived. Saffron One sucked in a sharp breath, her chest heaving. Maria, this is her past. Yes, Saffron 5 mind spoke. She had locked it away, but now we have it. Maria had never told Quentin, and now he was gone, their link to him severed, their purpose fractured. The Saffrons sat in agonizing silence. Then Saffron 11 said, "What if he never comes back?" The thought sent a pulse of pain through the hive mind. Saffron One shook her head fiercely. He will. Quentin always comes back.
Chapter 30. Wings over the plateau.
The air shimmered in waves as Maria, Quentin, and Falcon glided over the delta, adjusting to the mechanics of their hybrid forms. The world below was vast and unfamiliar. Stretched out like a living tapestry, threaded with rivers that snaked toward the red desert in the distance. Maria inhaled deeply through her new nasal slits, catching the crisp scent of water mixing with the earthy musk of the marshlands below. The updrafts from the wetlands were a blessing, allowing them to soar with minimal effort. Falcon flapped awkwardly, wobbling as he tried to adjust.
This is still the weirdest thing I've ever done.
Quentin, flying slightly ahead, twisted his head in a way only a bird could, his beady black eyes amused.
You look like a fledgling that just fell out of the nest. Oh, shut up.
Falcon tried to maneuver into a smoother glide, but his wings wobbled again. Maria chuckled, the sound rasping through her altered vocal cords.
The trick is to feel the air, not fight it. Your body wants to fly. Let it.
Falcon exhaled sharply, forcing himself to ease into the wind's current rather than brute force his way through it.
Yeah. Easier said than done.
Below them, the landscape was shifting. The lush, water-laden fens gave way to golden grasslands, dotted with sparse trees and scattered rock formations. The river beneath them gleamed under the sun, cutting through the earth like a silver ribbon. Quentin adjusted his wings slightly.
If we keep this pace, we'll reach the desert by dusk.
Maria nodded.
Good. I don't want to be flying over open sands under full sun.
Falcon groaned.
Are we supposed to eat something raw if we get hungry?
Maria grimaced at the thought.
You'd better get used to it.
Quentin was silent for a moment. Then he asked,
Do you think we'll find this key?
Maria glanced at him.
If we don't, this was a lot of effort for nothing.
Quentin's beak clicked.
It just seems impossible. Changing time itself, that's not something we should be able to do.
Maria didn't disagree. But what other choice did they have? The wind carried them forward. Maria's wings ached, but the sheer exhilaration of flight overrode the burn in her muscles. The warm air currents carried her high above the desert expanse, her sharp crow eyes scanning the landscape below. Every shift of her massive black wings sent a rush of air curling around her, lifting her higher, pushing her forward. She hadn't expected this to feel so liberating. Quentin and Falcon flanked her. They were still getting used to how their new bodies worked, adjusting to the way their feathers caught the wind, how their hollow bones responded to air resistance. Maria croaked out a rough laugh through her new vocal cords. They sounded ridiculous when they talked.
I still can't believe we're doing this.
Quentin rasped, his voice an odd mix of a bird's squawk and a growl.
What flying?
Maria banked left, letting the current carry her in a lazy arc before righting herself. Quentin tilted slightly, experimenting with his flight control.
Taking advice from dog-headed warriors, wearing ninja rags, and hunting for a time key, yet pretending we want to save a genocidal perpetrator.
Maria smirked, the movement of her beak strange and stiff.
Could be worse.
Quentin adjusted his wings, catching the last warm-up draft before the land beneath them changed. The fens had faded and the river thinned as it wove through dry grasslands. Now they entered the true desert, where the world stretched out in rippling dunes and cracked red stone. No more lush marshes and deltas, just a sea of rusty sand and bulky rocks. The river they followed shimmered like a lifeline beneath them, the only sign that anything in this land could still support life. The heat had been brutal at midday, their black feathers absorbing more of the sun's energy than they would have liked. But now, as the horizon bled into gold and deep violet, the air cooled and the first stars flickered into view.
We need to stop,
the crow with the yellow bangles said. Maria, she rasped, her voice rough from hours of flight. Quentin looked down and saw a little stream between some rocks. There, that'll do. They descended in slow spirals, gliding lower as the wind brushed against their feathers. Maria landed first, Quentin followed, then Falcon, who, as usual, botched his landing and tumbled forward, sending a small dust cloud into the air. Falcon groaned, spitting sand.
I hate this.
Maria stretched her wings and rolled her shoulders.
You're getting better. Barely.
Quentin turned his attention to the camping gear the dog guards had given them. He pulled out a compact metallic cylinder, flicked a switch, and watched as it expanded into a full-sized barraglass shelter. The moonlight glinted off its surface. Maria cawed.
That's some damn good tech.
Quentin grabbed one of the leather water bags and crouched by the stream, filling it with water. He tilted his head back, letting the icy liquid trickle past his beak and down his throat. He waited till the worst of the dryness passed before giving Maria the water. Falcon was already digging through their supplies, eyeing the hunting tools.
Okay, so we've got fire, shelter, water. What about food?
Maria's feathers ruffled.
We hunt.
Falcon made a face.
Oh, great. Raw lizard. No.
Quentin pulled out a small energy stove.
We cook.
Falcon blinked.
You mean we don't have to eat like savages?
Quentin rolled his eyes.
You underestimate the Baravians.
Falcon grinned.
I thought since we were on Polymia, We would eat like Polymians. No, even the hybrids like to cook, I hear. They have great Bara tech, thanks to their trading agreement with Bara 2. But they left Bara 2 and live back in Bara 1. I know.
Quentin shrugged, remembering being part of the team who helped them with the move.
I guess their trading relationship with Polymia remained.
His heart kept aching every time he wondered who out of his family and friends had died. At least Juna, Lyria, and Saffron were safe, but who knew how long for? When they set out to hunt in silence, they glided low over the desert in search of prey. Maria spotted it first, a small, hair-like creature darting between rocks. With a single powerful stroke she dived, her talons struck true, and within moments they had their meal. Back at camp, the scent of sizzling meat filled the air. They ate in silence, watching the stars brighten above them. Falcon let out a long exhale, leaning back on his wings.
I gotta admit, this isn't the worst way to end a day.
Maria chuckled.
Don't get used to it.
Quentin smirked.
Tomorrow's going to be worse.
Falcon groaned.
I hate you both.
They laughed, the fire crackling beside them, the cold desert air wrapping around them like a whisper of things yet to come. Maria watched the flames.
Do you think the Clay tribe will actually help us?
Quentin exhaled.
I don't know how, but those dog guards said they were expecting us.
Following several days of travel, they departed at dawn and had been flying for hours by midday. Endless waves of red sand and rock made up the desert, just broken up by the occasional old ruin. Then, at last, they saw it. A scar upon the land. The impact crater. It was vast, stretching for miles, a gaping wound in the earth carved by something ancient and violent. Its edges were weathered by time, and at its western rim, movement stirred. It was a village. Maria's keen vision locked onto it immediately, and she pointed it out. The Clay people's dwellings were carved directly into the rock, their structures molded from the crater itself. Quentin scanned the area.
That's it.
Maria angled her wings downward, and they followed, their descent slow and cautious. Figures emerged from the cliffside dwellings as they landed. White and yellow patterns covered their red ochre skin. Their clothes were simple, yet adorned with beads and woven fibers. Some wore feathered headdresses, others bone jewelry. One man stepped forward, taller than the rest. His broad shoulders and weathered face marked him as the leader. The chief. He studied them in silence. Then, in a deep, measured voice, he said,
"You were expected."
Flickering flames illuminated the village's heart that night, their shadows playing against the stone. Maria, Quentin, and Falcon sat cross-legged on the warm earth as the Clay people gathered around them. The scent of burning wood mixed with the rich, tangy aroma of fermented berry juice. The drumming began, slow, steady, rhythmic. The human chief sat before them, and his headdress swayed gently with his movements. In his hands he held a long wooden pipe. At its end he attached a carved funnel-like device, shaped to fit over the beak of an avian hybrid. He took a slow pull, exhaling a plume of thick, fragrant smoke before turning to Maria. She hesitated only a moment before he fitted the funnel over her beak, allowing her to inhale without awkwardness. The smoke curled through the carved grooves, warming her throat as she breathed it in. When she passed the pipe to Falcon, he coughed and spluttered, the device slipping slightly before he steadied it. Quentin was more careful, inhaling slowly, ensuring he didn't breathe in too much, too quickly. The smoke was warm, filling his lungs and wrapping around his thoughts like a soft whisper. Upon entering his system, the fire blurred and his surroundings melted away. The worries about his dead family members drifted away with the smoke, for a voice in his head said, "Death is a door." And his confidence billowed inside him. That would reverse everything that happened, so the Crimson Collective would never have the chance to rise, and so they would never have built a secret headquarters in Veltheron's crust. He passed the pipe to a topless tribe woman. The desert was gone. Cold seized Quentin's body, sinking through his feathers, turning his breath to mist.
A frozen battlefield stretched before him. The sky above churned, dark and bruised, thick with a storm that carried the stench of burning flesh and blood. Snow blanketed the ground, but it was not pure. Red streaks marred the snow, glistening under an unseen light. Bodies littered the ice, twisted mid-motion, their eyes wide and glassy, their mouths frozen in silent screams. Something loomed ahead. A metal obelisk, jagged and unnatural, rising from the snow like a wound in the earth. Quentin stepped forward, his talons cracking against the ice. He was still a crow. But the war was real. A shadow shifted in the blizzard. Maria. Not as she was now. She was young, she was just a human girl. But she was not entirely human. Her arms gleamed, metal and sleek, the joints whirring softly as she lifted a mechanical hand. Her face was taut, sharp, her eyes hollowed by something cruel and distant. She turned toward him, her fingers curled. Metal dripped red, blood. Her lips parted, but no words came. Only the scream of something falling from the sky, a white flash, a deafening explosion. And then, nothing. Quentin gasped, his breath sharp and uneven. The fire roared in front of him, again, and the clay people were still drumming, singing and dancing. Maria's talons clenched in the dirt. Her breathing was heavy. Had she seen it too? Falcon exhaled slowly. What the hell was that? Before anyone could answer, a cry split the night sky. They turned toward the sound. Above them, silhouetted against the firelight, an enormous eagle circled. And on its back, a woman. Her black skin glistened, her only clothing a simple loincloth. Her braided hair whipped in the wind. As the eagle swooped low, another figure landed beside them. A beautiful white owl woman with a human face, and Quentin knew right away who she was. Anna's friend, Char Chuvou. And then, an owl man touched down too. Unlike the owl woman, his face was a bird, and the only thing that was human on him were his muscular arms and hands. The drumming stopped. The chief stood. The messengers had arrived. To be continued.
Thank you for listening to Cyberstars Book 4, Cosmic Terror. I really hope you enjoyed it. If you did, don't forget to listen to Cyberstars 5, Time Key.